Hello, hello! Are we live? Ooh, that kicked in quick. Does this feel familiar? It might, because this is the music I always choose for the start of a different kind of video. Hello, everybody! Welcome back to the Mr. Matt channel. I have something very special for you today. I'm so excited for this, I don't even know how to start. Changing background was a result of summer renovations aside, awkward lighting aside, because it's too friggin' bright outside, and I'm just gonna blind myself if I do this. Maybe that'll be okay? That looks better, doesn't it? Yeah. Anyway, welcome everyone to Mr. Matt's definitive FNaF tier lists. Five Nights at Freddy's is a franchise that is beloved by many. I think all of us here, I basically met all of you through Five Nights at Freddy's and the fan base. And if we head over to here, there's today's charity shoutout and QOTD, which I will talk about in more detail soon. I think that needs to be a little bit smaller. And essentially, I want to do FNaF tier lists, but there's more to it than that. I want this to be the last time I go through and do a bunch of FNaF tier lists in a live stream. I want to be done with it, because essentially, over the course of the last few years, you may have noticed that in series such as Debate Direct and even my charity live streams, there have been numerous occasions where I've gone and made FNaF tier lists. There are so many opinions to form on so many different things and aspects of this franchise. It's a beautiful thing. But back over here in Debate Direct 69, back over, with the Fazbear Fright stuff with Ambience, 56, 57, going all the way back through a whole number of episodes, arguably back to the earliest. I don't know why those are public. That shouldn't be down. You didn't see it. You didn't see nothing. I mean, technically, the first FNaF tier list, I believe. Wow. I think this was the first FNaF tier list. Debate Direct 38. After I did Star Wars stuff, I realized I should do FNaF stuff. Alignment charts, I've done a bunch. Alright, I've done loads of these, but they're scattered. You have to, dig deep to go, find all of this stuff. I don't even remember which one of these I did the FNaF tier list in. I think it was... No, it was this one. It's in the thumbnail. There have been numerous occasions where I've ranked games, characters, books, you name it, I've done it. I think I did FNaF AR skins at one point. But the truth is that, this is something that is actually fairly highly demanded, and something that I do have a lot to say about. But I've already said so much about it, and I feel like I don't want to repeat content, so I'm going to make this the finale. Alright, this is the last time. I'm going to tie up all the loose ends, any and all tier lists. If I can't squeeze them in, maybe I'll do a part 2, but that will be it. This is going to be my definitive FNaF tier lists. Over the years, my opinions have changed, and they will continue to change and shift based on perspective and new bits of information, but with the help of some friends over the years, who you'll be introduced to very shortly, because I'm not going to be alone for the stream, I have learned a lot of information about the games that I thought I knew everything about. And I feel like at this point, with all the knowledge and experience I have playing these games, talking about these games, analyzing these games, I think I'm in a position where I can now say I am an authority on Five Nights at Freddy's. I know what I'm talking about. It's very rare for me to be this confident about something, but I mean it, guys. And today, I am determined to become based, and just to be confident in my opinions, no matter how unpopular they may be, and just to be consistent and stand by what I say. So, today, I'm going to be doing loads of FNaF tier lists. I don't want to waste any time. I've already wasted a bit of time. I'm going to catch up with chat. I'm going to talk with you guys. I'm going to get into it. But, I want you guys to be aware, this is going to be a 4-hour stream, probably. We are going to be doing all the tier lists. So many. There are a lot of ones I've cut out because I thought they were just irrelevant. And there are actually a few I've just realized I haven't even done yet. But, we're going to be doing everything today. So, brace yourselves. We are going to be doing tier lists that I've done before, and redoing them. We're going to be doing brand new tier lists. I hope the thumbnail kind of communicates just exactly what we're doing today. So, anyway, I'm trying to remember if there's anything I forgot to say. I don't think so. I think I've said everything I needed to. I think it's pretty clear what this is. Oh, I also didn't mention, this was going to be for the 9th anniversary of FNaF, which was 2 days ago. I was going to do it the day after, because on the 8th, my collaborators would have been busy. And I'll reveal them in just a moment. But, there were scheduling issues. And there are still scheduling issues. It looks like one of them might not even turn up, even though they're all still tagged in the description. We'll worry about that when we introduce them. Let me just catch up with chat, and we are going to get right... I almost did the fucking Keemstar intro there. Right into the FNaF. Anyway, Creenella, oh, Lucy, hello. How you doing? Chaotic Silver, welcome. First time on this channel, I see. Mac, Adrian, thank you so much for joining. Appreciate the support. Livy, lovely to see you. Lovely Livy, that's what we should call you. I should start having alliterative nicknames for everybody. Masochistic Mac is a written one. Sussy Super Soul, I think, is a given. I mean, the dude is literally French. I mean, like, I'm just saying. Incredible Insta. I'm being cringe now. Anyway, Bob the Builder is still at your house. Yes, he is. Indeed, I can hear him. Yeah, don't mind. Sorry, guys. I hope that noise isn't a problem. There is nothing I can do about it. It will pass. It will pass. Anyway, but yeah, glad you guys slept okay. Adrian, yes, FNaF is now 9 years old. FNaF is good. It starts the last anniversary for double digits, guys. The age of young FNaF is well and truly over. But yes, your hottest take in. So yeah, today's question of the day, guys. What is your strongest and most unpopular opinion regarding FNaF? AKA your hottest take. If you don't know what the QOTD is, you can read all about it here, okay? And, I mean, best answer, most creative, most convincing, most unique will win a shout out to their YouTube channel, linked in the description below. But yeah, Frog Balloon, it is 9. And thank you too for joining. Everybody is here. This is like the thank you image. Everyone is here. Oh my god. FNaF is now older than most of its fans. There's gonna come a point where FNaF is older than the average age of a FNaF fan. I know you joke about that now, but there will come a time, I believe, in the next 5 years. If I'm being honest, the average age of a FNaF fan has definitely gone down lately. I don't think it's as low as 9 yet, but it's getting there. I'm thinking when FNaF hits 11 or 12, it will be older than its average fan, which is... That's scary to think about, man. Anyway, won't be all that active in chat today, but I'm listening to it in the background. That's alright, Lucy. I love you. She's my girlfriend, by the way, just for context. Shout out to the lurkers. What was that dude's name? Who I found through the sister location stream. Oh no, I don't even remember his name. It's been too long. He's been lurking too hard. I know you're watching. Don't, guys, do you remember the lurker's name? Oh my god, this is so embarrassing. I don't remember his name. It's like Aiden or Adrian or Alex or something. But I don't think that was the channel name. I'm not sure. The Horror Reacts guy. Whatever. If he's watching, he knows. He's been successful in lurking. Shout out to the lurkers. I see you. I acknowledge you. I appreciate your watch time. And the likes. Anyway. Frog Balloon, that is almost pin-worthy. Anyway, Collector, welcome to the stream. What do you think about Purple Guy / William Afton? He is a character who exists. I think there'll be plenty of time for you to talk about opinions on characters soon, although there is a problem with... Because the thing is, I did not have the time and resources to make my own tier lists for everything, guys, so these tier lists are a bit hit and miss. I'm working with what I've got. I think we shouldn't limit our expression of our opinions to tier lists. Tier lists are a really good way of communicating that, but they are not the only way. We'll get into that in the stream, because this isn't about the tier lists. The tier lists are just a medium. What this is about is what we say and how we think and our communication and ideas. And we'll get into that. Duncan Potter, welcome to the stream. Thank you for joining. I hope I've not missed anyone. Swim Gaming, how you doing, man? Don't uwu me. I see you with your uwus. Yeah, one of these back. Fuck it. I'm gonna take a platonic one for everybody, okay? I love you guys. I love the FNaF fandom. Trust me, like... On the 9th anniversary, I took a glimpse back into the FNaF fandom, and do you know what I saw? I saw passion and creativity alive. Sandwiching around. Do you guys remember sandwiching around? We're actually friends. Like, I've hung out with her on numerous occasions, but we haven't talked in quite a while because we're both absolute introverts. Sandwiching Around posted one of the best, like, animations she's ever done for the 9-year anniversary. This animation is excellent. I don't know where the audio is from. I'm assuming Callum did something funny on Twitter, but, like, this is really good. You should absolutely check it out. Go support Sandwiching Around. I mean, I'm sure you've heard of her by now. She's kind of well known. She's come a long way, man. But, you know, I saw that. Salami, or whatever his name is. You know the one. That dude is, Salami. I can't. But, what else happened? I saw some good video essays. Insta! Guys, shout out to Insta, real quick. He's not getting a link, but I'm gonna give you this one, my guy, because this guy went and beat all the max modes of the main FNaF games for the anniversary, and the editing and commentary, Insta commentary on this one are really slick. They're really good. I'll be honest, I don't really enjoy watching through no commentary FNaF playthroughs, unless it's something really crazy, like the -3 strat, because, like, I'm just watching a game I could play myself, and it's nothing crazy different is really happening in terms of what's visually there. So it's usually kind of boring to me, but, like, this is really fun because it's actually, like, commentary. It's not, like, craziest video ever, but it's a really cool little compilation, and, I mean, I just want to support my guy. Hey, look at that, he replied. Yeah, it wasn't hard as Saturday, but Saturday nonetheless. Oh, was it not? Oh, I was wrong about that. Whatever. It doesn't matter. Anyways. But yeah, just replying to chat. Steve Gonzalez, I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. Welcome to the stream, thank you for joining. The music is super loud. Let me turn the music down. Sorry. I didn't realize the music was so loud. If I just turn that down a bit. Is that better? Is that better? It might be a bit too quiet now. Although I'm definitely have to turn it down in a minute anyway. Sorry, the music's so loud. Mac, this won't be a two-parter, but if I don't cover everything, I'm gonna plan something else down the line. Anyways, Harburger talking about Scrap Trap, that's not an anniversary thing. That's just who Harburger is. His identity is talking about Scrap Trap. Collector, I have never played Hollow Knight. I have never seen Hollow Knight. It has been on my list for a few years, but I've been a little busy. I know that's a lame excuse, but talk to people. This was polled a couple years back. I prefer to play it, but, like, Papers, Please had its 10th anniversary, and I still haven't played that, like, 3 years on. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. Alright. Guys, if you gotta go, tune in, tune out, do what you gotta do. I know how it goes. It's a live stream. I'll be here, alright? Thank you for tuning in. That's perfect, thank you. Adrian, you don't need my permission to leave. You can do whatever you want. Believe it or not, it's a free country. Actually, no, that's not true, guys. If you leave the stream, I will come to your house and I will put a pipe bomb in your mail. It's totally real, guys. Freddy Fazbear's face will be on it. And it will explode with confetti. It's not actually a pipe bomb, it's more of a confetti bomb. The thing is, Mac, I have seen 2 full playthroughs of Papers, Please. Like, I've played through I've seen 100% of the game. It is not a short game. It would be at least 5 episodes. I don't know. Guys, if you really want to see Papers, Please soon, I'll play it. I'll do it. I missed the anniversary, but I'll do it. Okay, Super Soul's flexing. Alright, but listen, guys, we don't have any time. I've already spent way longer than I should have on this intro, just because I want to make sure I've said everything I need to. We're going to get on with this now, 20 minutes in, and just talk about FNaF, because that's what we're here for. So, let's hop into the voice call with the peeps. Here it is. I'm just gonna start voice call. I'm just gonna start the voice call. We're gonna see who picks up because people are gonna be coming and going. I don't know who's online. Hello. Hello. I don't hear anyone. Okay, bro's muted. So, as you can see, I have 3 very special guest stars joining me today. What would you do if Bonnie comes after you with a shotgun? What? Die, I guess. What? Where do you people get these questions? Alright. Well, folks are gonna join when they're ready. I'm just gonna hydrate. Technically, there's one mistake because there's an unavoidable one. Okay, yeah. Anyway. You tell me, guys. Discord's been doing this for weeks. Like, you tell me. I don't know why it does this. This is streamer mode? What? It's such a weird feature. Alright, well, look, guys. Basically, the guys joining me today are Swim Gaming, who inspired this whole thing, True Player, basically my best mate and FNaF expert, and of course, the one, the only, the best, Ambience himself, the ultimate FNaF. I mean, he's one of many experts, but man, his YouTube channel is the absolute peak. They are all tagged in the description if you want to check them out. I'll talk more about them when they get here so they can introduce themselves. Anyways.
Oh, hello.
Yo, is he here? Let's go. Swim. This is perfect. Because if it ends up with you guys coming on one at a time, that could actually work. The thing is, there are a lot of people I could have invited to this, but I needed to keep it as few people as possible because voice chat has always gotten chaotic in the past with this, and people took over each other. It's disorganized. Yeah. And I think actually this is the perfect 3 people to choose. Swim, how you doing, mate? It's been a while since we did a collab.
Yeah, I think the last one I was on was a FNaF tier list.
Yeah, it's ages ago, probably a debate direct. Can you guys hear him alright? This is his channel, by the way. Definitely go subscribe. He's doing these Minecraft builds. They're really cool. Swim, are you excited? I see you to talk to test the audio. I don't know what to ask you. Oh, what is your strongest and most unpopular opinion regarding FNaF? Your hottest take?
FNaF 6 sucks.
That's good. That's good. Can you elaborate?
Okay. So my logic with this is, if I want to play a game with good gameplay that's FNaF, I will play FNaF 4. If I want good story and ending, I will play 3. If I want a good Tycoon, I'll play Tycoon Sons.
I love that. If I want a good Tycoon, you think he's going to say pizza, and it's like, he just comes out of nowhere with a fan game. Yeah, we'll get more into detail with that soon, guys. This is something I'm already aware of. Swim and I, as well as the others, have already talked at length about each other's tier lists. And Swim, we're just going to get started without the others. We will go back when they get here. So, basically, guys, I've got everything saved on file. And I need to get it up, because I don't want to spoil things. What I want to do is reveal them one by one.
I just dumped mine in the DMs.
Yeah. So I've got all of Swims in my DMs, so it's nice and organised. I can show all those off, compare them. Give me a second. Okay, guys. Alright. So. I think we need to start... The thing is, part of me thinks, let's start with the obvious thing. What's our ranking of the games? But... this never happens. Why now? What is going on? Hello? What just happened?
I just saw a stream lag.
Bro, my stream's dying for, like, no reason. Hello?
Bro, the stream is dying.
What is happening? Okay, we're dropping frames, and it, like, completely disconnected for a moment. I have no idea why. It never does that. Okay, we're green now, but... Okay, well... I'm just gonna hope and pray, I guess. It's finals, I know it was random. Anyways, what I think we could start with is maybe instead, like, the niche of, what, I think there's the most to talk about, and that is the gameplay tier list. Stream crashed because Nowhere to Run was playing. Yeah, I'm gonna skip that song. We'll play it again. I've got, guys, the music is my ambient FNaF tier list. The whole playlist is just looping. So, enjoy.
Yeah, connection terminated is awesome until it terminates your stream.
Oh my god, yes! And also, I didn't realize you were here. Hey! Scott's on the stream, let's go. He doesn't need an introduction, but I'm gonna show off his channel anyway. How you doing, mate?
Doing pretty good. Got a video blowing up right now, so...
Oh my god, get 78,000 views in a day.
Bro, when I went to sleep last night, I had like 50k.
This is ridiculous, I don't know.
The fastest growing video you've probably ever done that I can think of.
Yeah, by far. Now I understand why FF King, like, did this for so long. It's like...
It just blows up.
It's doing
drama
numbers.
sells.
Yeah.
I'm just really glad you're doing like actual news reporting with integrity and not some clickbait crap, because you could very well do lazy clickbait and get the same amount of views.
Oh yeah, I mean, if I
But,
did this like every day, then it'd probably still work.
Yeah. But man, well done. Guys, as much as I hate the drama, this was actually a really important video for misinformation. I didn't leave a comment on it in the end because I ended up rambling, but like, I'm really grateful because my ass did not understand the situation before this video. All I'll say is that I think my opinion on it is pretty much the same as the whole Jonochrome thing. It's just, it's stupid and it's unfortunate. Although this one definitely had even worse consequences, because at least we got FNaF 3. If we're going to be cynical about it, like, at least we got that game. Anyway, we're not here to talk drama. I mean, I'm not doing a tier list on any FNaF drama, although you guys should definitely go check out Scott's videos. His latest stuff has been absolutely popping off. Love the thumbnails.
Yeah, Bond did a great job on the latest one.
Yeah. Your, like, team, your little team of, like, researchers and thumbnail designers, Hyper, Bond, and the gang. Yeah, talented. Yeah, alright. I don't know if Ethan's gonna turn up, because he said, there was something happening in his house which prevented him from joining or something last minute, but either way. Well, alright. I'm just gonna start simple. I'm not gonna explain, alright? I'm not gonna explain till the end of the stream, but this is my overall games tier list, alright? Jonochrome Instant Est. Yeah, rip FNaF Plus. That's legitimately disappointing. I'm not going to elaborate.
Lists are going to be a lot different.
Yeah, but this is the tier list. I'm going to talk about this at the end because I want to do this last. But that's the tier list. So you can keep that in the back of your minds or not. It's up to you.
FNaF 3 and S tier is like a jump scare to me. Like I did not expect that.
That is perfectly valid. Red Cap Man. Yeah, I got my grey cap hanging up here. I should totally put it on. Hey guys. Bootleg ambience here. It's a good hat. It's a good type of hat. Anyway, yeah, okay. Just make sure chat's caught up.
I love baseball caps in general.
Right? They keep the sun out of your eyes. They look good. They feel good.
Yeah, exactly. I've been wearing a black one recently. It's really nice.
Ooh,
when I went to France, I was wearing one like the whole week. So hot it was.
Alright, guys, forgive me if I don't keep up with chat. There's a lot of messages, and there's going to be a lot to say with my fellas in voice chat. I find it hilarious how wildly different our opinions are. That's what's so great about this franchise. Everyone has a different take on it. Ami's is like, wow, that's like a jump scare. Supercell's like, this is perfect, apart from Help Wanted. It's like... Alright, let's get into this, boys. What I want to start off with is... gameplay. We're going to do games, and then characters, and then the rest. Basically, guys, there's a games tier list, which we did several different tier lists of. Again, not everyone's done all of the same stuff. We've all customized our category names, even the number of categories. It's not supposed to be mathematically comparable. And also, Scott, we should probably clarify. This is my definitive tier lists. It is not your definitive tier lists.
Yeah, I want to make this clear to like everyone watching the stream right now. This is not my definitive. I will never be able to make a definitive FNaF tier list. There's too many factors that run rampant in my brain every time I think about these games. It is impossible to judge them on one metric or even multiple. It can't be definitive.
Yeah. Again, for me, I should clarify that like I have my own criteria that I've applied in this situation, and yes, it's subject to change, but like. I feel like I need to have something I can show when people ask me for my opinions on something that's at least generally going to be consistent. And I think this is like the best I can do. There's definitely a couple little things, but like I'm pretty confident in most of my takes. I think you could justify a lot of things either way. But yeah, before all like the, FNaF Academy kids come here and like reference in like 2 months like, oh, but one time you said that FNaF 1 was D tier. It's like, no. Relax and swim. I don't know about you, swim. Is this definitive for you? Would you consider this?
No, because like for example, in the past 6 months, security breach went from E tier to B tier to A tier.
There you go.
And like world went from C to S. It's just yeah.
Tell you what, maybe I should come back in like a year and see if I can prove that this was actually definitive, because it's difficult. It's been difficult, but
yeah.
All right. So I'm going to show off everyone's lists. starting off with mine. I'm going to give stream just a moment to look at this. This is my tier list of FNaF games ranked by gameplay. And again, we'll get into the details if you want to ask. And then I'm going to show off Swims and Scott. Swims DM me all of his. Scott, do you want to just, like, send all of yours in direct messages to me so I can show them on the stream as we go? Or, I don't know, just in a way that's kind of organized.
Yeah, that'll be fine. I'll just send my gameplay one right now, and I'll have the others ready there in a folder.
Awesome, thank you. Okay, so this is mine, guys. This is how I rank the games on gameplay. I will elaborate now. This is what we're going to start with, because when it comes to FNaF gameplay, I learned a lot after joining the Shrine of Ambience. You guys taught me so much that I didn't know about the games, because you've actually, like, looked in the source code or whatever, and you've, like, actually, like, timed stuff. Let me find Swims. So Swims gameplay tier list. Alright. And here is Scott's. I'm just going to open these for comparison. Oh, man. I want to show all these at the same time. I'm going to show them one at a time.
Oh my god, I just saw the
This is Swims. This is Swims. I love that people are getting mad in chat. Guys, to everyone watching, close friends and strangers and trolls alike, please get pissy over my opinions. Please get legitimately angry and send me messages of hate about my placement of an indie game's place on a color-coded tier list. I want to see
everyone knows,
I'm gonna get put in a freezer.
Yeah.
Just so everyone knows, I will be making like an hour-long video essay on FNaF 2, eventually explaining every single thing that is wrong with this absolute dumpster fire of a game. So if you're confused, trust me, I can explain it.
Yeah, there's like at first glance, I didn't think FNaF 2 was like seriously bad, but yeah, the deeper you go, the messier it gets. This is Ambient Scott's tier list. I'm used to calling Scott Cawthon Scott, so I always call him by his YouTube name, but like, nah.
I pretty much agree with that, actually. That tier list.
Yeah, this is. I like the descriptors. It's like actually plays like a functional video game. Is the top tier?
Yeah, there's only 2 games in the series that do that, unfortunately.
Damn.
FNaF moment.
Damn. Okay. So, yeah, very interesting. So, and we could go through this in whatever order. I guess I'll go first. We just kind of, in fact, no, to save time, because we have talked about this before, I will take questions from chat. You guys can also ask the other 2 questions. If you've got questions for each other, let's just ask questions. Hard to show off all 3 at the same time. But yeah, I mean, let me just start by looking at the trends on the lists. That is the wrong one. That is not, what am I doing? Mine's over here. Okay.
At least we all agree Walden Forest solidly higher up.
FNaF 1 could be better. Pretty good with major flaws. I didn't name my tiers because I couldn't think of anything. I gave it A tier. The thing about FNaF 1 is that I feel like it fulfills almost its full potential, because its potential is limited compared to later games. Like, it's overall a smaller game, so there is less replayability, but out of what it could do, it did do. And something I should clarify, and this goes for all tier lists, okay? Context is a factor. I don't think it's fair to judge a game like FNaF 1 against its future games. It's like, well, you know, it doesn't have an extras menu is not a valid criticism, because there was no precedent set for that. That didn't exist yet.
Yeah.
However, FNaF, 2, having, a worse gameplay loop, and comparing that to one, I think is absolutely fair, because there was a precedent set, it came before. It's like, you can compare games to what came before, but not after. Does this create nostalgia bias towards older games? Maybe. I don't know. I'm gonna let you judge. So, yeah. So I think we all agree FNaF 1's, like, good, but it's not anything outstanding.
Yeah, my take on FNaF 1 is that once you know how everything works, or even once you know how most of it works, like on a second playthrough, it loses an absolute ton of its punch. But for a first-time player, I think it's a perfectly crafted indie horror game. Like, I literally do not think you can get a better first-time experience from a horror game. But cracks start to show when you look deeper.
What about you, Swim? Anything? If you have nothing to add, that's fine. Yeah.
For me, after a while, the mechanics feel a bit stale. Like, And just how long the nights are, it gets a bit annoying. So that's why.
Yeah.
No.
After
will
the first
say-
playthrough, it's just carpal tunnel simulator. It really is.
Well, this is the
Yeah.
thing, right? Like, I don't think it's really a game that's meant to be replayed. I can excuse, and this goes for all max modes, I think I can excuse max modes being kind of crap, because almost all the time they're not actually designed to be possible. There are exceptions, but we'll get to that. And you know, Freddy is busted above AI level 10, but other than that, in terms of the actual mechanics, the game balance, the loop, yeah, the max mode is carpal tunnel simulator. Like, I struggle with that because it aches my wrist, not because it's actually challenging. Yeah, it's once you've finished and played through it, once you've beaten the max mode, there's nothing there for you. Green running's a cool thing, which I only recently discovered relatively as a thing, and that actually got me back playing FNaF 1. But other than that, like, it's self-imposed challenges, I guess. Alright. FNaF 2, let's not waste any time, although let me catch up with chat first. I'm sorry, I gotta check chat between. But yes, I will talk about each game in order, guys. We'll talk about SL above 2. But yeah, you're not supposed to play FNaF for 50 hours. Like, overall, like, 9 years now, I've played FNaF 1 for a combined total of, like, 30 hours, and I feel like that's way too much. Some people are in the hundreds.
Yeah, I have
like
well over
50
100,
hours.
and yeah, I'll admit that it's, like, not supposed to be played that much, that is for sure.
The thing is, you've, like, made videos and stuff, right? So you need the footage for it, and you've been, like, experimenting with strategies and that kind of thing. Like, that's what you guys do. If I did the same kind of thing, obviously I would probably have that kind of playtime as well. Insta's got a QOTD. Oh, I'm looking forward to this. This is getting spicy. Okay, guys, we are counting everything. So sister location includes the custom night. FNaF 4 includes the Halloween edition. They're not separate. Better tier list. Okay, FNaF 2. I put in C tier. Scott said broken on a fundamental level. Swim said works badly. Alright. I mean, the others are going to have a lot more to say about this than I do. All I have to say is that I think in concept the mechanics are good. I think the thing is they're not explained. They're inconsistent. Toy Bonnie is busted for no reason. And despite AI caps, the difficulty curve is kind of tough. It's like Pop Goes, the original Pop Goes. Night 1 is really hard compared to most other Night 1s. And it just goes up slightly until the Night 6, which is just nuts. And again, like, barely anything's explained. I don't know, like, I don't hate it. Well, the earlier nights, but, well, you know what, I think the others need to speak about this. Who wants to go first?
I'll go first. Like, the main problem with it is, it's so reliant on the music box that it takes any enjoyment out of it. And you've got, on top of that, Toy Bonnie just, like, can, in theory, spend forever in that vent. And then there's Foxy, who's just so broken that his AI had to be capped.
And he's still broken on, like, the higher difficulties. You can get into unwinnable situations. How about we do this in order, right? Because, like, that's the order you guys listen to. We go me, then Swim, and then Ethan if he's here, and then Scott goes last, because we all know his opinion's probably the most valuable. Alright, but if that's all you got to say, Swim, let's hear it from the Academy, man.
Okay, so FNaF 2, there's a lot that I can say about why this game isn't good. Like, I can break it down in so many different ways, but basically what it comes down to for me most is there are so many characters, right? There are 11 main characters, and they all do the same thing, except for 2. That's horrible game, like, that's actually horrible game design, just, like, right off the bat. But on top of it, everything about this game feels rushed. Balloon Boy is not mentioned in the phone call. Certain mechanics are not explained well. The AI is very badly programmed. Obviously, Toy Bonnie is a huge problem, and then Foxy can apparently overclock his AI at the wrong time. The music box is probably the worst mechanic I've ever seen, to the point where fan game creators actively avoid trying to implement one. The gameplay loop does not flow well. It's just, I don't know. It is generally a disaster, I guess is the best way I can put it. I can go into like so many different things that are wrong with this game, but really it all comes down to it being rushed really, really badly.
Yeah. This is the thing. FNaF 2 is a rushed game, And this is part of the whole thing. After security breach, right, there was this whole movement to go back and to look at FNaF and its history because there hadn't been a new game in like a long time. How good were these games actually in comparison to what's happening now? And I think
really
that's when
weren't that good.
people really started discovering, hang on, FNaF 2's gameplay is way worse because it was rushed so much more than pretty much all the other games. And I should clarify, I don't know about you guys, but I am definitely judging, my final judgment on these games is of the newest version. So with all the patches and updates and whatever put in mind. That's why FNaF World isn't as low, because FNaF World was also very rushed. It was probably worse than 2 when it was first released, but I wasn't there for it, so...
That's why
same for me.
Which is higher up on mine, because when I played the original patch, it was terrible. And then I actually like it a lot now.
Alright, I don't want to, like, slow down for a moment, because there's so much to get through, so we're just going to keep this train rolling. FNaF 3! Matthew, why did you put FNaF 3 in S tier for the gameplay list? Alright, I'm going to be honest. I think FNaF 3's gameplay is perfect. There are other things holding it back from being S tier overall. So the thing about FNaF 3 is that it fixed the issue from the first 2 games of the cameras. Every single camera is useful. Some more than others, definitely. But it's balanced in that sense. I think the way the phantoms operate and intertwine with where the vents are, where Springtrap can move, the audio lure system, the lack of doors and mask, I think it's perfect. I wouldn't change anything about the game because I think you could debate what the best strategy really is. Like I'm one of the people who's like, it's either cam 6 or 7, which is the best place to keep Springtrap, generally speaking. I think it's 6, but like, you know, there's no singular way of playing it. It doesn't force you down a path. There are options, and it is a thoughtful game. Unlike FNaF 1, at least its high modes, and FNaF 2, where you're just kind of doing the same thing over and over and over, and just trying to be consistent and get this pattern down, find skills being tested. FNaF 3 actually makes you think. You have to be making conscious thoughts and decisions as the night progresses in order to succeed. And I think it's overlooked because some people just don't rate FNaF that highly. It has other problems, I guess. But like for me, I think the gameplay is absolutely spot on. There's also like the minigames. I think getting the good ending is kind of ridiculous. There's like 1 or 2 parts of the gameplay for getting that ending, which are silly. But I don't think it's enough to push it out of the S rank for me. And that's pretty much all there is to say. The max mode is unfair. I will say the one mode which I haven't beaten in FNaF 3, is of course Nightmare Aggressive only, because it is pure RNG. Springtrap goes so fast, you just, like, it's kind of luck of the draw whether you keep up with him. But, like, that goes with the territory. That's what all max modes are like, pretty much. FNaF 1, FNaF 2, they weren't designed to be possible. The 4th star, I believe, was only added after Markiplier beat it. I might be thinking of a different game, but I don't know. For me, that's not enough to put it out of S rank. Tell me why I'm wrong, Swim. Okay, you put it in works well. Okay.
I put it in works well because, like, for me, NAO drags it down a lot.
Okay, fair enough.
It can get a bit repetitive, but I'd say not as bad as 1 and 2. But overall, I'd say it's pretty solid. I like how it introduced the 2 different endings and the mini games and stuff, which are like good ending is really fun to go and get, in my opinion.
I think when you know what to do, first time not so much, but like I only ever got it by finding a guide. It was fun for me, but I don't know if that was the same for everyone.
But yeah, Springtrap can be a bit busted sometimes, which is a bit annoying.
Okay. Scott, what about you? You also put it pretty good with major flaws.
Yeah, so I agree with a lot of what you guys are saying. I've viewed FNaF 3 a bit more favorably recently because I think its gameplay is pretty impressive. And I don't know, I think that Springtrap is a brilliant idea, okay? Like, I think that how he works is probably the best designed animatronic in the series, even. But the problem with that is certain things in how his AI is coded, such as the fact that you can technically just beat the knight by flipping the monitor over and over while he's right next to it. Like, that alone kind of drags it down for me just because of how broken he can be. But in addition to that, I don't think the Phantoms are utilized very well. I think they could have been used a lot better to work in conjunction with Springtrap, and that's a big thing. And in general, while Springtrap himself is excellent, I think the gameplay is very slow-paced compared to what it could have been. And you spend a lot of time just waiting for stuff to happen, waiting for Springtrap to move rooms, waiting for your system to reboot, waiting for Phantom Freddy to get past a window, whatever. It just feels very slow-paced and like you're waiting for stuff to happen a lot. But Springtrap is by far the strongest part of it.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. You're right. I completely forgot to mention this. For me, the whole maintenance panel thing of the reboot, those moments are always tense for me. I get quite on edge waiting for it to like hurry up because I know Springtrap's going to be moving. But especially on earlier nights, yeah, it can be slow. And the Phantoms, the thing is, I think mechanically the Phantoms are fine. I like that they disable select systems and they appear in select cameras and all that. But the Phantoms are probably the worst part of the game for like atmospheric reasons, which is a different tier list. Not strictly gameplay by my criteria, but yeah, it's a bit of a shame. They really weren't, I don't know, they feel like slapped on.
Yeah.
Alright.
I feel like they could have been much more unique from each other is my last thoughts on it.
Yes. Yeah. I think we agree about FNaF 3. It's just that I don't put as much weight on things like the glitch you described where you can just flip the monitor. I literally had no idea that was a thing until a year ago. To be honest, that's such a niche thing. I don't know. I never would have come into my mind. And also, the max mode, you don't get anything for beating it other than a star. You've already gotten all of the story. You've already unlocked all of the playable stuff. So I don't think it's that important that it's a kind of crap, because it's you've got the nightmare mode, the newspaper for being a regular nightmare mode. But yeah, absolutely valid.
Yeah, fair enough.
Because this is the thing, guys. It's not just a matter of agree or disagree. It's a matter of what we prioritize. When it comes to overall games ranking, if you favor gameplay over story, that's going to affect it, even if you actually agree about someone else who has a different tier list. For anyway, alright, let's talk about FNaF 4. So gameplay for FNaF 4,
yes,
A tier for me. And just to compare with the other guys briefly, we got best and actually plays like a functional game. So it's in S tier for the other two, which is why, I guess... Alright, so you two are probably going to have similar things. I already kind of know what you're going to say. That's the thing, we know each other, we know what we're going to say. So for me, FNaF 4, I wouldn't put it in S tier for gameplay. I do think it's really good. It is arguably like FNaF 1, but better. You could argue the whole breathing gimmick is a cheap trick. But I think jump scares as a concept are a cheap trick. And they work fine in this franchise. Wow. Do they? Yeah, sorry, I'm not writing any notes for this. Okay, FNaF 4 though. The thing is, I didn't know what the breathing sounded like for 6 years. And I think that's one of the major problems with it. It's the breathing doesn't sound like breathing, and you gotta be brave. You gotta push through the fear and just play it to learn what that sounds like. But aside from that, when you actually know what to do and you're actually playing with the mechanics, not only is it much easier and more balanced than the likes of FNaF 2, it plays really friggin' well. The mechanics otherwise are perfectly explained with the tooltips, except for Fredbear. But I think Fredbear's mechanics are intuitive enough with what you already know that you don't need an explanation of it. And the fact that he appears at random really enhances that whole sequence of the game. The game loop otherwise is fine. I think it's perfect. It's tense, it's scary, it's well paced, you're always doing something, you're always on edge. The amount of threats and the different skills being used, you're kind of, waiting in the doorway, the listening thing, and obviously your reaction time and kind of strategy. There's all these things in it. But I wouldn't put it in S tier because of some of the higher challenges. I think Nightmare Mode, Night 8, and Mad Freddy are just unfair. There are unwinnable situations in both. And, it's only really the absolute highest modes. But this isn't the case of with FNaF 2 where it's just one night. This is one of the challenges and one of the nights. I don't know. I beat Night 8, but it was an absolute fluke. I don't know how I did that, to be honest. It was pure RNG. So I don't think it's perfect. I think if Nightmare and Mad Freddy were a bit less unfair, I would give this S rank. But I don't know. Maybe that's a bit nitpicky. What do you think, Swim?
So for me, like, it's S because I'd say all the mechanics in the game are pretty groundbreaking for the series. Like, the listening, we haven't had something quite that good since then. And I'd say the Freddles are good. And Foxy and Fredbear. The only thing that's annoying is Nightmare.
I mean, I've seen many times on Shrine of Amidst people, like, putting him next to Toy Freddy and you seeing him being like, bitch, I hate this guy. He totally killed me at 5 a.m. again. Alright, Scott, let's hear it.
So, I've never had a problem with Nightmare outside of blind mode, actually, which is
Really?
why I
Okay.
find this kind of interesting. I don't know what... I think, like, if you find the right rhythm and you're able to go fast enough, you can counter him at all times on Night 8.
It's just a skill
but
issue.
it is just... It is a tough thing to do, for sure. And I can see why people had a lot of problems with Nightmare, because I had a lot of problems with him when I first started attempting Night 8, and then at some point it just clicked and I had no trouble with him anymore. I'm going to be mostly repeating myself for the rest of this, because obviously I did make a video essay on this, but I think FNaF 4, honestly, is the only other game that's come close to FNaF 1 in terms of being a really, really, like, insanely well-made horror game when it comes to a first playthrough. I briefly touched on this in my video essay, but I think on a first playthrough, I honestly think it can go toe-to-toe with Resident Evil 7 at points. Like, that's just how effective the sound design and the atmosphere is.
Yeah.
And
I mean, it comes together.
It's balanced. Yeah, it's just balanced on top of that for the most part compared to pretty much every other game with, like, rare exceptions.
Well, maybe Nightmare's not as unfair as I've been made to believe. Because the thing is, guys, what we're talking about is fairness. If something's, like, super difficult that only a few people can do it, but it's, like, actually fair and based on skill and not random chance, I mean, that's... I wouldn't consider that a bad thing. Especially if it's one of the end game challenges. We're talking about one of the absolute highest level challenges of the game here. You should watch this video if you haven't already. Excellent video essay. FNaF 4 is underrated and overhated. It has been for a long time because it was poorly received in the context of when it released. People were having FNaF fatigue, but if you look at it on its own, it's like one of the best games. In that case, yeah, the whole Mad Freddy being a bit unfair is just like one little thing then. I don't know. I feel like this game walks the line between both, like, not explaining things, but still being, like, fair. I don't know, it's...
Yeah.
None of the
Mad
other
Freddy
games have done that.
Mad Freddy's never been that much of an issue with me. Also, I've not played the game since this, but apparently the game is, like, very exploitable now, where you can just beat it without sound, apparently. So that may be a detriment to some people, but,
Dude,
like,
the
it makes blind
exploits
mode...
people are finding is crazy.
It makes blind mode a hell of a lot easier, I can tell you that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Awesome.
Like, with Mad Freddy, I've never found the problem to be Freddy. I found it Bonnie and Chica, because if you're not quick enough, they'll just
Oh, well,
get
that's
you.
the thing. Sorry, I'm not being specific enough. So, Freddy's aggression means you don't have enough time to deal with Bonnie and Chica properly, and it's basically random chance if they get you or not.
Yeah, with this new exploit, you can just break that, though. I'm gonna try this out, like, very soon, by the way. I'll be going on FNaF 4 and trying to, like, master this, because I'm going to do a marathon soon, and I've also been talking to Manaxa, who's working on a part 2 of his, like, history of FNaF Max Mode Strategies video.
That would be interesting. I'll definitely check that out. Alright. So, next up is FNaF World. Matthew, where's FNaF World in S rank? I have to be really careful what I put in S rank, because no matter what, someone will be pissed off. But no, jokes aside, FNaF World's hard to compare to the other games, obviously, because it is very different. So maybe take this ranking with a grain of salt, because I was really just trying to think about how the game itself works, and the game's own aims and goals and kind of style, which is different to FNaF. Like, I'm not going to compare it on, you know, resource management. Although, actually, there is resource management in this game. But, like, not the same kind of game loop. The thing about FNaF World is that I basically just didn't have any problems with it. I thought the progression was mostly, like, really good and balanced. There's a bit of a jump with, like, Lydigear Lake, but it's not something that's really a problem for a first playthrough. Now that I think about it, I think I should have put it in A, because here's the thing, like, I love, the combat system, I love the exploration of the world, all the boss fights, all the chips, the bites, the party, there's so many layers that adds kind of, complexity to kind of how you play through the game, but the thing is, if you really boil it down, you always end up using the same characters, chips, and bites, because the progress is very linear. And it's like, once you've hit the ceiling of having the best characters and the best chips and the best bites optimized for each boss fight or overall thing, it's like, you can't really improve from there. I feel like actually maybe this should go in A, because it wasn't really like a problem, but it's like, there's a lot of characters that are just redundant as soon as you have the next better thing. Update 2 definitely lifts this game though, like, all the different mini-games, some of them weren't that interesting. Like Foxy.exe, although I still like that, but like Freddy in Space, Chica's Magic Rainbow, and the whole plot twist boss fight at the end was marvelous. And I like the new characters being overpowered. I thought it was just fun. So I don't know, like FNaF World gameplay, I mean, there's all the endings as well. Like, man, so many endings. I love that you can explore and do different things in the game loop and find all these secrets and get these at different endings. I don't know, what did you guys put? Swim, you put it in the best.
Yeah, so thing with FNaF World is it was the most fun I'd had in a FNaF playthrough ever. So the only problem I really had with the game was once you got most of the characters, grinding for say the last one is an absolute pain.
Oh,
like,
true, yeah.
Like, I spent hours trying to get Nightmare, and I still haven't got it, by the way.
Oh man, really?
Yeah,
oh,
it's
no.
just annoying.
Actually, I remember Super Mario DJ, he spent like 3 live streams, like 6 hours total or something, trying to get Nightmare, like Adventure Nightmare. Took ages. It's like
Yeah.
one character left, took him ages. Yeah.
But like, yeah, update 2 really fun, Freddy in Space and stuff. And I think it's just a fun, refreshing game from like all the Office gameplay and stuff you'd had in the 4 games prior.
Yeah. Again, I think this game aged well. Like, it improved with Update 2. Its perception improved when people kind of looked at it objectively. Alright,
Yeah.
Scott, what about you? You put it in really fun but not perfect. Let's hear some criticism.
Yeah. I don't know. Honestly, I love the game. I probably also have never had a better time with a first playthrough of a FNaF game ever. Like, I really can't think of one.
Not even Help Wanted? Or
Probably not quite Help Wanted. Yeah.
Okay.
FNaF World is just, like, it was something I revisited every year, and it was super fun every single time. I've always loved the game. And this is coming from someone who does not like RPGs very much, by the way. They're one of my least favorite genres. I think they're overhyped. This has got me in a lot of arguments before, because a lot of people don't share that opinion, and it probably is flawed because I haven't played many of them at all. But FNaF World, I think, is just fun in the purest sense possible. It does have some problems, I think, like the fact that it does take 4 hours sometimes to get a single character, and it's just running around back in circles. I don't like that. I don't like the grinding aspect of it. But that's just kind of a thing with most RPGs, and that's really the only issue I have of it, I think, is that it doesn't quite feel like it belongs in the FNaF franchise. It's kind of flawed as far as RPG mechanics go, and it was overall just people are still trying to figure out what it even meant to this day. Like, whether the clock ending is supposed to be a metaphor for something. But besides that, I think the game is just incredibly fun in the best way.
Yeah. Like, it's just a nice, fun game. I think FNaF World's not a game to take too seriously.
Yeah.
But yeah, just catch up with chat, because we are seeing some very interesting things on here. Good FNaF game, not that great as an RPG. To be fair, right, I don't really play RPGs that much. I think even, like, genres are kind of fluid. Like, there's a lot of sub-genres within RPG, and a lot of different ways you can have an RPG. I'm not sure what I've played that would count as an RPG. So yeah, that's probably fair. Again, weird mix of turn-based and time-based, kind of sucks ass as an RPG gameplay-wise. As an avid FNaF World hater, Chica's Magic Rainbow was something special. The thing is, guys, Chica's Magic Rainbow is intended to be annoying and obnoxious, and it does that in the most effective way possible. I can't fault it. That's the thing, though, right? Because, like, as you get towards the end of the game, it's more just about attacking as quickly as possible, and you can only read them while you're in the combat, so it's like, again, the menus don't, there should have been, like, info pages. You don't have time to, like, understand what they really are, and then also, you're just spamming gift boxes when it gets to, like, Pinwheel Circus onwards. So, yeah, I don't know, yeah, maybe I feel like I should have moved that a tier down, but I didn't really think about it as much, because it's hard to compare. Alright. Well, let's move on to everybody's favorite. Alright, so you wanted to hear about Sister Location, okay? Gameplay-wise, I put it in B tier. This was kind of difficult because I've heard a lot of extreme opinions, shall I say, on this game. So the base game, the main Five Nights, mechanically, in terms of like the fairness of the challenge and the kind of like fun of the game loop, I didn't really hate any of it. I thought Night 2 was excellent. I love the breaker room sequence. I love going to the war gallery. Night 3 was a bit frustrating because of the sheer skill you need to tap Bonbon's nose, but it was fair. However, Night 4 is where this game starts showing its issues because, well, I mean, with gameplay specifically, because the difficulty curve of this game is probably the worst out of the entire franchise. I think it's worse than FNaF 2's because it zigzags all over the place. There's a random difficulty spike for no reason with Night 4. And I feel like what would have really worked for this game is something like a survival mode or challenge mode from the Joy of Creation where you play back through it and it's like a new game plus. It's like everything's a bit more difficult, you know, AI's changed. But yeah, FNaF 4 is just not completely unfair. I mean, it's obviously possible, but like, on a first playthrough, you are stuck. You are gonna be stuck there. It is a meme on, like, you know, Scott's server. It's like, hello server, how do I beat SL Night 4? Like, that's how bad it is.
Yeah, I'll put in the group chat what I think of whenever I praise SL. Yeah,
yeah, exactly. There it is, guys. Very, very good, very good. But yeah, and as a result, Night 5 is just underwhelming. And then there's the private room, and the private room honestly is already kind of unfair with the restrictions on power and the random chance of silent movements from Ennard. They're really annoying. I've really struggled with it every time I played. I think these two things are probably the reason why I have like over 70 hours in Sister Location. Even I'm like, how do I have this many hours? It's because of these two nights. I got stuck in them. Anyway, the private room wouldn't be so bad if it wasn't for the checkpoints in this game. They suck. You get killed by Ennard, you are sent all the way back to the primary control module, and you have to walk through, deal with Baby and the keypad again, walk back. It's frustrating. It is tedious. However, all of this and so might be COD tier, but then there's the custom night, and oh well, I actually skipped the minigame. The minigame is difficult, but it's fine. But like the custom night, I think you could argue it carries this game in some ways. I think FNaF is a thing for improving itself with DLCs and updates. There hasn't really been a bad one. Sister Location Custom Night goes back to the OG FNaF formula, but it is so refined. It was like the first thing it introduced more creative game mechanics, more unique game mechanics. Having voice lines be an indication of something, have, you know, unique sounds, and kind of behaviors. It's hard to explain. Like LOLbit. Tapping LOL, you wouldn't have anything like that in the first 4 games. The first 4, it was always, you know, doors, cameras, lights, mask, music box, audio lure. It was always, like, fairly grounded. Sister Location, you know, as much as I'm ambivalent in the whole sci-fi thing, like, the custom I got creative, and it's really balanced. I know there was a patch for, like, the max mode, but, like, it's a max mode. It's one night. So yeah, that's why I give it B tier. I think it's a mixed bag. Swim, I've said a lot. What about you? Works well with FNaF 3.
Yeah, you pretty much summed up what I think of it. Like, custom night hard carries, but I really like Night 2 in the private room a lot. But, like, the baby keypad on console is so annoying.
Well, I'm not even acknowledging ports yet. Like, yeah, I mean...
Yeah. So it makes it annoying.
Imagine it on mobile. I know the buttons are probably enlarged, but still. Yeah, I've been told by Ethan that pretty much all of the mobile ports suck, except like 1, 3, and Pizza Sim. And Pizza Sim's the only one I've played. Well, new mobile ports. I actually did play the old mobile of 1, 2, and 3 way back in the day. Also, just seeing chat. Con and Bren, welcome to the stream. There are mods that fix it. Ooh, that's nice. Also, yeah, String Cheese, welcome to the stream. Yeah, it is dumb. It is dumb. To this day, Thanos is still not beating SL Knight 4. Oh, yeah, the GIF. Biggest missed potential in any game ever. Okay, that's a bit absurd. I think there are a lot more games with missed potential than SL. Scott, it's your turn. Where'd you put it? Really fun, but not perfect. Okay.
Yeah, this is a game that I held in extremely high regard for a really long time. I actually put it on the same level as Help Wanted and FNaF 4, like in my previous tier list.
I remember you saying, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I was a massive fan of everything in this game. And then I replayed it at the end of last year, and I tried to speedrun the main game, and I realized that, oh my god, this thing is awful to play multiple times in a row, especially if you don't know what's happening and you're trying to rush through it. There's many problems, I think, on night 2. Actually, throughout the whole main game. Ballora and Funtime Foxy can both be cheesed by just spamming W and Shift over and over at the right time, so that's interesting.
Oh yeah, this is a thing. I recently learned about this.
Yeah, Funtime Freddy is fine, I guess. He seems very RNG dependent and kind of like he just is bugging out at the weirdest times. Night 3, I guess, aside from Funtime Foxy being cheesable, isn't that bad. Night 4 is awfully explained, but I have no issue with it. I've not died to it in like 2 years, I think, just because of how much I practiced it. I can do it every time, dude, including like, the pre-patch version. Yeah. I don't know what people are complaining about anymore. Like, I get it because it was tough on the first playthrough, but like, I don't even come close to dying on it.
Yeah, that's how I
think you're just good at the game. Do you not sense the difficulty though? Like having to focus more.
It's 100% skill-based is the thing. Like, if you know what you're doing with the intervals even a little bit, like, there's no luck involved whatsoever.
Bro, no one knows about intervals. That's not explained in the game.
Yeah, fair enough. It's
like
it's horribly explained.
What do you expect? I mean, okay, so to be fair, guys, like, I'm not judging only on first playthrough, but yeah, I don't know. Like, anything with intervals is way too deep for me to factor into my ranking. I mean, fair enough, but like, I don't know. What was I... You finish what you were saying.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. I think Entered is really creative and a really good addition to Night 5. It's probably my favorite part of the main game. And then the Custom Night, I think, is just immaculately well designed. I think it could be better atmosphere-wise, but it's insanely balanced. SL 1020 is fun but stressful, and it feels fair all the way through. And I think a lot of fan games like Animator's Hell and other games like that actually have, like, they owe a lot, I think, to Sister Location Custom Night, because, like you said, Matt, it's like the first one that started using voice lines to signal attacks and, like, all these unique mechanics and pop-ups and all this. Those games, I think, really owe a lot.
Clicking the nose of Bonnet, like, yeah, it started putting, getting experimental, and it worked.
Yeah, so I still like it, just not nearly as much as I used to, because there are definite flaws all throughout the main game.
Yeah, I should definitely clarify. Entered Night is excellent. I just think the night itself being difficult to find, but I just think, like, the checkpoints really ruin it. I think, like, the power being tight as it is isn't the worst thing. It's like the little random chance of a silent movement. But yeah, no, the way it blends, like, the previous 4 game stuff, there's, like, listening, there's vents, it's great. But yeah, alright, well, that's just the location. Got chat, if you got questions, all you gotta do is ask.
I'm looking forward to this next one.
Alright, Swim, alright, so Pizza Sim in A tier. So I'll be honest, I did used to put this in S tier, but I've realised a few things recently, because I actually have had a lot of criticism. So, Pizza Sim, the thing about a lot of games like FNaF World, or even the overall franchise, is that if you're not a fan of the genre, you're not gonna like it anyways. At least, usually. A lot of people don't like FNaF because to them it's boring, it repeats, and that's fine. It's not your kind of game. If you don't enjoy sit and survive, horror, arcade game, whatever, fine. But, I did enjoy the Tycoon. There could have been more to it, but it didn't need anything more. I thought it was a nice mix of mini-games and the whole, system, the whole 5 stats. You got, entertainment, atmosphere, bonus revenue, liability, and health and safety. Not in that order, but you know, like the way it laid that out in the intro. Again, I actually didn't mention this with sister location, but it does explain pretty clearly what you need to do on like nights 2, 3, and 5. I feel like, so I didn't have a problem with it in that regard. But yeah, with Pizza Sim, I never have a problem understanding what to do. I thought the Tycoon was fine. The office section, is one of the few night sections of FNaF where, again, it's like there's not one set thing you need to do. I think FNaF 4 made that work really well, actually, just because it was so tense. But with Pizza Sim, again, it hands you a bunch of tools, it tells you how everything works, and it's like FNaF 3. There is not one, single way you have to do things. You have options. And that kind of room and like open game design I really like. The fact it uses sound cues again is like nice and scary, and the fact that it completely inverts one of the like staples of the franchise by just taking away 6 a.m. and instead having it so the night will only end when you have done your tasks. So now the length of the night is dependent on you, and again it adds more player agency and control, but it manages still to be terrifying. And then there's the salvages, which are a really cool addition just in general. But why isn't it S tier? Well, the office section, all the characters do the exact same thing, and I never thought this was a problem, but to be honest, it does make you wonder what could have been if they actually had unique behaviors. What if like there was a silent character who you could see in the vents instead? Just little things like that. Again, with FNaF 2, for example, if you get really granular, actually, like, Toy Bonnie and Toy Chica do behave differently to Withered Bonnie and Withered Chica. Even if it was a difference that minute, I would have been fine with it. But the real problem, which you only recently realised, is that there is not a 1%, not a 5%, but a 10% chance of an unwinnable situation if you're one of the later nights and they're all around you and you've got everything turned off and you're looking into one of the vents. There's a 10% chance you can just be killed by RNG. And, like, I did not realise how high that actually was. That's kind of not balanced well. And also, I think the salvages have a bit of a missed opportunity because, like, what you actually mark down on the paper doesn't affect anything, and I feel like that should have been important. Like, it just, like all you gotta do is, like, flip it. I don't know, it's kind of silly. But, the whole, you only get 3 zaps, and, like, there's visual changes, and there's, like, audio, and, I don't know, I thought that was all good. It's only got a few issues, in my opinion, but like it's not perfect. Swear military.
Right. So, for me, the Office gameplay is the most boring thing in the whole franchise. It's just not good.
Oh man! All right.
Like,
Yeah,
why?
I'm glad that you put some praise in here, Matt, because Swim hates this, and I think it's overrated. Like, as
No,
far
but this
as
is
gameplay
good.
goes.
This is good. We're getting different opinions. I love it. Please tell me more.
yeah, like so with The Office, and this is not a joke. When I first played FNaF 6, the completion ending took me about half an hour on like night 6.
Oh,
No,
I thought you
yeah,
said
I
half
was
an hour
a
in
noob,
total. I was like, what?
Like, yeah.
Hmm.
Then the salvage, I find it was just terribly explained. Like, there's this one mechanic where you can hear like a clicking or whirly noise. It's quite quiet, and if you don't zap the animatronic while that's happening, you're gonna die. And Henry mentions nothing about it. And then with the Tycoon, I just find it underwhelming. And the thing is, the amount of times I'm blacklisted with the risk I got fucked over, like, I spent about 3 hours of failed attempts on that. So, yeah, very negative impact on my thoughts of the game. And, like, bankruptcy, that can take you. I'm pretty sure our friend Zach, he did it, like 15 attempts on it and still didn't get it.
Yikes. I knew the RNG was bad for Blacklisted, but that bad? Oof, I got it in like 2 or 3. Maybe I'm just lucky with this game. Because, yeah, Blacklisted is like the most RNG ending for sure.
Yeah.
Do you enjoy Tycoon games as a genre, though?
I like Tycoon Sons a lot.
Okay, so yeah, no, it is the game and not like just the genre. Because
Yeah.
Tycoon Sons, you could argue that basically did Pizza Sim but better. That
Yeah,
game is solid. Okay.
Like I know the custom mode is meant to be really hard, but the main game is S tier for me. I really enjoyed it.
All right. Is that what you've got to say about Pizza Sim? I want to make sure you're done.
Yes, I am finished.
All
I
right,
want to move on.
Scotty boy. Clear redeeming qualities, but weak. It's on its own in what is basically C tier. I don't know. Tell me, what do you think?
Yeah, I'd say C tier, I guess. I don't know. So this game, I don't know. I feel like you already know what I'm gonna criticize about the office sections. All of the threats act the exact same. It can take forever or be completely RNG dependent, depending on which strategy you decide to use. But one of those two things is going to happen. I feel like a lot of the office is, again, like most of this series, not very well explained at all. And I feel like the whole task-based thing was actually done better by Sister Location. I feel like it was a lot more tense in that regard and less annoying. Overall, I just find the Office sections to be the absolute worst Office gameplay that this series has ever had to offer, and that drags it down a lot for me. The Tycoon part, I did enjoy decently well, but I've never seen it as like a massive selling point of the game, and I'm fine with Tycoon games. I grew up playing Cookie Clicker and Adventure Capitalist and stuff like that. I enjoyed it. Yeah. But the Tycoon segment, while decently enjoyable, like Midnight Motorist is absolutely peak, as well as
Ooh.
Soundtrack. Yeah, I'll give you that. But aside from that, I didn't really enjoy the Tycoon segment a whole bunch rather. And the salvages, for the most part, are like almost entirely useless. Also, whether you win or fail, assuming you're going for the completion ending, or even just most endings. I don't know. It's just there's so much that could be improved here, and I think making the threats unique and just overall making the office section much better would be a huge start. But yeah, there's many things wrong with this game, but I do think it has some redeeming qualities. The Tycoon is fun, and I do think the office can be scary at times with the right atmosphere.
Okay, yeah. And there's a lot to say when we get to like the fear factor, like scariness tier list. I know we're taking our sweet time on this one, guys, but trust me, we'll get to the next one. I'm doing like the slowest ones first. Yeah, that's fair enough. I never had a problem with understanding what to do, but like, that's just me. I mean,
yeah, well, doing the tasks and stuff, sure. I meant
you
more like
definitely
the,
could argue.
specifics.
I only partly agree with this, but you could absolutely could argue it's like 3 games in one, but because it's 3 whole games in one, they're all watered down.
Yeah,
if it had just been The Office, it would have been better, right? The Tycoon for me is clearly the focus of the game. That is like the meatiest portion of the game. I think that's like the service level, and then like the salvages are kind of bonus. But with the RNG, with Risk, because it doesn't work how it presents itself. Ethan's explained this to me. I do think the salvages are important, because what they do is that they guarantee that you've got the animatronic inside or out. You have full control over the Tycoon. What happens there, it's risk-reward, it's action and consequence, it's all on you. But yeah, no, it's definitely got problems. Interesting. I'm just going to catch up with chat, because there's actually quite a few things people have said. So, we've got a couple QOTDs. I asked you guys, what is your strongest and most unpopular opinion regarding FNaF, your hottest take? And Insta said, Help Wanted is overrated. Though I've played it a lot, we can judge it off my first playthrough. Non-VR, I found an overall of 20 glitches and 10 were in VR. Those are first playthroughs. After trying to add something special to Ambience's guides and make it easy for everyone, I've uncovered 97 more, totaling 127,
right.
70 of which are soft locks or instant deaths. I did not know this. Not to mention that some of the menu doesn't work and crash your game. The gameplay is either very easy or very hard. The AIs are abusable at least, and it's hilarious how much can be fixed. Interesting. We're going to have an interesting conversation when we get to Help Wanted.
I will mention this when we get to Help Wanted, but as much as I praise this game, FNaF 3 and Night Terrors will completely implode if you try to like deviate from what the game wants you to do at all. It is so unstable.
Yeah.
We also got a QOTD from Supersol who said, voice acting made FNaF worse. Where is he getting these hot takes from? Supersol, you can't just win like this.
Wait,
Good
what?
Lord, I've never heard anyone say this. He might be trolling.
But voice acting was in from the first game. I don't understand that.
Technically, yeah. He says, not the talent of the voice actors themselves are a problem, obviously, they did great, but the fact there is voice acting at all in FNaF feels wrong. The animatronics not having voices really helps with the atmosphere, but now every time you do anything, you hear some random animatronic whispering the now mediocre story in your ears. I honestly think the voice acting gives the animatronics too much personality, and it barely feels like FNaF at that point when the threats talk to you so much. That's definitely a problem with at least one game, but wow, I can't see any defense of that. That is a hot take. I respect it though. Like, this is the thing in Pizza Sim. This is the first game where well, they talked a lot in Sister Location, but it's like the custom night is kind of a bonus non-canon thing, and for me personally, I like it. Never took me out of the game with like the voice lines in Sister Location and Pizza Sim. Like, you would occasionally hear a voice. I think the best part is when they get you after the game over and they say something, because obviously they're close to you, and this worked well for Ultimate Custom Night, which wasn't even meant to be an immersive horror experience anyways. But yeah, it's weird, because I was playing the mobile port of Pizza Sim, and I was like, man, they are talking so much. This is actually kind of taking away from the immersion. I don't remember it being this bad on PC. Maybe I need to replay it. I did play it recently. Anyway, sorry, I'm just catching up with chat. FNaF 4 is just ear rape, not scary. Hard disagree based on experience. But yeah, oh yeah, Insta. I was told by Ethan, I think, switching off the fans reduces the chances of being killed by 40%. Switching off the computer reduces it by 40%. So there's a 90% chance you won't be killed when everything is turned off in Pizza Sim. So it's 10% chance of an unwinnable situation. Is that not correct? I thought it was 10%. It doesn't feel like it, to be fair. Maybe I've just gotten lucky, though. Iron Warrior, hello, welcome to the stream. Chaotic Silver, you don't have strong opinions? You sure? Conan, I can't believe you included FNaF 1 in maybe sucking, but okay. But yeah, I mean, there's a lot of voice acting since the first game. Technically, it started with FNaF World Update 2 in terms of, like, hired voice actors. I assume that's what you mean, but, yeah. Honestly, I will say, when UCM first released, I did find it weird that certain characters got voices, but I don't have a problem with them. I think, I don't know. To be honest, I was just glad we had some lore exposition to tie things up. It would improve the lore a bit for me. I'm pretty sure there's noise percentage, not percentage to get killed. Listen, man. I trust your opinion. I think you are an authority on this. Correct me if I'm wrong. Alright. Sorry, boys. Let's get on with this. Ultimate Custom Night. It's next. Let's talk about it. Okay, so I'm not going to elaborate because I don't think I need to. Okay, why is UCN in S rank? This is the only FNaF game I've ever had the experience of playing so much that I actually got tired of playing it. I exhausted all of the enjoyment that I could get out of this game. That has not happened with any other game, not even Pizza Sim. This game, like, it's literally a sandbox arcade FNaF game. There are so many game mechanics. If something's too difficult or unfair, you don't have to play it. You just don't play it. Yes, okay, so if you want to get the cutscenes yourself, you have to play the highest modes, and yes, they are not fair in a few specific ways. But, like, that's max mode territory. I feel like that always goes with the territory. There's always a bit of RNG. I'm not saying that's necessarily a good thing, but, like, there's so much to do in this game. In terms of gameplay, like, there's just so much. I love it so much, I actually got bored of it. Yeah. Swim, what's your opinion on UCN gameplay?
It's good, but Toy Freddy exists.
Yeah, alright, fair enough. Yeah.
I absolutely despise Toy Freddy, so yeah.
That's why it's solid.
And I'm glad Ethan is not here, because he'd be going, oh, he's not broken.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he would. I don't know.
But yeah. And also,
Right.
like, Foxy, when you're playing normal 50-20 and stuff, he can be a bit annoying. But overall, I'd say it's pretty solid.
Yeah. Alright. Ambience. You put UCN in really fun but not perfect.
Yeah. This game is about as well crafted as I could have asked for, I guess. I mean, like cramming 50 plus animatronics into the same night is not an easy task. I'm fully aware of that.
Not with Click Team.
Yeah, especially. I don't know. I think it is actually very impressive for what we got, but there's definitely a few things that drag it down for me gameplay-wise, which is some characters, as Swen mentioned, Toy Freddy exists, and his mechanic is literally just RNG. There's a 10% chance that he kills you. Foxy can sometimes kill you with none of his parts in the office and with the Bonnie figurine on the desk, so that's always nice.
Wow.
There's a lot of things that can go wrong in this game, but it is surprisingly well done for like how big of a scale it is. So I got to give it credit for that. Working my way up to 40/20 mode is probably one of the best experiences I think I've ever had with this franchise.
Yes.
But everything after it was just pure hell that I would not wish on anyone.
This is the thing, right? Like, the first 8,000 points are so much fun to progress through and, like, experiment with. And then you get to, like, anything above 8,000 points, 40/20, I believe it is 8,000. Yeah, it's just, it starts getting frustrating, unfair, there's RNG. Yeah, alright. I don't think we need to spend a lot of time on this. We've talked about it before. So that leaves Help Wanted is next. Okay, this is a weird one. Help Wanted has been at the top of my tier list and the bottom of my tier list. It's been all over the years. And I think after all these years, I've finally formed a legitimate opinion on it, which I can stand by. And this goes not just for gameplay. Yeah, I've only played the flat mode. Everyone says it's objectively worse because it's less immersive. Sure. But is a game that relies on VR to be good a good game? I'm not sure. You could argue, well, it's only been made for VR. The flat mode port is inherently a bad idea. Okay. But regardless of that, if we look at the actual gameplay, the balancing, the mechanics, the progression, it's mostly good. Excuse me. Frog Balloon. See you around, dude. George, welcome to the stream. Thanks for joining. The thing about Help Wanted is that it's either too easy or too hard. There's not really much in between. I think there's a lot of it which is fairly boring and, like, I don't know, just a bit tedious to play and you just kind of glad when it's over. You know, like the remakes of FNaF 1, 2, and 3. And the base game itself would be lower on the list, but Curse of Dreadbear, like all DLCs or updates, pretty much hard carries. Literally every single level in Curse of Dreadbear except Plushkin Patch was better than like 90% of the base game levels. Like Parts and Service was great. Alright, Swim. Parts and Service was great, Vent Repair was great, Dark Rooms was fun. Like, there are just a lot of decent minigames. But Curse of Dreadbear got more creative and had better, I think, like, balancing and difficulty. I've actually never played Lolbit because plush babies have been that difficult. Like, I've never beaten them. I don't know what they were thinking with plush babies. But, yeah, you've got, like, the secrets and stuff, like the coins and the tapes and the prize counter. That's all fun. So I'd say overall it's pretty good. I'll give it 8. It's like it's got some real issues, but there's a lot of fun to be had in certain parts of the game. Since Swimmer's gone, Scott, you might as well give your opinion.
Yeah, sure.
It's like a functional game.
Yeah, this is at the very top of my tier list gameplay wise, and I want to make it like clear right now that I wish flat mode was never made. I seriously do. Because I feel like it has, like, irreversibly broken people's perceptions on this game. And I don't even take it into account for this ranking, really. My first playthrough of this was in VR. I specifically waited, like, a year to play it for myself so that I could do it in VR. And the boring remakes of FNaF 1, 2, and 3, well, maybe not 3, because, you know, it's completely broken. But, the remakes of, like, FNaF 1 in particular are quite boring on flat mode, but when you actually load into it and you can physically experience the FNaF 1 office for the first time, it is genuinely mind-blowing. It is actually, like, the most impressive, like, thing I think I've seen in this franchise, that first moment. So
I see. Because I thought about the controls.
Yeah. It plays incredibly well in VR, I think, compared to flat mode. It is extremely immersive. It's actually very scary. It's just a really well done horror game that I think revisits all the best moments of the series and then brings in some good new stuff, minus Plush Baby, which was just objectively a horrible idea. I don't know. I think Steel Wool just like got high on acid that day and just made a level based on it. But yeah, I'm not a fan of that. But everything else I think is really good. And Curse of Dreadbear just boosts this even higher up. There's so much good stuff in Curse of Dreadbear. Corn Maze is amazing. Posture made an entire video recently detailing what Danger Keep Out is incredible.
Oh, yes, I've replayed Help Wanted recently. Yes, it was flat mode, but I replayed my favorite levels, and it was all of this stuff.
Yeah,
and good stuff.
Hallway Crawl is also one of my favorite levels by far. It's incredible to see the nightmare animatronics and like that render, and in VR, I think it's like scary. It's one of the scariest horror game experiences I've had. I think. Yeah, Nightmare Foxy in that level is terrifying, and then when Freddy appears behind you, and it's like a complete surprise. Even though it makes perfect sense and you should have seen it, considering it's a FNaF reference, yeah. There's the thing about Help Wanted, I need to experience it in VR, and it's just never been a priority for me. One day, guys, I will get VR, and I will play it properly. Possibly. But, yeah.
I'm mostly not that fussed. At this point, I've played all of it, you know, I've seen all of it.
Yeah. And there's a lot of variety in this game as well, compared to most of the other FNaF games, and that's another reason why I rank it so high, is I feel like it doesn't get nearly as boring.
Yeah, and you can play in whatever order you like, and I like that. You've got a bit of freedom of choice.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, yeah, the only levels I actually dislike mechanically are, like, Plush Baby stuff, the remakes, which, as you said, are better in VR.
Level.
Yeah, some of the dark rooms are kind of mess. It's like the same thing over again.
No, it's actually busted.
In terms of gameplay... Oh, really? Swim, what's your opinion on Help Wanted? We haven't actually talked about this.
Right,
I gave it
I
A tier.
Wanted a lot overall, but
solid.
Nightmare Fredbear and Plush Baby drag it down. Me and Winston were talking about this earlier. With the Fredbear level, there's a glitch where if Fredbear goes into the closet or bed, you will die.
Yep.
And it is so broken and it is so annoying. Damn. Like, I spent quite a few attempts on it, and yeah, it is not good.
Okay, is that all you have to say about Help Wanted?
Yeah, other than that, I think it's a really good game.
Alright. Okay, so brought down by a few levels, I understand. Okay. I just know we're not going to spend much time on this one. FNaF AR! Special delivery! Alright. So... Here's the thing, Why is this D tier and not F tier? This is universally hated. This game's awful. Like, I think it is... You could definitely make a good argument that it's the worst official FNaF game. But just looking at the gameplay on its own, I'm ranking by the newest version. And actually, now that I think about it, maybe this should be an E. But the thing is, I think it got worse, which implies that it used to be better. I think it was good when it first released. Maybe B tier. Because if you're going to adapt Five Nights at Freddy's into augmented reality, how else are you going to do it? It has the whole sit and survive mechanics. It's faithful, but it's also brand new. You've got the taser, which is an idea that has been in previous games, but the way it's used and the substance of the game mechanics. You've got the haywire, the static fuzzing, the fake outs, the sound effects, the, you know, not jump scares, but like when they like appear and then they cloak again. Like, gameplay wise, I don't think this game could have been improved. I think it was actually exactly like, I like with UCN, like, I don't know what else it really could have done, because in addition to 7 characters, all with slight variations on the same gameplay loop, which yes, does get boring and repetitive after you've played it, I suppose, you've got all these updates over time, which introduce things like Plush Trap, which has mixed reality, and that's a whole different thing. Problem is, this game's a cash grab mobile syndrome piece of shit, that none of this matters if you can't afford to pay to play. Because it's not even pay to win, it's pay to play. Like, you have to pay real money, unless you get your streak high enough back in 2020, to get a chance of seeing Springtrap as he jump scares you. Not even to win, just a chance to actually work out what you're even supposed to do, because mechanics are not explained. Some mechanics are not explained properly. And I like the stuff with the mask and the toys later on, but then they added the leveling system, which absolutely killed this game, because it became even more of a tedious grind than it previously was. So I think there's some merit, but it was lost a long time ago. D is the highest I can give it. You boys got anything to say? Swim. It's not even on your list. I see we're getting into that territory now. I respect that.
It's just a money grab piece of shit. It does not deserve to even be on this tier list. It is that bad.
Yeah.
I'd have to make another tier because even.
Oh, it's not. It's not on either of your tier lists. Oh, that's excellent. Well, you know what? That's perfect because what you said just there is pretty much what I said about the last game. So, I have nothing to say about Security Breach. You can talk about it.
I have a lot
You
to
put
say.
it in solid. So why don't you take this one?
For AR, like.
Oh, go on, Scott. Sorry.
I don't have a ton to add other than I think everything about this game virtually is an absolute flaming garbage fire that nearly killed the series. Like, I can't express how much I hate this game just for even temporarily turning this franchise into a mobile cash grab that is this inexplicably shit. It still blows my mind to this day, like 4 years later.
It should stay in the dumpster with Jolly One.
The only reason I really disagree with this is that I don't think the game was popular enough to ruin the franchise in any meaningful way. A lot of people
Thank God, no, it wasn't.
Well, this is the thing. Most people forget it exists. Like, people sort of acknowledged it for like a month, and then unless they were like subscribed to Dorco or something, to be fair, he is popular, like, people just sort of ignored it. So I think to say that it ruined the franchise in any ways is a bit of a reach. But yeah, nah, you're totally justified for hating this game. Oh wait, no, I do see it. Broken on a fundamental level. Sorry, I didn't see it. Yeah, I mean, the only glitches I found this game were like visual glitches. I think broken on a fundamental level is not because it's buggy, but because it's pay to play. Because of Illuix's manipulative, financial, setup.
I would definitively say this is the only FNaF game that has ever gotten worse with patches.
Yes,
it's mind-blowing.
Literally, it's the only one that got worse. Oh my god, you're right.
It's just gotten so much worse over time. It is insane.
That is actually crazy to think about. Even Security Breach improved with patches. Oh my gosh.
One thing I hate about it is, so for example, early in the series, they released 6 and UCN for free, and then you've got this absolute cash grab of a game. It just puts a negative impression on the series.
Bad impression. Yeah, I'm glad it wasn't the most successful. It took a long time to die off. I stopped playing it like within a year of its release. I came back to it briefly, and it was like the worst thing ever. But that allows me to justify my opinion. When I put it in D, I am being generous. I'm trying to look at the game at face value, but like, well, this isn't the overall list. Anything else to say about special delivery?
Nope.
Like, no, it's just shit. That's like the only way I can describe it. That just boils down everything, I think.
Yeah, that is absolutely fair.
It's the only game I can justify F tier for.
Swim, why did you put Security Breach in solid? You said it changed.
It is the second most fun I've ever had in a FNaF playthrough. After World, replaying it was so good. The original version of the game absolutely sucked.
Yeah.
And then over time they improved it. So, and then of course Ruin came out, and I think that just puts the game in A tier. Like, it's like the endings in both games aren't very good, but I don't care much for the lore personally, which probably is a big factor. So yeah.
I just want to answer a question in chat. DJ, no. I don't really have much to say about Freddy in Space 2 or Fury's Rage, so I didn't include them.
They exist.
They exist. Freddy in Space 2 is a fun little charity game. Fury's Rage is a pathetic apology game. Like, there's not much to talk about.
Yeah,
Scott, what about you, I guess? Security Breach.
yeah, I didn't like this game very much when it first released. I was actually extremely fed up with it on my streams because of the sheer amount of bullshit that I was having to endure at every possible
Oh.
second.
I remember that.
Yeah, it was
Yes.
a disaster overall.
Didn't you get
Over
soft
time,
lock? Didn't you like?
yeah,
get soft
I
lock
got
for
soft locked
10-hour save
multiple
file?
times. Yes.
Yeah. I actually chose to do Monty Golf because you were like, don't go to Fatter Blast! You'll be
Yeah,
soft
that's
locked!
what I did.
Oh, man.
Yeah, it's the original patch was pretty much a disaster. I think everyone can agree on that. I have changed my mind on this game a lot over time, and now I would say that it's, I don't know, gameplay wise, it is very mid. Okay, it's basically a walking simulator, as we all know, but I still feel like it's more engaging than a decent portion of this series, just because there is a lot to look at visually. It does feel like the gameplay does change sometimes between the office sections and the fetch quests and everything else that you have to do. Ruin, I think, has improved the game for sure. I'm not as big of a fan of it as some other people are, but I think it is a substantial improvement for the game. Overall, I don't think Security Breach is any more boring than any other part of this franchise, honestly.
Fair enough. Yeah, it's, again, if we're looking at latest releases, guys, we're talking patches, we're talking Ruin. I haven't seen it, I haven't played it, I don't care for it, it's not on my list, but it's definitely worth mentioning. String Cheese pre-patch, oof. Yeah, I don't want to talk about it.
It has quite a lot of replayability, also, I would add.
Yeah.
It's got different endings.
I have more fun revisiting this game than most of the rest of the series.
Yeah, same.
Because it feels like there's so much to do.
I'd say that and World have best replayability out of any of the games.
Yeah. Replaying Security Breach and like looking at the environments and just walking through the pizza place just makes me happy, even though there are flaws of it.
It's interesting that you guys point out the two which like are the most detached from the formula. It's like the FNaF formula isn't that replayable compared to an RPG quest and like a I'll call it a free roam adventure game. Well, anyways, that is our gameplay tier list, guys. We've been going for an hour 40 minutes. We've done one tier list. But the thing is, a lot of what we've talked about can overlap, so don't worry about it.
Well,
Yeah.
I'm
That's our
gonna
gameplay
go
tier
for a
lists.
bit because I'm probably got dinner soon. I'll
Alright,
probably
swim.
hop back later.
Sure. Come and go as you
So-
please.
See ya.
See you,
See ya.
dude. Have a good one. Alright. It's just us now.
Yep.
FNaF 2 ambient
So,
settling. Alright. So
Here
next
is
up,
my lore tier list.
yeah, let's just talk lore real quick. Swim wouldn't have much to say about this anyway, so good pick. And I feel like the rest of these we can go over a bit more quickly. So, this is my lore tier list, guys. Right? Yep. Take a good look at that for a minute. Everything I'm about to say has been said before. Everything. It's interesting the different takes in chat. Yeah. And here is Scott's. Alright, you know what, dude? I'll let you go first on this if you want. So, just going in order. Okay, so, FNaF 1. Incredible moments, but undercooked. Lore-wise, you think it was just, like, lacking? Because it was pretty, like, simple, right? Like, bare bones?
Basically, this game is like very bare bones as far as storytelling goes. There's not a whole lot that happens. There's not a lot of lore to pick up on, but it does have a nice subtle approach that I do actually really respect, and I think it is some of the best storytelling in the series just because of how it's done through the Easter eggs and the newspaper clippings and the vague references to things like Golden Freddy. It carries, the entire game carries a vibe of something really bad happened here, but you may not fully know what, and I think that is pretty awesome, even though it doesn't go very in-depth.
Yeah, like Scott Cawthon in the interview with Dorko, he said, like, I always had the idea that there was, like, a larger world, even if it hadn't been defined yet. You know, you've got Foxy being out of order, the bite of 87, the Golden Freddy Easter egg, and of course all the hallucinations and the secret posters in, like, the East Hall corner. I would put this in S tier. I don't know, I feel like it was, like, fine. I wouldn't have changed anything story-wise. I think it was perfect as it was. It just gave us this simple premise. I guess more could have been done with, like, the player character, because it's like, there's a fun progression. You get like a paycheck, then you get overtime, and then you get fired. 5, 6, 7. You get all these different endings to the nights. But I don't know. I don't think I could have done too much. Could have done too much more with that. I put it in S. I put 1, 2, and 3 all in S tier. You've put 2 and 3 in S as well.
I agree with you on 1. It's just that like it feels more like build up to the next 2, and that's why I put it in there.
Yeah. Okay. But like, you explain. I've explained before. Why are 2 and 3 in S tier?
2 is where things start really ramping up. I think the death minigames are a really interesting way of storytelling. I think there's a reason why so many fan games use things like that also. It's really intriguing. It sets up a lot of stuff. We get to see the past of Freddy's. The phone calls also are a lot more informative lore-wise this time around. It feels like it still is able to keep that air of intrigue and just build it up and snowball it into something really great. And that's why this one reaches S tier for me.
Absolutely.
And then FNaF 3 is... There's just not a single misstep here, story-wise, honestly. Like, if FNaF ended here, these 3 games, then it would have probably gone down as having, like, one of the objectively best stories in all of indie gaming.
Yeah.
That's, like, the best way I can put it. 3 is an unbelievably satisfying ending to this story with the good ending. The music, the visuals, everything. It is just... If the series ended here, I don't think anyone would have complained. Like, even if we wondered what we would have seen afterward, the story would have been absolutely perfect. That's all I gotta say about it, really. Springtrap is an amazing concept. The minigames, I think, are really well done. The good ending is amazing and easily FNAF's best ending.
Yeah. Basically summed it all up. I mean, the methods they use, the way they entwine an actual narrative with the exposition, so it doesn't feel too forced. It's not like the game's saying, you know, that you need to know. It's like it actually feels like it's happening in the world. And yeah, I mean, like, 2 expanded the world. It was big. We got the full timeline. We got, like, there's Fredbear's. There's the original Freddy's. This is actually a prequel. You know, what happened with the Bite of 87, the toy animatronics. It's great. More on, you know, Puppet is introduced, Golden Freddy. And then FNaF 3 is, like, it concludes it, like, perfectly. We find out the fate of the killer. The guy who starts it all, you know, has this ironic fate. And, you know, the good ending, all the souls get freed. The 2 endings is a beautiful way to have it be, like, you know, concluded. It's like there's replayability there, and yeah, just the whole premise of like it being turned into a horror attraction really worked.
Yeah, 3 is like the other thing that I feel like mentioning and really emphasizing is that this is the last time that the story was both completely solvable and completely satisfying. That never happened again.
Yes, literally, the only time we had a satisfying, solvable entire story.
Yeah.
Now, I put FNaF 4 in D and Sister Location in C, but I think what you've done is much better. Good upfront story, disastrous lore implications. Because story and lore are 2 different things. Go on.
Yeah, I made it a point in my FNaF 4 video essay to talk about how I actually really like this game's story up front. I think it's really neat, the whole coma thing and the way the minigames are done. The Bite of 83, you know, Nightmare supposedly being the representation of death. I think all of that is awesome, okay? Like, everything about this game's story is metal as fuck. It's just that the lore is terrible. And there's 2 reasons for this. This game, I believe that with this game, the lore was still fully solvable, but it was no longer satisfying. Dream Theory, I believe, was fully intended to be canon by this point. It solved everything. It was not satisfying to the fans. Therefore, parts of 4 were retconned with following games, particularly Sister Location, and the further that went on, the more it became completely and utterly disastrous for this narrative. FNaF 4 is the thing that killed the satisfying story.
Yeah. Scott Cawthon in the Dorco interview, once again, he sums it up perfectly. He cast his net too wide for interpretation. It was too vague. FNaF 4 on its own, the 5 nights and the 5, you know, X days to the party minigames, those, or 6 even, like, I love the countdown. I love how much emotion and drama we see with this little kid. And again, like, it's a standalone story. It resonates, and it's like this brilliant tragedy, and it's paced well, and the foreshadowing's there, and it's like, it's just a fun. I feel like this shouldn't have been marketed as FNaF 4, but like FNaF spin-off title, because like it works really well on its own. But then you get to like I believe it's the night 6, like the last like mini game where he's like, I'll put you back together, and the box and the lore tie-ins, and it's like there's nothing there. It's like it's just so vague. It doesn't really fit. And then yeah, there's Dream Theory, which sucked. And the thing about Sister Location, when we got around to that, is that on its own, again, beautiful narrative. Circus Baby Elizabeth, one of the most complex characters ever written in this franchise, and we actually get like a clear narrative in that game. We also have, you know, this protagonist Mike, and the thing is, when you get into the Afton family and his relationship with William, who's purple guy, and then FNaF 4 being retconned, and the sci-fi stuff, you're not able to suspend your disbelief anymore. It's starting to feel like it's not really in the same world. I put Sister Location slightly above FNaF 4, because I think it at least tried. But yeah, it made FNaF 4 worse. But I'm not sure which is worse, Dream Theory or whatever we got after. Because again, FNaF 4 itself isn't to blame for the lore absolutely going to shit. It was just kind of a misstep. But like the books, the novel trilogy and the logbook, I think have done more to damage the FNaF lore of the games than any of the games themselves, and it's really unfortunate, because there's some really good elements and there's some rich potential. Like, I would love to see the brothers' relationship explored more, but it doesn't do that. And it just gives us like an incoherent mess of clues and stuff that people can't agree on. So yeah, they are very hit and miss. FNaF World all-around train wreck. I'm kind of curious about this one because FNaF World I didn't put on it. I just thought it doesn't really have like a serious story. It's just kind of like a meme meta game.
That's basically why I put it here, is that it is just a complete meme game, and yet people are still determined to take it seriously. I've seen so much discourse about the clock ending and what it means and how it's supposedly like crying child in the afterlife, or, you know, whatever else is going on here. And it's just kind of exhausting generally because this game doesn't make any sense if you try to look at it from a story perspective. Yeah. And it's not entirely its fault, but assuming it is canon, it is absolutely an all-around train wreck.
Yeah, no, I don't think it's canon. I think Sister Location kind of erased it from canon because it's, you know, it only works with 1 to 4, and the conclusions you draw from it just contradict what we know from newest information. But yeah, no, it exists. I don't think we need to talk about Security Breach. So that leaves Ultimate Custom Night, Special Delivery, and Help Wanted in overall interesting but mixed bag. Explain each of these games. I'm curious about your take, because... Oh, and we skipped Pizza Sim, actually. Sorry. Let's go in order. So, Pizza Sim, incredible moments, but undercooked. Why? What was undercooked?
Henry's speech carries this completely. It's undoubtedly the best moment in the entire FNaF series. Everything else about this is weak. Afton's dialogue is goofy. It makes him sound like a supervillain. He does not have enough interaction with Scrap Baby. Scrap Baby does not have enough presence, period. There's nothing about Lefty that would hint toward it being possessed by the puppet up until that moment in Henry's speech. Molten Freddy is just kind of fun time Freddy, but again, which, I mean, isn't necessarily a bad thing, but, you know, he's not like a different character in any way. I don't know. I feel like people tend to overpraise this game for its lore when in reality, this story was still not solvable by Pizzeria Simulator, okay? It worked its way back to being satisfying, but it was not solvable. There were many plot holes over the past 6 games that were never going to be filled. It was just a relatively satisfying ending to it because of how incredibly well executed Henry's speech was. Everything else, I feel like, tends to be overpraised because that's the only thing that people remember from that game when it comes to the story.
That is actually so based. I like how you're differentiating between solvable and satisfying, like these like 2 feet, and it's like the game's got both and it does one. I will say, I mean, I put it in A tier because I think you're right. The obviously completion is like the best story thing in the franchise. No one's questioning that. The salvages, I do think Afton was done a complete disservice, and it's unfortunate because I think there's supposed to be this parallel with the novels, but his character arc in the novels is, well, you can't even call it a character arc. You've read the books, you know what I'm talking about. It's so bad, and he's like a Marvel supervillain. Like, fuck off.
Yeah.
That doesn't work. It's bad.
Scrap Trap ruined Springtrap just completely.
Yeah, I thought Scrap Baby was fine. I definitely think there could have been more presence in general, but like, you get time with the salvages to meet the animatronics, and Lefty not speaking, I didn't have a problem with, because I thought the whole point of Lefty is that they're, like, really mysterious. It's revealed, you know, through secrets in the game what's going on with that, and they did get a voice in Ultimate Custom Night. It's one of those things where, like, giving the puppet a voice now, I feel like would have actually annoyed fans, but with the precedent set for it, UCN had, like, a smoother going with that. I could be wrong. But in terms of the actual lore and everything, yes. Midnight Motorist is absolutely goated in every way except the lore, because to this day it can't be satisfyingly solved, and everything else is great. The insanity ending, I think, is slapped on, because that is second to the completion in terms of Henry being a fucking badass and one of the best characters in the franchise, and actual lore exposition that really helps to fill in some gaps. There's also Fruity Maze and Security Puppet. But yeah, it really did lean into more telling a good story and things we already know, and it just sort of avoided the weirdness of FNaF 4. It did clarify with sister locations stuff like the Scooper, which I'm happy about, but yeah, you're right, it was not solvable like 3 was, so it's getting a A tier. I think it salvaged what was going on, and I think that combined with UCN kind of redeemed the FNaF lore, because UCN for me, I also put in A tier, because I just think between all the voice lines, the intermissions are goofy, they're rubbish, but between all the voice lines, it provides a lot of satisfying answers, and it's like an epilogue that I enjoyed. But you put it in overall interesting mixed bag.
Yeah. The last thing I have to say about Pizza Sim, basically, like my final thoughts on it, is I don't know. I think that it has like fairly big story issues, and it's still not solvable. But I want to make it absolutely clear that making a story that includes FNaF 4 and sister location actually satisfying somehow is an insane feat. Like, that is incredible that it somehow managed to make a story including those 2 games end up being satisfying again. I had no idea how it did that, so it does deserve some credit for that.
Yeah, awesome. What are your thoughts on Ultimate Custom? I'm just catch up with chat. I see you guys.
I don't feel like there's a ton of lore in this game, actually. For one thing, I absolutely despise the anime cutscenes. I think they're one of the worst things that ever happened to this franchise. They are so unbearably cringe. Just...
Yes. Okay. Yeah, at this point, I'm convinced that I'm half convinced that they were just a troll and they don't actually have any deeper meaning. Because they don't tell us anything we didn't really already know.
Yeah, it's very, very weird. As far as voice lines go, I think they are also a mixed bag. Some are pretty goofy, some are actually amazing. I think Lefty's voice, like this is why I was talking about why I wish Lefty got like a bigger role in Pizzeria Sim. Lefty's voice, I think, is one of the Lefty's voice lines is one of the coolest things in Ultimate Custom Night to me. I love some of these voice lines from the characters. Yeah. The Golden Freddy cutscene, people like to harp on a lot because it's confusing or whatever. I thought it was pretty cool, personally. It's definitely a step up from the anime cutscenes. But overall, I don't feel like there's a whole lot of lore in this game, and what we do get is a bit confusing, but I think it serves as a satisfying enough epilogue.
Yeah. This is the thing. People saying, like, FNaF should have ended at 3. FNaF should have ended at 6. The story should have ended at Ultimate Custom Night. And I'll tell you why it's perfect. It's open-ended. It's like the killer is put in purgatory for all eternity with like the most vengeful of the spirits. I think the one you should not have killed is a kind of a questionable idea, but like conceptually, I think it's perfect. It's like you get to see every character interact with William and kind of what they would say to him, and you get kind of like the villain gets punished and the good guys won. It's like a good ending. It's not the best because it does have to salvage 4 in sister location. 3 is more satisfying and more solvable, but maybe I'm overestimating this, but I actually do think this game had a lot of lore. So you've obviously got the whole William is being tortured for eternity by Golden Freddy, Cassidy, whoever, but also there's a lot of like theories which kind of get confirmation. Ballora, Mrs. Afton's wife, Mrs. Afton's wife. There's a whole. What am I saying? I need to get some hydration. I'm dehydrated. There's a whole connection there, which I think is made very clear with the way, what's her name, Michelle, spot those lines. There's a lot of stuff from the Nightmares, which is interesting. We get kind of clarification on what Nightmare is, We get some hints about Nightmare Fredbear. Nightmare Freddy confirms that William Afton created the nightmares, which is, you know, it's nice to have confirmation. You get, weirdly enough, it's implied that Toy Chica did the bite of 87, but I'm pretty sure it was still Mangle. Either way, there's some voice lines that are definitely just for fun. What else was there? There's the secret lines from the melodies. There's, I can't remember. I've definitely overestimated. But there's like the whole Old Man Consequences Easter egg as well, and the Fredbear one isn't that lore heavy.
That is the Old Man Consequences one. I think is really cool. Also, I love Mr. Hippo, and I wish that he would make a return because that is still an amazing storytelling format. I think.
I love that he is just like narrating almost just Scott Cawthon to the viewer. I think it worked. Because again, this game
really cool.
Isn't like a serious horror game, so he got away with stuff like that, and it was really nice. Yeah, it's not like super story heavy, but I think it's lore heavy. Mr. Hippo technically did return in Security Breach, but in probably the worst way. I don't know, it probably could have been worse, but
yeah, I wouldn't say it counts.
Honestly, I wouldn't trust Steelball to bring back Mr. Hippo in a way that would be satisfying, but, you know, I don't trust them with a lot of things these days. So what's left? FNaF AR, Help Wanted, and Security Breach. You thought FNaF AR was interesting, but a mixed bag? Story-wise? Lore-wise?
I think the emails do a pretty good job of setting up Vanessa/Vanny. It's just obviously fell flat pretty hard in Security Breach. But we don't get a ton of lore from this game, and I think what's here is fine. The delivery service doesn't make a whole lot of sense, but it's whatever. The emails, I think, actually are quite a nice bridge between Help Wanted and Security Breach, showing what Vanny's been up to in the meantime. So I do respect it for that. There's not a whole lot that can really go wrong here just because they didn't focus on the lore very much.
Yeah, I didn't even put it on my list because I didn't think it actually had that much. But yeah, honestly, like, I think the only thing it could have really done better is actually release all of the emails, but at least we have them in another way.
Yeah.
It is a nice bridge between the Steel Ball games. The whole concept and, like, the delivery service, this is the thing, I find it nonsensical. But, like, if it's in a different universe that isn't canon to the older games, I can kind of tolerate it more. And that goes for Help Wanted. Help Wanted, we skipped this. Why didn't we do this first? I need to go hydrate. I'm waiting for Swim to come back so you guys can talk about something.
Yeah, I need to
I
get more
put
water
Help
at
Wanted
some
in
point, yeah.
F. I will stand by this. I think it got worse with time, thanks to Security Breach, but, like, I think that's, like, the worst possible way you could have rebooted, your franchise, because it's, like, the way it framed itself was a really weird reboot, and then Security Breach seemed to double down that it wasn't a reboot, and it's just, like, the saddest thing to me is that this whole story about this, like, glitch trap virus taking over someone in VR has been attempted, like, 4 more times in, like, Fazbear Frights and Tales from the Pizzaplex, and it's like, every time this story has kind of sucked. Like, I don't even think the idea is bad, it's just somehow the execution. I mean, the story of, like, a creepy thing hidden in the game, like, the merge ending where you, like, switch bodies, that is, like, phenomenal use of VR. That's, like, up there with super hot. But, like, almost everything about this game's story and lore I absolutely despise. It also, like, I don't know, it's just very weird. I wish people would stop insisting that it's all in one timeline with the games, because, like, it's even worse.
I mean, it has to be at this point, honestly, but that's a debate for another day.
But it fundamentally doesn't make sense. Like, how is Fazbear Entertainment back up full strength at random at some unknown point in time, decades after it closed down? Doesn't make any sense.
Welcome to FNaF.
But, like, the story up to UCN was still, like, understandable. It wasn't the best, but, like, it wasn't... Like, it just kind of, like... I mean, honestly, Security Breach is really to blame more for this. I've already talked about it. FNaF hasn't made sense, like,
since 4, honestly.
Yeah, but it's like, you know, Sister Location was better than Help Wanted, story-wise. Like, it at least kind of attempted to tie things together. Help Wanted is just, like, so weird. Like, I don't know, I'm with Supercell. I don't think it needed any story or any canon at all. It would have probably been better. FNaF made sense with the first 3 games, and I still quite enjoyed the story up to UCN. It wasn't, like, fully solvable in a satisfying way, but, like, it was close.
Yeah, fair enough.
Steel Wall games have just thrown any chance of that away, like, forever.
Yeah. The only thing that I like really dislike about Help Wanted story is the whole like their games in universe thing, because that's just needlessly complex, and certain explanations that people opted for kind of minimize the previous games, and I'm really not a fan of that. The whole glitch trap thing, I think, actually is pretty cool and does a good job of setting up for Vanny. I think once again, this is just something that Security Breach fumbled the bag on. I think the setup was actually quite creative. I like the tapes. I like glitch traps, like gradual influence. I think he's really creepy. All of the endings are good as well, which is like fairly rare, I would say, for this franchise.
For the endings tier list, which is interesting. Honestly, I didn't realize some of those were endings. I don't have a strong opinion on most of them. I think they're like neat.
Yeah, Pizza Party in particular, I think is really cool. But I don't know. I like everything about this game's lore, all right, except for the whole like in-universe games thing, and that's where a lot of the like mixed stuff comes in for me.
Like, to be honest, if I had to rewrite this game into the previous ones, like, I mean, there's just no actual explanation for the return of William Afton or Fazbear Entertainment, massive parts of this franchise. And it's like, if this can't be a reboot, even though it really would work better as a reboot, then there's like a whole load of story which is just completely, ignored there. Very important parts of the story, because it unwrites everything that made Pizza Sim such a valuable finale. And it actually contradicts what we see in Ultimate Custom Night. Because again, I find the idea of William Afton uploading a part of his consciousness, like Horcrux style, onto like some piece of tech in the sister location totally believable. But they don't even try and tie it in a meaningful way that's interesting or unique. They just have it there. It's completely contrived. There's like the tapes. I mean, again, why did they name him Jeremy? Why have another Jeremy? There's so many names you could pick from.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. It's just pandering to theorists because they know it would sell at the time.
Yeah,
instead of actually trying to tell a story. Yeah, I don't know. It's like my least favorite, but like that's for multiple reasons. I definitely think Security Breach is partly to blame, but Security Breach was so vacant of an actual narrative that I didn't even include it on this list. Like, it's just a sequence of events, and then it ends.
I think it had a decent narrative, but I don't know. Here's the thing, is I like certain elements of Security Breach's story. I think it has some, at least, good concepts, some decent endings. I like the Princess Quest endings. I feel like they did a really good job of setting this up, and there are a few moments where it starts to shine through, but this game fumbled the bag so incredibly hard when it comes to the setup that Help Wanted gave it. And the Burn Trap ending, even though it appears to not be canon anymore as of Ruin, just made so little sense that I think I've got to put it at the lowest, even though I do like the game. I think the story is definitely the worst aspect of it.
Yeah. Alright. I don't think there's much else that we need to say about that. Let's not drag this out, because we've got a lot to cover. Can you share your thoughts on the Monty Venom story I DM'd you a while ago that confirmed that Pizza Sim is a game? Listen, I don't care, okay? The FNaF story for me, it ended with Ultimate Custom Night. It was perfect! We had a good thing going, and you had to blow it up with your pride and your ego. You had to be the man. If you just put your head down, done your job, we'd all be fine right now. Fucking, like, Scott Cawthon gave us, like, one of the most compelling stories in gaming and then threw it all away with some of the most contrived nonsense. And it's just gone downhill. I was really enjoying Frights, but it is so hit and miss as it progresses.
I want to hear Mike Ehrmantraut rant about FNaF lore, dude.
Right?
So
like, I will edit that together. It's exactly how I feel about the whole thing. It's so unfortunate, but, like, you can separate it.
Yeah.
Whatever, man. There's a few good Tales stories from what I've heard. I don't care to actually read them, but, Yeah,
okay,
the stories in Tales have gotten progressively insane.
Yeah, we'll do Heart next, I guess. This is mine.
Good choice. I need to go get some water, so I'll be right back. I'll only be a minute, but feel free to start without me. Ambience owns the stream now, guys.
I'll be right back too. Actually, I gotta get some more water as well. So just dead space for a bit, I guess.
Alright, I'm back. Literally, just need to grab some water. But if you guys still need to go AFK, that's fine. I'm going to use this opportunity just to plan what I'm going to show next. Because we need to make our use of time a bit more efficient. Oh yeah, I forgot about the criteria notes that I made. We'll get into those. But yeah, so we've done gameplay, we've done story, we're going to do horror, we've got difficulty, sound design, and then we're on to character tier lists. And then there's just a few bonus ones. I've still got my FNaF Frights tier lists left over here from last time, actually. You guys remember these? There's, this is my overall ranking of the Frights individual stories. The books tier list I've got ranks them as the books together. And this is actually how scary I found each of the books. I think so. This is some of the scariest content in FNaF, but it's also some of the worst. Not naming names. But yeah, you know, there's Frights is. I love Frights. It's got some crap, but I love it. Okay, before I show off anything else, actually, I do want to talk about, because I didn't bring this up. If any of you are wondering about how I actually made these tier lists, there was a lot of thought put into these. Some of them were pretty complicated. So what I actually did is that I made notes with the criteria of the list on it. So if I bring up my gameplay list here, right, this is the FNaF games ranked by gameplay. This is what I used to actually rank it. And what I would do is I would take FNaF 1, I'd take a game, I'd put it in C, and I'd be like, okay, do the mechanics of substance? If yes, push it up. If no, push it down. And like I did this from the top and the bottom, and I kind of like figured it out and adjusted it. And it was like, you know, is there something interesting to do? Is it balanced, or is the RNG unfair? Are there unwinnable situations? Is the difficulty and progression natural? You know, is there a lot of replayability? Is the game explained properly? And last but not least, is it actually fun? Like, that's my thought process, if any of you are interested in that. Because this is, like, I've tried to have a really, like, kind of strict, like, rules about what I put down here. So, yeah. Because again, like, FNaF 2's mechanics, I think all of the mechanics have a decent amount of substance, but it's like the RNG and balancing into worse and these, the difficulty curve progression. But the ones in S and A are all generally pretty good. They're all mostly well explained. Scar, I hear you.
Okay, I am back.
Alright, let's do this. It is time for that cheeky horror list. So we're ranking the games now by how scary they are. And yeah. I feel like there's actually a limit. This is kind of like with the character list of like story and lore relevance. I realized it was kind of redundant because horror is subjective. What you're scared of is subjective. But I think there are some things on this which we just all agree on. Alright, so here's mine. I'll just let you guys look at that for a minute. And then, of course, Scott's in my DMs. Slide into my DMs with that FNaF tier list. Smooth. Alright. I'm going to let you talk on this because you're definitely the horror expert. So, FNaF 1. Quite scary, but it wears off. With Sister Location and Pizza Sim.
Yeah, FNaF 1 may be the hardest one to rank on this list for me, actually, because I think if you're coming into it as a first-time player with absolutely no idea whatsoever what to expect, like no concept of what the game is like or anything, you'll probably be scared out of your mind, just because it's way different than other horror games. It provides something really unique, and it honestly is masterful at building tension and using sound and things like that in very creative ways. I just watched a few video essays
Yes.
about this this morning, and I'm like, these people are like 100% right. Like this really was like the most unique horror experience at the time. It's no wonder it blew up.
You said in FNaF Misc it was like the best video essay you'd ever seen on like FNaF. Yeah.
Yeah, Scruffy put out like a perfect video essay on this that after I watched them, like, yeah, I really can't fault that. However, I don't 100% agree that you cannot prepare yourself for a jump scare in FNaF 1. I think all of the jump scares are quite predictable once you've played the game for a bit. When Bunny or Chica get into the room, you know it. If you have the monitor up, you hear the breathing. If not, you know, the doors click and all that. Freddy, it's very predictable when you let in as well, as long as you're paying attention. The only time I can get caught off guard by a jump scare is if I'm playing 420 mode, I'm watching the East Hall Corner, and Foxy runs, and I haven't checked him in a bit.
Yeah, interesting. I find Freddy less predictable than Foxy, but that is usually like first playthrough. The game, I think, has some of the best atmosphere and immersion of the franchise, but it does become predictable. So I think this is an absolutely fair ranking. I put it in frightening. That's like basically A tier. FNaF was in a league of its own. We'll get there. 2 and 3 are tense at times, but usually mild. I think I agree with that too. I have them ranked pretty much the same.
Yeah, I've never had a problem with either of these as far as fear factor goes. I always thought the first one was much scarier when I was playing the original trilogy. Yes. 2, there's just too much shit going on to like really focus on anything. Like nothing catches me off guard. I've never found any of the jump scares scary personally, and I think they're also very predictable. 3, even more so. The jump scares, like especially spring traps, I think are cool, but they're not. They don't get me at all. No, I think they are like extremely predictable and not very scary. And the atmosphere in general in both games, but especially 2, is very weak compared to the first one.
Yeah, this is something we're going to talk about in the jump scare tier list, because I have never really had much of an opinion on FNaF jump scares, so that was a new experience for me. But in terms of 2 and 3, yeah, the thing about FNaF 2 and 3, they both lack FNaF 1's atmosphere. The FNaF 2 is too chaotic to really build up much atmos, and I know maybe that's intentional, but the only times I really feel on edge are when I'm anticipating Withered Foxy getting me, because he just leaps from the gaping darkness in front of you, and it's like, he could get you at any moment, it feels like, obviously, but then you got to manage your flashlight battery, and especially on a first playthrough of night 6, or, 10 20 or whatever, it's like, oh my gosh, it's tense. But
it can be stressful.
The whole game is pretty stressful, but once you know what you're doing and you're on the later nights, it's just like, the jump scares are bad in this game, we'll get into that, and, there's a bit of tension built up with Puppet when they escape, and that's pretty cool. It's like Torador March in FNaF 1, but worse, I feel like. But those are the only things that really scare me in this game, it's just not. And FNaF 3, I think the one major flaw of FNaF 3 is atmosphere. The ambience is just a single bass hum. It's kind of lame. In FNaF 1, it was a very dense atmosphere. There were loads of sounds kind of like overlaid, and you couldn't pick out individual sounds, and you couldn't tell what exactly they were. With FNaF 3, it's just doom, just like over and over, and there's the whistling sound and the other sound effects like the vents and stuff is great. I love the alarms and the red like thing when the ventilation's going, but like in terms of actual scares, Springtrap's not scary. He's kind of intimidating. And the jump scare I actually don't dislike, but it isn't scary. And the Phantoms destroy the tension. It would have been, honestly, I felt this game might have been perfect if the Phantoms, instead of jump scaring you, did what Phantom Mangle does and just kind of stared at you across the room. They just appeared. And I actually thought of this. I thought of this when doing the jump scare tier list. What if they had a random chance of jump scaring you when you look at them, so it wasn't guaranteed? I think that would actually make it a lot more tense. If it was actually random. Because the jump scares animation is actually alright and everything. I like the effect, but it destroys the tension.
The Phantoms doing creepy things around the office, like Mangle, I think already would have made them leagues better, and that's like on near the top of my wish list, actually, for like any FNaF 3 remake. Yes,
that would be so good. Like, literally just sort out the audio, give it a graphical upgrade, maybe tweak some of the game mechanics and such, fix the bugs, I don't know. Like, that could be perfect! Anyway, FNaF 4, serious horror game, in a league of its own as far as I'm concerned. Like, it's so intense. And the use of sound is just flawless. Let's move on. Sister location, I actually think it's close to 4 in terms of scariness. It's not quite as intense, but there's a lot of moments and a lot of jump scares which really do get me. And I think the ambience and the kind of like atmosphere is like, there's unique different sounds for each different room. It does immerse you a bit more than 2 and 3.
Yeah, for all the flack the main game gets, Sister Location does a pretty good job of building up a lot of tension leading into the jump scares. And also, the jump scares are loud. Like, this is the most shrill jump scare scream in the series, I'm pretty sure. And it really makes you want to avoid getting hit with it.
Yeah, I actually find it annoying. That's how shrill it is. Like, it pierces my ears. I don't like it. But yes, it does a good job of that. There's also some really, like, disturbing stuff, like when the technicians are hanged and you see their silhouettes on night 5. Stuff like that pushes it up for me. That's like, ooh,
yeah.
FNaF normally doesn't go there. You got balls.
Yeah.
Respect it. Pizza Sim, we have the exact same thing. 1 sister location of Pizza Sim in, like, the 2nd tier. Scary, but it wears off. The thing about Pizza Sim for me is that I think the atmosphere and tension is really good. But the jump scares in the office are lame. They are some of the worst.
The jump scares are horribly animated, but similar to Sister Location, they are loud as shit and come out of, like, absolutely nowhere. Yeah. So I usually do end up still jumping, and the atmosphere actually isn't that bad. So
again, it's a bit more predictable and a bit less intense than FNaF 4. So I don't know. It's like, you can anticipate them more often than not, and the jump scares themselves are, not as good. Even with the lighting fixes, I remember the update, like, they don't fit into the physical space. But the salvage ones look amazing because they're rendered in the environment. And they actually get you, even though you've already been looking at the dude right in front of you for, like, a couple minutes, because they are much more sporadic and unexpected. So, Pizza Sim is, like, the closest, I think, for me to being scary, but it doesn't quite get there. I put Help Wanted with FNaF 2 and 3, but you put it with FNaF 4. So, the thing is, this is, again, probably because it's not played in VR. I definitely think there's some parts of it which are absolutely terrifying. I can imagine Hallway in VR being, like, one of the scariest things. But, when I replayed this lately, I noticed that they reuse the FNaF 1 ambience for, like, literally everything. There's so much in the way of, like, reused sounds, even though all the visual assets are, like, brand new. It's I don't know, it's kind of lacking something, and it's like the jump scares all look the same. They're not bad, but it's like I couldn't. Well, we'll get when we get to the jump scare list, you'll see. I think it has its moments, but I think a lot of it is just kind of like, I don't know, it's lacking something. Like, a lot of the jump scares are very predictable. Some of them are just loud and annoying, like the plush babies. Curse of Dreadbear definitely ups it. Like, Dreadbear in Danger Keep Out, his jump scare is the most terrifying thing. He just slams through that wall. And Hallway, it just gets more and more intense while also maintaining, like, a kind of subtlety with the atmosphere, I guess. But, yeah, I don't know, you put it up there next to 4.
Yeah. Along with 4, I think that this game, in VR, to be clear, flat mode is not scary.
Fair enough.
But in VR, I think this is the only one besides 4 that, like, at its best, can actually go toe-to-toe with serious horror games, like some of Resident Evil and Outlast.
Ooh, yeah.
It's, like, it's pretty damn effective, I think, at certain points. And even just recreating FNaF 1 in VR still feels pretty claustrophobic, and, like, you really have to keep an eye out at all times. Like, when you have a giant void just, like, right next to you on either side that you need to use the lights to see, then that has a big impact already. And having to manually switch around the cameras and everything. And then, that's not even talking about, I think Vent Repair is very well done. Also very claustrophobic, and you feel like you have to look around at everything constantly, and with Enter, you feel like you're in a rush and all that. Night Terrors, I also think, is quite a bit scary for as buggy as it is. The animatronics, like, moving around and talking during the night, and Nightmarian's tentacles in particular, I think does a really good job of ramping up the scare factor. And Funtime Foxy Dark Rooms also, I think, is another good example. They're, like, the animatronics are giant in VR, is what you have to keep in mind. They
That's the
tower
thing,
over
right?
you, and you're super close to everything.
Yeah. Yeah,
Like,
if
to
I
give
played
you an
this...
idea,
Yeah, go on.
when I first played this in VR, like my very first playthrough, I had to stay up long enough to numb my fear response to be able to actually like get through 100% playthrough.
Damn. Fair enough. I think if I played this in VR, I'd probably move it up a tier. I still wouldn't put it next to FNaF 4, because I feel like the game is only scary at times. I think there's a lot of it, which is just kind of weak sauce. I mean, it's not, like, not scary at all, but there's only specific levels where I'm actually scared. And yeah, it's... But that's perfectly valid. I mean, I need to play this thing in VR. I still feel like I can't quite get the accurate judgment on it, I guess. But, yeah, I'm just reading chat. SL never scared me once. I was never immersed in it. Okay. I mean, to be fair, SL for immersion, I feel like it did cop out a bit by just having all these big blank spaces that were just shrouded in darkness. So it's like you can't even see anything. But the sound design kind of complements it.
Yeah.
I see you guys in chat. Very funny. Yeah. Howard Buggy, yeah, Springtrap pinging on the door looks goofy. Yeah, Duncan, absolutely. Dreadbear is terrifying. In the game over screen as well, when he's looming over you like that, the first time you see it, it's like, whoa.
Oh yeah, the Curse of Dreadbear game over screen is actually terrifying somehow.
And then,
actually,
like,
Curse of
Grim
Dreadbear
Foxy?
is in general in VR. Corn Maze too.
Yes. And it's like in the game over, you hear the scraping behind you, and it's like he was there the whole time. I remember, like, experiencing that. I was like, what the hell? Anyway, yeah, alright, fair enough. I put FNaF World in UCN in not meant to be scary. Not remotely scary, actively hilarious. Yeah. FNaF World is actively hilarious. It is a funny game. And UCN doesn't have the atmosphere or the tension. The jump scares are more like game overs, really.
Yeah.
And then FNaF AR, forgetting you once again. I said it was scary, but like below FNaF 2 and 3.
Yeah, I don't think it's scary at all personally, but that's just me.
I found that the jump scares and like the kind of sound design with the ambience were like combined made us experience that was pretty spooky. It definitely isn't anywhere near as scary as like FNaF 1. But the thing is, I went out of my way to make my experience with FNaF AR immersive. If you're just sitting in your room in your chair playing this game, you're just gonna see like animatronics floating in the air. It looks goofy. I was outside. I was, like, in my garden with space around me, so it looked like they could actually be in the physical space. That's how I tried to make this game, like, immersive, because that's how AR works.
Yeah, that's cool.
But, yeah, honestly, it's definitely less scary than everything else on here. Swim's going to be joining back in 5 minutes. Lovely jubbly. So, that was the horror list. We'll show off Swims when he gets here and talk more about that. Let's keep things moving.
Alright.
And
I did make a environments list if you want to see that real quick. We can skip through
sure. Guys, I was gonna make a list on like environments in the games, but I was doing it and I was like, man, all of these environments are great. I don't have any like strong opinions on this, so I didn't bother making one. But since you've got one, literally just my fucking house. Yeah, this is the thing. It's like that's not applicable. It's like the environment's just your house.
it. Yeah.
Gets the job done, nothing stands out. I will be honest, Pizza Sim kind of has the weakest environments. I think it does a lot of the little, but still, you know, there could have been more, right? Like, the Tycoon isn't even, like, real. You know, the other sections are very minimal.
Yeah, definitely. I really like FNaF 3's, like, concept as a horror attraction. It's just that every room looks identical, and that's something I have a big problem with.
I kind of disagree, but I know where you're coming from. With FNaF 3, I actually thought it was... I would probably give it S or A tier, because... Yeah, it's just a series of corridors, but it's a horror attraction. And actually, if you... I have, like, the layout memorized, because I always remember which artifacts and, like, objects are in which rooms. They really stand out to me because of that. I will never forget that, like, Bonnie is in, like, Cam 2's hallway, and then over to the side you got Foxy's head. The Chica lamp is, like, Cam 8. That's just really iconic to me. And the way the arcade, like, flashes and the lighting is actually, like, flickering on the cameras, like Cam 6 and 7, like, that was, like, the first time that was done in the games, I think. I mean, I think FNaF 1 has, like, one camera where the light flickers, but it's, like, the effects I don't know. They've really added to the kind of design of the place for me.
Yeah,
Although,
it's
yeah.
neat, but it does feel too samey for me compared to
Mm.
the other locations. Yeah, Security Breach dominates this. Obviously, I think that like even people who hate Security Breach can agree it is one of the best environments, if not the best, easily. The Pizzaplex is just incredibly impressive, honestly.
I mean, yeah. I wish I could enjoy it. I don't know. Like it's this big overblown, mall, and it's got all these different attractions and all the neon signs. Like, it looks good for what that place would look like in the daytime, but the electricity bill, I don't know, man. I know you can edit the game now to look much darker and more immersive. They did an update, which is good. But I don't know if I give that S tier personally. Like, I it's kind of vague. I think my hatred for this game clouds my judgment in this regard. I think it does have stunning environments, but it's so poorly optimized. But it does have a stunning environment. Like, I just don't really care for it. I mean, okay, let's think about it this way, though. Like, what about the different areas, right? You got, like, the daycare. That's awesome. The detail, the kind of, like, playground type thing they were going. The ball pits. The Music Man area I thought was kind of silly. Like, the sheer number of arcade machines and the way they're laid out, like, it's just completely unrealistic. Like, I just kind of laughed at it. I couldn't take it seriously.
A bit odd, yeah, I still like it. Faster Blast and Monty Golf, especially Monty Golf, I thought were pretty cool.
Yeah. Fazer Blast, Monty Golf, as their own, like, self-contained areas, they were actually really well designed. They looked like real, like, attractions, and the way everything was laid out. Again, if there weren't fucking staff bots every corner ruining my experience, I might be able to enjoy the atmosphere for a second.
I'm so glad they deleted those things in Ruin.
They did? Yes!
Yeah.
That's a win. The other thing was the sewers. I think the sewers were actually pretty cool, just the way they're designed.
They were pretty cool, yeah.
But, like, I like the atmosphere and the design.
Yeah, the atrium is pretty stunning looking, of course. Also, can we talk about Rockstar Row for a second? Because I genuinely love that area. Like, how they have all the old FNaF stuff on display in the green rooms and everything. That was, like... I loaded into that, and I thought the game was going to be even better than it was, honestly. Like...
Honestly, I actually am not that big on it. I think the rooms for the main four are cool. I like how they're themed. I didn't even know what I was walking past when I first played. All these artifacts have the same generic burnt-looking texture, and they're just kind of like random shapes. I couldn't even tell what half of them were. It didn't.
I spent like
didn't inspire
30
me.
minutes just like walking around, like when I loaded into the game, looking at that stuff.
Fair enough. I don't know. That area didn't stick out to me. I do remember the posters on the walls and the cardboard cutouts from Help Wanted. But, like, it just added on to this whole, the game's a games in universe thing. And, like, also ruining Pizza Sim at the same time. Because that was also real, but also a game. It's so... I hate it.
Yeah. Security Breach doesn't work all that well as a FNaF environment, but I think as an environment in general, it's just so far ahead of the other ones that, like, it's only fair to go to S tier. But everything in A tier is far creepier. I'll give it that.
I guess it's hard to compare. Just briefly going over the others.
Just great variety in general, I think.
UCN's got, like, the customizable offices and, like, all the references and stuff to previous games. I guess it's all reused assets, so...
Big on them.
What list are you guys doing now?
Environments.
We're skating over
I skipped this one because I think they're all good, basically. But yeah, look at the stream. Scott's is quite funny. Great variety. Yeah, FNaF World, obviously huge variety. Sister locations, got all the different rooms. I like how there's actually a breaker room, the scooping room. I mean, the thing is, you don't really see a lot of them. But like, I don't know, it's good.
I like the bottom tier. Literally just no fucking else.
Yeah, and Help Wanted definitely, it has that variety. It's got like the FNaF 4 house, pretty much all the locations from one to sister location, and they're actually recreated. They got like new textures and a proper 3D rendering and everything. It looks good. The FNaF 1 office, I like how claustrophobic it feels, like Pizza Sims. It's good.
Have you guys
difficult tier list for when we're ready to move on?
Oh
yes.
Yeah, Matt. I think I sent you mine.
Yeah. So we did the horror tier list, like by how scary they were.
Did you show mine?
No, I'm going to show it now that you're here. Anything you want to talk about in particular? We already talked about everything. Wouldn't scare a 2-year-old. Yeah, UCN's not intended to be scary. Pizza Sim's the scariest, above FNaF 4 and Help Wanted.
Yeah, I think so.
Damn. we both thought, like, FNaF was in a league of its own, but Scott Pethelm wanted up with it because VR. I think it's only scary in places, but yeah, when it is scary, it's definitely up there with FNaF 4. Pizza Sim, I feel like it's more predictable and less intense than 4, especially with The Office, but the salvage is very scary. You just think, like, is 4 more predictable, maybe, because of the game loop?
For me, because I've played 4 a lot, it's not that scary anymore.
Huh. Yeah. Good jumps in Security Breach?
Yeah, basically, a few times when I played Security Breach, it scared the shit out of me.
I think we basically agreed, like, FNaF 1's kind of middling, it's a bit predictable once you've played it, but otherwise it's really good. Sister Location, we both put those with Pizza Sim, it's like, it's got some really good moments, good tension. 2 and 3 lack atmosphere, we don't need to go over that again.
Yeah.
Yeah, good list. Just finish up with environments. Incredibly iconic and creepy, 1, 2, and 4. Yeah, I think, I don't know, I think, like, FNaF 1 is just perfect as it is, and FNaF 4
Yeah, I'd pretty much agree with that.
I feel like FNaF 2's environments could have had a little more...
I'd probably have...
I don't like FNaF 2's environments so much personally, but they're, like, very highly rated, so...
For me, I'd swap FNaF 2 and SL, and I'd have 4 in top tier.
Makes sense.
Alright, let's keep this moving. So, next up, I believe... Let me actually check, I don't know. Sound design? We haven't done...
Have you done
difficulty, I think, right?
Difficulty. So the game's ranked by difficulty. Now, you guys are the authority on this, so I'm going to go first and make myself look like a fool. So, as a non-expert, shall we say, well, I'm not a casual player, I'm a veteran player, but I have beaten a total of 2 max modes, 2 with an asterisk, FNaF 4 2020. I don't know if that's really considered a max mode. It is maybe a max mode, but not the max mode, because there's obviously...
Yeah, I'd say it is.
Mad Freddy, Insta-Foxy, Blind Mode, but... This is
done
my
6
list.
as well?
No. I have not...
Oh.
I've done completion, I haven't done hardest Saturday. That's on my list. I've also beaten FNaF 1, obviously.
I must be thinking of Harry Burger then.
Yeah. I've come close. I've done, like, blacklisted, but I have not beaten the max mode of any of the other games. I haven't even come close. I had a bet with FNaF 3. I barely got halfway.
Alright.
So, just instead of running through each game, because it's going to take too long, I'm just going to give you an overview, right? FNaF 1 is easy all round. The max mode isn't really difficult because of, like, the strategy or the skills required. Again, I actually, I'll get it out again. I had a whole notepad with the criteria I used for this written out because there were so many aspects to it. It was kind of difficult. I had to really think about this. I considered, basically, skill floor, what is the easiest part of the game, and skill ceiling, what is the hardest part of the game, and kind of like how demanding those are. I actually made, like, sub-tier lists for what I call max modes and min modes. Now, this tier list I like to call, tell me you don't play FNaF to a high level without telling me you don't play FNaF to a high level. This is my ranking of the max modes and how hard I think they are. I don't know why Special Delivery is here. It doesn't really have one. This is my ranking of, like, night 1 in each game, and, like, how easy they are, and, like, what I thought of, like, the minimum modes, I guess you would call them.
Did you say night 1?
Basically, yeah. Or whatever equivalent.
FNaF 3 and SL in night 1. Oh, wait.
Exactly.
I think the stream's a bit, like, delayed.
Oh, crap.
So.
Is it lagging?
Yeah.
Because I was going to say...
It's not lagging, it's just regular stream delay. That was really funny, though, because when you said that...
Because you're showing the opposite one! Oh my god, yeah. Yeah, guys, night 1, extremely hard for all games. Except 1. But no, like, in general, like, it's beyond me for most of these games. FNaF 4 and Pizza Sim should probably be lower, but that's just how I perceive them. Anyway, that aside, in terms of difficulty, why do I have 2 of them open? Here we go. Sorry, just fixing that up. Yeah. FNaF 1 is generally easy. Everything's explained properly. The skills required aren't insane. The max mode is just carpal tunnel simulator. It's just hard because of, like, the movement. And, again, there's so many strategies down for it now at this point. Hell Wanted I kind of struggled with, but ultimately I decided that it was just a mixed bag. It's really weird. There are some levels which are so easy you could probably do them in your sleep, and there are some which are, like, just the struggle is real. I don't know. It's weird. FNaF 3, FNaF World, Ultimate Custom Night, and FNaF AR, I all thought have a pretty wide skill spectrum. It's at the point where all of those games can be really easy or really difficult, because within them you've got all the different modes. FNaF 3 Night 1, you can literally AFK because nothing happens. Nightmare Aggressive Only is pure RNG and unwinnable situations. It's like the full spectrum. You know, same with FNaF World, there's a long difficulty curve there. UCN, again, you can literally have nothing, or you can have 50-20. And FNaF AR is weird. I feel like there were easy parts and there were hard parts of that game. It just sort of exists, let's be honest. We don't care about it. Now, the games that I actually did consider and deem tough were obviously those top 4. So FNaF 4, this game's never easy. I don't think this game ever goes easy on you. Even though, looking at the actual, if you replay the game, like the first 4 nights are pretty easy. Understanding what the breathing sounds like and how exactly to go about it, all that first playthrough stuff, pretty difficult to get through. And it's so intense, it kind of makes you panic and do stupid things just because of how scary it is. Pizza Sim, meanwhile, I didn't have a problem with it, but it definitely is a bit confusing. It's complicated, there's a lot going on, and if you're going for completion, your first playthrough is going to be tough. There are going to be nights that last 20 or 30 minutes long.
Yeah, that happened to me.
Honestly, as much as I love that game and its game loop, it is kind of a shame how much it gets dragged out. And I feel like if the RNG was lessened, it maybe wouldn't be so much of a problem. Again, if there were other gameplay changes to accommodate, you know, individual animatronics behaving differently, I don't know. But it wasn't really ever easy. Unless you're, I don't know, throwing away all the salvages and just running your pizzeria, which is perfectly valid. But yeah, I mean, everyone died on night 2 in their first playthrough to Molten Freddy. At the top, FNaF 2 and Sister Location, basically it's the difficulty curves. FNaF 2 starts off pretty tough. I'm not saying night 1 of FNaF 2 is actually hard, but compared to all other games, it starts pretty fast-paced and kind of intense. Like, I don't know, a lot of, like, if you watch Markiplier play FNaF 2 Night 1, I don't know if he's a good example, but, like, he was struggling. And Sister Location just has a weird difficulty curve, and and the checkpoints suck, so that's why I put those at the top. Not even talking about the high difficulty modes. So let's look at your lists. Swim. Difficulty. There it is. I got it. Alright, Swim. What is it? Let's see what we got.
Right.
My nan could beat this game! That's great. That's great.
Yeah, I was waiting for that.
Right. Why? What's your justification? Like,
right.
UCN in hardest? You know?
Yeah, because this is more for beginners, but learning UCN can be extremely hard. And, like, if you don't know, say, all the puppet timings for the GMB and all the intervals and stuff, you won't beat 50-20 easily.
Sorry to interject, but there was one other thing. Like, FNaF 2 is ranked higher because it doesn't explain its mechanics properly. If it actually explained everything properly, it would be much lower. UCN goes a long way to explain everything, but there's still a few things. Like,
yeah,
you know, knowing that you can have the music box on for a certain amount of time, you would just have to try and error to figure that out with the information you're given. But, sorry, do continue.
Yeah, like, because with some of the max modes, say 1, I think you could walk into it and beat it first try without really knowing what you're doing. But with UCN, if you walk in there, you need to know what you're doing.
Yeah, you learn through failure, I think.
Yeah.
Like, because with me, all that reading doesn't embed anything in my brain. What I remember is, like, you know, tangible, if you will, not literally tangible, but like tangible experiences. Like, if I see an animatronic go here, there, and, like, you know, then get jump scared at this time, like, that is what helps me learn. I have to fail to learn.
Yeah.
All right.
And, like,
and
I put 4 at the top as well because also for beginners, that game is scary, so they're gonna struggle.
Right, I was just
like,
put off by how scary it was for years, and then I flew through it.
It took me 2 months to originally beat Night 2, which, with what you were putting before, I'd say Night 1 is the hardest in FNaF 4.
Yeah, right, like, Night 1 is harder than Nights 2, 3, and 4. Because when you're over the fear, the actual mechanics are easier to manage.
The difficulty curve between night 1 and 2 and 4 is
Weird way.
absolutely insane.
Yeah. That's just because how scary the game is, but like I accept that. Yeah, that's
Rest of the main game I'd say is fine, but it's when you get to like the challenges like blind mode, Mad Freddy, Insta Foxy, and blind mode or Nightmare. I don't really have a problem with blind mode, Mad Freddy, Insta Foxy because I've played it a lot. I know the ins and outs of it. But with all Nightmare, because I play on console, it'd be optimizing so bad that it makes it hard to play.
Yeah.
But yeah.
I can understand why you put FNaF 2 and World in pretty difficult. World, I guess, you know, some people
World I put
takes getting used to.
because like the character grinding, Chica's Magic Rainbow.
Yes, alright, yeah. But why Help Wanted in pretty difficult?
Plush Baby, the Fredbear Knight.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, that's about it.
Like a Pizza Party is difficult in just finding the correct route.
Pizza Party, if you don't know what you're doing, will be harder.
I was in there for like 10 minutes straight one time. Maybe
yeah.
Super Soul, I feel like Sister Location, Night 4 and Ennard, Private Room, push up its difficulty significantly, in addition to the actual like challenges. Like those are just regular things for completing the main game and like the other ending, and it's like I feel they're more difficult than they should be. That's why it's so high. But yeah, honestly, there are parts of ESO which are also, like, easy. I can see why you put it in the middle here. Again, like, it's fair game there. But yeah, FNaF 2, as we've said, difficulty curve,
I would have put, now personally, I would have put FNaF 2 lower, because I find it reasonably easy.
It's simple, and if once you practice, the skill isn't hard, but first playthrough. Anyway, just reading chat. Scott, I'll give you a chance to talk in a minute, I promise. Artie's not here. It's Swim and Ambience. Nanami. And, yeah. Yeah, Harry, honestly, I get that. I think the Pizzaplex does fit FNAF's themes. It is like a... It's a logical extension of the idea of the franchise, but, like, it has no place. It has no, like, justification in any version of the story. It's just pure theory at this point. Alright, let's hear Scott's difficulty. Here we go. Ooh, interesting descriptors. Do you want to run this through from like top to bottom or bottom to top? Like
yeah, top to bottom is fine.
Infinitely challenging.
Yeah, so UCN, you can, like, literally do anything with this. Like, there's some stuff in the game that you could go for that is so absurdly hard, it is beyond anything else in the series, for sure. So that's why I'm going to put it up there.
To be fair, if you look at True Player, Shooter 25, their kind of uploads, the green runs, the intended route, no death, that kind of thing. Like,
yeah, I've been there for most of it to watch it progress, and it is truly ridiculous.
It's like self-imposed challenges just with the creativity the game offers. Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Now, FNaF 2 and Sister Location are around the same level of difficulty for completely different reasons, because Sister Location actually requires multiple brain cells to beat, and FNaF 2 requires slamming the keyboard and getting lucky.
Yeah, alright. Again, I put them in the same tier, but yeah, different reasons.
They're the same amount of difficulty, but like Sister Location takes skill, and FNaF 2 is the most bullshit thing I've ever seen in my entire life. FNaF 4's challenges are a main part of where the challenge comes from, I think, along with having to learn a lot of the more unintuitive mechanics in the game, just generally being fairly scary at times. Yeah. So I would put it there. World, I feel like you actually can get annihilated if you go into a boss too quickly, or if you get swarmed by too many enemies, or if you just get unlucky sometimes. There's a lot that can go wrong there in speedruns.
Oh, yeah, speedruns, of course.
Yeah. And also Nuzlocke are very challenging. As
Nuzlocke! Yeah. Okay, alright.
Help Wanted has its moments, I guess. Plush Baby. Basically the same thing Swim said. Yeah, Plush Baby, Fredbear, whatever.
Like,
it also has insanely easy moments.
Yeah, like, there's a few things.
Yeah, it also has insanely easy moments, like FNaF 3, at least whenever you don't get Giga Springtrap.
Yep. Whenever the game glitches and just gives you a free win, looking at you, Funtime Freddy. You know, like...
Yeah, parts and service is very easy. Circus Baby Night Terror is also pretty easy. So like, there's some easy stuff in there, but there's also some really hard stuff. It's very inconsistent. FNaF 3, I think, is like very easily exploitable at this point if you know much about the game. So it's really not that big of a threat. I think even if you don't know a whole lot, then it's still pretty easy to get through. FNaF 6 basically has no max mode, so it's definitely lower than the others. FNaF AR, same thing, basically.
Yeah.
And then FNaF 1 just has an insanely easy max mode, as well as an insanely easy everything.
Free as
and then,
fuck.
Yeah, Security Breach, you can just kind of run through everything.
I mean, as soon as you have your hands on the Faz Cam or the Faz Blaster or the Faz fucking Goober, like,
yeah,
nothing can kill you. It's busted. And then, obviously, you skip FNaF AR. It is mostly pretty easy. I don't know. Where did I put it again? I actually, like... Yeah. Can be any... I put it in, like, the medium where it can be any difficulty. It's a bit weird. But yeah, that's fair. That's an interesting list. Some differences, but I think, like... I like that you said it's infinitely challenging. I think you made a really good point there. I would argue that FNaF 3 and Pizza Sim are not overall easy. I think, like, they're medium, but yeah, that's... Yeah, FNaF 1 is free. That, I think we all agree. Alright. Again, not going to waste any time. We've got tier lists to get through. I have been streaming for almost 3 hours. We've got maybe an hour left. And we're actually getting through this now.
We want to do next sound design?
I think so. This, I believe, is the last games tier list, at least from the ones I set out,
the
before the
overall
overall list, which I'm going to do right at the end after, like, the character lists and the bonus ones.
Alright.
So, alright, let me just get this up. So, for sound design, I did also actually have a specific criteria I wrote out for this, because this was not hard for me. Like, I feel like I already had my kind of understanding, but I really wanted to show the thought process. So, here is the list. This is all the games ranked by sound design, and this is my criteria. I was thinking, okay, ambience, the thing in the background, not the guy, sound effects, and music. 3 things. Everything started off at C tier. I move it up or down, depending on what it's got going. And there aren't really many bad ones, so there was nothing below C tier. As you can see, it's actually doesn't have E and F tier. But it's like, does the ambience help the immersion? Do the sound effects enhance the atmosphere or gameplay? Is the music memorable? And just to quickly run through mine, basically, FNaF 1 and FNaF 4 both have phenomenal sound design. They really enhance the gameplay and the fear factor. Like, there's a lot of sounds, you know, the listening mechanic in FNaF 4 is done really well, but in both games, there are sound cues for things you need to listen out for. There are random sounds that distract you. Again, the Scruffy video essay goes into this really well. All of this I pretty much got from Scruffy. But also, the actual background track, you know, it makes the place feel, you know, it adds to the tone, the atmosphere. It doesn't feel dead, as in, like, lacking, you know, I guess kind of like charm, and it sets the tone, you know. They also both have decent music tracks for their menus, and in FNaF 4's case, the trailer. And, you know, it surprises me, actually, that the older games got so high in here, because the older games are disadvantaged in that they pretty much have stock music only. But I'm counting the trailer music because it's just so good.
Yeah.
FNaF 3 lacked atmosphere on FNaF 1's level. I just think, like, the ambient bass in the background was just kind of lackluster. Other than that, it's great. The sound effects, you know, hit the right beats. The menu music and the trailer music are some of my favourite non-Beyond Riskin tracks.
Absolutely slaps.
It goes so hard. I believe it's called A Storm Brews or something like that.
I personally prefer the remastered one, but
really, that is a hot take.
Yeah.
I think the ports are so much worse. Like all.
I don't like the other ports that much, but like FNaF 3's one.
FNaF 3's is like
slap.
not bad, but like the original, I think it's got nothing on the original. It's got such a brilliant
I like the
composition
original a lot
of
as well.
sound effects and like different like textures. I guess hard to explain. Anyway, FNaF World, banger soundtrack. Again, this isn't trying to be a horror game. It's not rating it on like ambient immersion here, but it's like, you know, all the ambience is in the music, and there's different like vibes to different areas. It again hits the right beats. It's a pretty loud and annoying game, I guess, and it doesn't do anything crazy, so it's A tier, but like it's good. Sister Location, again, better than FNaF 2 and 3 in terms of atmosphere, but not on the level of 1 to 4. It's got a good amount of ambience in the different rooms, and the sound effects are mostly pretty good, but the jump scare sounds are just ear-piercing, and I really don't like that. Although, what saves it from being pushed to bound to be is the soundtrack. It is awesome. You've got Watch Your Six, Gradual Liquidation, some of the best tracks in the series. Like, if this was just a music track tier list, it'd be an S, but, you know. Then you've got Pizza Sim. Pizza Sim, great soundtrack all around. I like all the minigame stuff, but obviously, I think the ambience is better than 2 and 3, but again, not quite with 1 and 4. It's like about as good as Sister Location. It's got like a thick, murky tone in the office and salvage sections, but there's less of it. The vent movement sound effects are nice and subtle, and they're not unfair. They're pretty consistent, even though there's like 20 different sounds. And I don't know, I never got taken out of the game by the lack of sound. FNaF IR as well, it may shock you to see me ranking this game so highly in some respects, but you gotta remember, this is not an overall ranking. This is a ranking of a very specific aspect of that game, and I liked that game's sound design. It's got some nice tunes, it's got good ambience, and the sound effects are fine. I mean, they actually really suit the characters. Also, this is the game that finally gave Freddy Fazbear a voice. I didn't even mention voice acting. FNaF AR is the game that gave Freddy a voice. I think that's important. I think you should remember that. Last but not least, you got FNaF 2 and UCN in B. Again, like, UCN's got decent sound effects, and the music tracks are really nice, but it's mostly, like, reused stuff, and there's not much in the way of actual, like, you know, sound, I guess. I don't know. The menu's the most immersive part, I guess. And FNaF 2, good sound effects, bad ambience. It just doesn't have the atmosphere. As Scott said somewhere on Discord, he said, I eated it all. It's just like, there's not a whole lot to it. It's just the same sound effects over and over, and it's annoying. Help Wanted I gave the lowest, because I'm just so tired of hearing the FNaF 1 sound and ambience being reused over and over for every single level, when it doesn't make sense. There's also stuff like Night Marion's voice lines from UCN being recycled in the most annoying way for his level, which kind of ruins it. I don't remember anything special about this game's sound design. I think, like, there's, like, some, like, whispering, glitching sound effects associated with Glitch Trap, maybe. There's, like, the Pizza Party as the creepy music. That's alright. It's not bad, but it's, like, they made all these amazing visuals and then just recycled. Like the intro music is just from the FNaF 4 Xbox port, like, the console port. It's... I don't know, it doesn't stand out to me, it's the weakest out of all of them. But that is my tier list for sound design, so... I guess, does anyone want to go first?
Yeah, I'll go first.
Yeah. Yeah, for consistency, I just thought, because you went. Sound design / soundtracks. Alright, what have we got? Run me through this.
Right. So,
Get out of here.
I based mine more on, like, OSTs. Yeah, I based it more on OSTs and ambience than anything.
I agree with this, actually. I think it's
World,
fair.
right. I should point out, I'm generally not a fan of OSTs or video game music in general.
Damn.
But World, like, absolutely slaps. You've got Stone Cold, you've got...
Yes.
Basically, all the tunes in it are just so
Broken
good.
8-bit, the underneath, like, the flip side layers, having the different version of the same tune, clever. It's great design.
FNaF 3, I really, really like the menu themes.
Alright.
So, and then next tier, 4 and FNaF 1 for similar reasons you saying the ambience is great. I like 4's original menu theme a lot. The jump scare noise in 4 is one of the best.
Oh yeah, I didn't even think about jump scare sounds.
Also,
like,
the breathing mechanic.
yeah.
And with SL, I really like Watch Your Six and
Yes.
menu theme. 6 UCN and SB, you know, they're sort of on the same line, because 6 has good tunes, and UCN's got a good menu theme. And, like, with Security Breach, I think with the elevators and just Monty Golf and the music and in all those places is just good.
Yeah, this might actually be... I don't know if this is a hot take, but I actually think even the soundtrack for Security Breach wasn't that good. It has some
I
banger
liked
tracks,
it.
don't get me wrong. Alright, I acknowledge the legendary DJ Music Man, Boss Music, and
Yeah.
Rockstar Row. I know Scott's a big fan. It is a nice vibe, but What annoys me is the melody they use for the theme tune. They just, like, most of the soundtrack is just that melody reused in the elevators, and there's so much unused
I
stuff.
like
It's
that
just
aspect
annoying.
of it.
Like, the main one's alright, and Rockstar Row is neat, but then it's like you've got like 5 different elevator versions. Like, oh my god, I hate this. But then, yeah, there's different tracks like Monty Golf and stuff, which are honestly pretty good. So.
And then I put Help Wanted in. Could be better for the same reasons you were saying.
That's
It's
exactly
just
what I'm
kind-
saying. It could be
just
better,
kind of
man.
mid. And then I put 2 in no because I'm fed up of hearing that.
Like, the danger
hearing
ambience
that
is so
in
annoying, and because the game was rushed, it
annoying.
plays way more than it should. It's
The menu themes are alright, and I suppose the ambience in general is okay.
It's got good
but
trailer
it's
music,
just-
but it doesn't.
oh yeah, I like the trailer music, but that danger ambience just drags it down because I'm fed up of hearing it.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah, that's my thoughts on stuff.
Brilliant stuff, Swim. I love hearing your thoughts. Like, we've put so much thought into this, man. There's so much to discuss with this franchise. There's nothing like it. Anyway, Scott, you're up. What have you got to say?
Well, FNaF 1 is peak sound design in this series.
Fair.
I don't think anyone can really argue that. Like, there's just so much going on here, and it's used in so many ways that I find it a bit hard to believe that Coffin was even able to, like, construct this without prior knowledge of psychology and what makes people afraid. It's just really well done, basically. I don't think anything will reach that level again. FNaF 4, however, is quite close. I think it does a really good job of using audio to ramp up the horror. Similar things with FNaF 6 and Sister Location, I think also, on top of having these games both having very catchy OSTs, then I think they do use sound effects pretty well also. FNaF 3, of course, amazing OST. Sound effects are okay. I like the ones with Springtrap moving around, but the droning sound gets plainly
Yeah,
I
I
forgot
like
about that. Yeah.
Yep. FNaF 2 is there, I guess. I mean, the way it uses sound during the cutscenes between the nights is pretty interesting, and that's about all I have to say about it. Otherwise, the rest of it is pretty subpar. Same with Help Wanted. Not really a lot happening here. When there is stuff, I think it works pretty well. I like the title music. I like Pizza Party and all that stuff, but not really a whole lot, I guess. Security Breach and FNaF World, I think, probably have the best OSTs in the series, or at least very close. But I don't feel like they establish atmosphere all that well. There's one track in Security Breach that plays when you're like pretty far away, when you're in like the prize corner mainly, that I think does set the mood really well. But besides that, there's not really a whole lot going on here. Ruin improves it slightly, but not all that much. Still not a whole lot of atmosphere. And then AR and UCN just either have lackluster sound design, or especially in the case of UCN, just immediate ear rape. So it's nice.
Free Freddy jump
Yeah.
scare moment.
See, UCN is like sensory overload, and I know the game's meant to be all chaotic and crazy, but like, aside from the soundtrack, which I thought was excellent, it's just annoying, and like, there's like, it shouldn't have to be that way. It's just tunk, 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 tunk. Please deposit 5 coins. Among Us, and then you die, and it's like, what the fuck? I mean, like, it's great in some moments, but it's like, it kind of gets nauseating to play. It's like one of those games you can't play for like an extended period of time because like it actually like hurts your brain.
Yeah, I think the best way to describe UCN in terms of its visual and sound design is that like the first 45 seconds of 5020 have become a meme format.
Yes.
Like, I'll just open mainstream meme subreddits and I'll just see going on fandom.com without an ad blocker, and then it's just like a sped up version of the first like 45 seconds of UCN 5020, and I'm like, yeah, that adds up.
Oh my god, you know what? You know all those like goofy meme sound effects? AKA the daycare theme from Security Breach. Literally a meme song. Like, oh my god, how is that a real part of the soundtrack? That's like, that's almost what UCN feels like. It's that, like, just crazy with all the... And yeah, it's like, you literally get pop-ups. Yeah, these lists are fair. I think FNaF 4 is on par with FNaF 1, but maybe, yeah, FNaF 1's probably still the top. And, there are a lot of things I hadn't thought about. Springtrape's movement noise, the, like, flatlining noise in FNaF 4 when you shine your light on Nightmare, or Nightmare Forever, like, that's a cool detail with Nightmare as well. And in the Halloween edition with like Mangle adding the radio thing, like again, I think that's up there with FNaF 1. But Amazing music, not so much atmosphere. That's a good qualification, because I think that is absolutely the case with some of these games. Alright, that's sound design. Look what's playing. Good stuff. Okay, guys, we are flying through these. This is good. We're going to have time, hopefully. So that is all the tier lists, except for the overall on the games. But I want to come back to the overall ranking of the games last, because I think that's, like, the important thing that everyone's really, like, most excited for. And I've teased it already. Nanami, that is unfortunate. DJ, thanks for dropping by, dipping in and out. Do what you gotta do. Appreciate it. Well, Duncan has a QOTD. Just gonna read this out real quick. Strongest and most unpopular opinion on FNaF. The Wizards and Phantoms both have missed design potential. When you hear Withered, you think of something gritty and rotting away. Ghosts are paranormal, scary, and can do whatever they want. The Wizards should be out of place to the toys, but they don't have that feel to me. The actual withering on them is fine minus foxy, but the actual dirt textures on them are barely seeable. Phantoms don't feel paranormal enough. When I hear Phantom Michael's noise, I imagine her crawling at the wall while she stares at you from the window. Scream your head off at you, but nope.
I wouldn't really say that's a hot take, because I see a lot of hate for the Phantoms. I personally agree with it. I don't like the Phantoms that much.
I mean, people, like, praise the Witter designs, like, to a healthy degree, though.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest, I am one of those people.
I like
let me just change my profile picture real quick. It's for no particular reason it's Withered Freddy. I think the Wizards are amazing. They could be better, they could be scarier.
I absolutely despise Foxy.
Yeah. I like that they're a realistic version of the FNaF 1 crew. They actually look ugly. They aren't appealing. And it's not just because they're withered, it's because they're, like, very clunky and old-fashioned and, like, a first attempt. I really, really like the Wizards, and I think they can look
speaking
scary.
of which, I love how people dunked on FNaF Plus for doing that, and we're like, oh, they're not actually, like, meant to look scary, though, and then they're like, OMG, Wizards, my beloved. Yeah, like, okay.
Yeah, now the FNaF Plus designs were excellent, I think. Again, we didn't really get to see them in-game, and I think FNaF 2 does a bit of a disservice to making the characters scary. I think the puppet's terrifying, but could have been even scarier with a better, you know, overall game. The Phantoms,
it felt kind of forced in some places.
The Phantoms are very much bonus characters no one cares about because they're literally just hallucinations. I think, again, Phantom Mangle is actually still not very scary because I know what I said earlier, but Phantom Mangle just kind of pops up at the window. It would have been cool if they like were on the ceiling or something, like hanging around. Imagine if they were like animated, like one of those old like I don't know, like PNG horror games. It's hard to explain. I don't know what exactly you call that, but
So can we because they're just hallucinations, can we rename it the Schizo Simulator?
FNaF is just Schizo Simulator, yeah. Honestly, yeah.
POV game.
Alright. Very funny. Alright. So let's you know what? Let's actually do jump scares before characters. Let's break it up a little bit here because
Scott did that one.
That's fine. That's fine. I want to talk about it.
Jump scares too many.
Did you do it?
On my yes, but I left all the help wanted ones out, and well, you'll see what I did with UCM.
Here's the thing. So here's what I've got. Okay, this is my list. It's very large, so I'm going to take my time on this because this is going to be a bit of a long one.
I should also explain I made this like 2 months ago.
Yeah, I actually had to... Okay, so I'm going to be honest. This was the most difficult tier list for me. I made this last night. It's taken me days because I was really struggling to actually think, hang on, what is a jump scare? What makes a good jump scare? I know that sounds stupid, alright? And it's not like I'm completely oblivious to, you know, the traditional techniques of horror. Like, I know some basics. A jump scare scares you with a jump, right? But, like, maybe this is just me, but I've never really given much thought to jump scares. I know, like, FNaF jump scare compilations have been a thing for years, but it's like, I've never actually considered them that important, and I've never really had an opinion on them at all. To me, they're just kind of what happens when you lose. From a horror perspective, obviously, it's like, jump scares release tension. You could argue that they're not even scary inherently, or they're not supposed to be scary inherently. They're a release of the tension that was built up. They kind of just trick your brain into a fight or flight or freeze response rather than actually present something scary. But I think that's just a different type of scariness. There's also different kinds of horror, you know? Jump scares, you know, a good jump scare. In the end, I decided my criteria had to meet a bunch of things. Animation. is it physically believable? Because if it looks goofy that it couldn't physically happen with actual physics, then it's going to stop being convincing, and that takes away from the immersion, and that takes away from the scares. Same goes for lighting. If the render doesn't actually look like it's an environment, like it's just green screened on, it's immediately going to be less effective. Sounds. Is it actually a scary sound that shocks you and, like, surprises you? Or is it just annoying? And also the model. The actual character design is important, and this is another tier list that's coming up. Does the monster actually look intimidating, or is it just really goofy? Does it make you jump and feel scared? But there's a problem with this, because there are jump scares in FNaF that are not intended to be scary. Ultimate Custom Night. So what do you do about that? Are they bad inherently? Or do I have to change my criteria to make them fit? This was tough. And I actually, I went on a real, like, rabbit hole. I ended up watching MV Perry's ranking of the FNaF jump scares, and I just realized I didn't finish that video. I stopped after FNaF 4. I need to finish that. But here's what I got. So, starting from the bottom. White woman. Like,
jump scare.
there are bad jump scares, and then there's that. A real, legitimate, canon part of, like, the main series of games that was approved by the developers and the director and Scott friggin' Cawthon. Like, that made it to the final release of a mainline entry into the series. That is, like, that is indescribable. I can't even adequately describe White Woman jump
I did
scare.
see Vanessa, like, actually chases you now instead of just walking around, so that's a bit neat, I guess, even though it
At least
doesn't
she's
actually fix the
actually
jump scare.
scary. Yeah. Anyway, like, it's just kind of, like, it's not even funny. It's just, like, what reality are we living in? And that's why she gets her own tier back in the depths of hell. This is also the first human to be on these tier lists. These tier lists sadly skip over characters like the Afton family as humans and Phone Guy. Okay, so all of Steel Wool and all of Illumix got their own tiers because, I'm just going to be honest here, they're all the same. The way Steel Wool
really
animates, they pretty much all look the same. I'm not saying they're particularly good or bad. I think they're basically all B tier. Like, some of them are improvements, some of them are not. But it's like, they're all so forgettable.
I'd say Ruin's jump scares are actually pretty good this time.
Ruin had some nice jump scares.
Yeah, they cleaned it up quite a bit.
Again, because with Security Breach, something it actually did do better than some of the main 7 games, you know, originally, is that the jump scares are actually rendered in the environment, and the lighting and the animation is, you know, better. Some of the animations suck. Some of the, you know, sounds are really suck. I hate the Security Breach jump scare scream. It's up there with Sister Location for annoying sound effects, in my opinion. But yes, there are good jump scares here. There's some okay ones, a couple bad ones maybe. I just don't care. Like, there's so many, and it's like, sitting through and watching all of these back-to-back is A, not that how they're meant to be consumed, and B, utterly tedious. I have never... But anyway, I do actually have opinions on jump scares now, though. Again, all of Illumix, shoved them in here. Again, they're basically the same. I think Illumix actually animates the animatronics slightly better than Steel Wool, but that's more like with the workshop and how, like, they actually move like animatronics stiffly rather than fluidly. In terms of the jump scares, Illumix, Steel Wool, you could, like... Some of these I can't tell which is which, because honestly, like... The jump scare animation is just the same crap. Illumix actually animates the jump scares worse, I think. Because every single one of them, they just shake at you with their mouth open. They're not even, like, animated doing things. At least Steel Wool tried there. With the jump scares, Illumix, they just hang their mouth open, like they're opening wide for a tree, and just shake in front of you. And the way they actually really fill the screen, and they have that dark vignette, like, the effects are cool, and the models are questionable, and the sounds are varyingly annoying, but, like, just go in your own tiers. I don't care. And now onto the real tier list. True Player has his own tier. I wish he was here to see this, but I'm sure... I'll let him know. Like, there is a True Player tier, because I thought this would be funny. This is not a jump scare. For some reason... Phantom Mangle, Phantom Puppet, Phantom Mangle in UCN, and Lolbit in UCN are listed as jump scares. Those are not jump scares. I don't know what you're on. Took me out of the experience. This is the absolute bottom of the barrel of jump scares. I'm just going to reel the rest of the tier list. This is the real tier list, okay? So we got actually good, alright, okay, bad, took me out of the experience. See, rather than go through the tiers or anything one by one, I'm just going to give you an overview. Like, There's a lot of jump scares which I still have no opinion on. I think like they have some issues with the animation or the lighting, but overall they're okay. They do succeed in doing what they're supposed to, like, you know, Toy Freddy in FNaF 2, Toy Bonnie in Ultimate Custom Night, Ennard in Sister Location. You know, there's bad ones where the animation or the lighting or something about it is very obviously off, or it just looks goofy. Freddy in Ultimate Custom Night, Withered Freddy in FNaF 2, all of the Bon Bon and Bonnet jump scares. Music Man in UCN, which is a shame because he had a lot of potential to be absolutely terrifying, but for some reason he just wasn't. And then, you know, there's the ones that are actually so bad that I, like, get taken out of the experience. Yendo in Sister Location has some of the worst animation. It's laughable. Golden Freddy in UCN doesn't need explanation.
It's just a screen.
Anything with... Yeah, it barely qualifies as a jump scare. Anything with Afton Scrap Trap, it just looks so bad. Like, it didn't even scare me that much. Withered Chica in UCN is just bizarre. Like, why is it animated so fast with her arms wobbling like that? It looks horrendous. And then there's the PNG jump scares of Ennard and Nightmare Mangle. And also Bonnet in UCN is, like, it's a rare one because it's a secret character, but she literally just, like, teleports across the screen. It's actually so bad. They're so lazy.
You know what? My main problem with some of these jump scares is... So, for example, Night Marion is one of the scariest characters, I think, in the game.
Yeah.
And all his jump scares have been so bad.
Okay, here's the thing, actually.
With FNaF 4,
Yeah.
Scott could have designed some really, really scary jump scare for him. But he's just got screamed.
Well, here's the thing, actually. Sorry, go on.
I know he did that because he did it for Nightmare as well, but it just doesn't hit well, in my opinion.
Honestly, I'm now imagining Nightmare with, like, Nightmare Freddy's animation, and that would actually be sick. However, I think different jump scares have different aims, and I've got to kind of acknowledge here that not all... I can't judge these, for example, for being scary, because scarier isn't necessarily better. There are some UCN jump scares in alright and actually good. Yes, the top tier is basically C tier, because jump scares in FNaF in general are not good, and I think it's just part of the thing.
There are only, like, 3 really good ones, in my opinion.
Yeah, fair enough. So, just to quickly run through this, basically for alright, like, Bonnie and Chica from FNaF 1, apart from the choppy animation, which really doesn't look good if you actually look at it, they're perfect. Like, they're flawless otherwise. Stuff like Withered Bonnie and Mangle from FNaF 2 are a bit better, like, in terms of the animation and the kind of, like, posing, I guess. Like, it's a bit more creative. It does something interesting. The Phantom jump scares are actually, like, well animated. I like them, but because they break the tension in the game loop, they're not in the top tier. Stuff like the Nightmare Cupcake and Pumpkin, I know it's a dream, probably, but, like, it looks kind of goofy, the way it just
they're
floats
actually
around.
pretty good jump scares, in my opinion.
But, again, like, it's FNaF 4, they can't go below alright or okay. Yeah, Nightmare Mangle is the only one I put in okay, because it was just a copy-paste of Nightmare 4.
Really?
Like, the rest of their body's just stiff. Like, there's no animation when there was so much potential there.
Couldn't you say the same for Bonnie and Chica, though?
Yes, but no. Nightmare Mangle has a lot more potential that wasn't realised with, like, animation. And with Bonnie and Chica in FNaF 1... You know what, you're probably right. Maybe I should move up to alright. I didn't give this as much thought, to be honest.
For me, Mangle holds up more than the other two, because I absolutely love Nightmare Mangle's design.
Fair enough, fair enough.
And the extra mechanic of the... What's it? Static in the closet. I think that's really good.
It is. And just to finish on my tier list, so the ones in alright have basically one issue and are otherwise fine. Now, you might notice, like, Withered Bonnie from UCN's there. The thing is, some of the characters in UCN just have these PNG shape jump scares, but they also don't have any, like, rigging on their face. Like, what are you going to animate for Bonnie's jump scare? I mean, they could do, like, the hand grab thing again, but honestly, I think it's as good as it could be. Same with Puppet and Nightmare, which is why they're actually in the top tier. Puppet's jump scare's missing from this for some reason, the UCN one. But, Again,
would be
stuff
F
like,
tier.
you know, Nightmare Balloon Boy in FNaF 4, I just think he looks a bit goofy. Maybe it's the angle.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it's perfect. Rockstar Freddy and Rockstar Chica, I actually think those jump scares are great. They're not intended to be scary. They do kind of signal the game over, but they could have been a bit better in, like, the... I can't remember what it was. I think it's like the sound. Like, the sound for those ones kind of suck. Again, there's a lot of sister location ones that are low because the sound's annoying. I'm glad Baby finally got a decent jump scare in UCN, but the top tier, which is interesting to talk about, there's stuff like Nightmarion, which I think is a nice game over in UCN, and I think like the Nightmare, Fredbear and Nightmare are actually well animated, and I like how goofy Nedbear's is. Like, Nedbear's goes all the way, and it actually commits to being as goofy and as silly as possible, and it works perfectly with his character design. But then there's stuff that's legitimately terrifying, not only as a good jump in an actual horror game that's immersive, but it's well animated, lit properly, rendered in the environment, and has a sound that's kind of tolerable. And that's stuff like The Salvages, Funtime Freddy and Ballora, and, you know, pretty much all the FNaF 4 jump scares and Freddy from FNaF 1. I thought Puppet and Withered Foxy from FNaF 2 were okay. The death screens for Nightmare and Nightmare are haunting and eerie enough and different enough and surprising enough that I think they actually work really well. And this is probably the hottest take here. I actually did put Springtrap in the top tier because although it's not scary in of itself, I don't think that's the point. I think FNaF 3 lacks tension and suspense in the main game loop that would have made this more effective. The fact that he just kind of slides towards you, I think, says a lot about how unique and different Springtrap is and his personality in the story.
I mean,
and also, it's still pretty surprising to see that big grisly face, you know, up in your face.
I like how he stares you in the eyes, but that's about it.
Yeah, again, maybe Springtrap's character design could have been scarier to make that work. It worked for Nightmare and Nightmare, but that's basically it. I think jump scares in FNaF are a bit of a joke. There are very few I would actually take seriously, and I don't think they're actually that important overall.
Yeah.
Anyway, I've talked plenty. Is there anything else you want to say, Swim, or shall I move on to Scott's takes? Oh, you've got your tier list. Sorry.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at this. So, NA. Oh, yeah. So, Circus Baby killing Elizabeth. I did count that as a jump scare. I think that's a very unique one, but I think it worked nicely. You can kind of see it coming, but, like, it's good. It's unique. I think it works in the context flawlessly. But yeah, UCN equals awful. Did Scott even try? Fair. The Office, the FNaF Peter Sim Office jump scares are crap. I don't think all the UCN jump scares are awful, but I think most of them are mediocre at best.
For me, because of how chaotic the game is, you don't have time to think about them. So I just dump them all. That's it.
That's alright. I understand, but I think UCN jump scares are generalized. Because some of them are absolutely the worst ever, but some of them are decent. But yeah, the absolute best being exclusively FNaF 1, 4, and SL is pretty based.
Yeah, because they're the only ones that I really try to me. Except maybe Ruin, but that wasn't on there.
That's different again, yeah. But yeah, I mean, Phantom Puppet Thing's pretty creepy, although I wouldn't call it a jump scare.
I suppose.
Anyways, sorry, Scott, is there anything you want to say, or shall we just move on? Because I know you haven't said anything in a while.
Not a whole lot. I mean, I didn't make one of these. I don't have like a detailed opinion on every jump scare, really. The UCN ones are terrible. I think just pretty much all of them. FNaF 1 and 4, I think, are once again where the jump scares are most effective, and that's because of the build-up. So it's tough to say like what makes a good jump scare, I guess, because they're typically written off as like a cheap horror tactic, but I think they can be done well. I think there's two strategies that work. One of them is sending a ton of like actually pretty effective jump scares at you at breakneck speed to like constantly drop the tension up and down like a roller coaster. The Conjuring is a movie that does this pretty well. The entire thing is kind of a jump scare fest, but it is actually tense because of like how quick they're coming at you and how much the tension drops up and down. It's kind of crazy.
Okay.
The other one, my favorite jump scare of all time, is at the end of the original version of Carrie. Because
I agree.
It is so incredibly good. It's one of my favorite like moments in a horror movie ever, probably. It lulls you into a false sense of security really well. This movie has had no jump scares all the way through. It's been like a serious, like non-scary drama, right? And then at the very end, we see one of the characters in a dream sequence where everything is really calm and really serene. and then a slow jump scare happens, and the music slowly kicks up, and it just turns into like a full-fledged nightmare scenario
Yeah.
for the next 20 seconds, and it
Wow.
is so effective. It sent chills up and down my body, and I think that's the best way to do a jump scare.
Yeah.
Nice.
Like, when I watched Carrie, when I was watching that bit, I was actually thinking to myself, damn, this is pretty sad. And then that just happened.
Yeah, it's so jarring. Like, those two things, I think, are the ways to do good jump scares, and I think FNaF has, like, a third interesting way of going about it, which is, it's basically, it's a punishment for losing, essentially, which I think is one of the better ways to do jump scares in a hard game as opposed to a movie.
Yes.
So I have to give it credit for that, but I think there's very few, if any, jump scares that live up to either of those. I think jump scares, honestly, are usually done better in movies than games.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair. Silver, I'm really sorry you've been bored, but if you want to make your own tier lists, I feel like that's part of the fun. You guys are welcome to. I'm going to be posting mine in the Hydration Nation after this. But thank you for your support. I'll see you around. You have a good one. Let's get on with the character tier lists, because we do need a bit of time for these, and normally I end my streams now, so I gotta get things moving. So,
Matt, just to say, I did send you a bonus one, because we did plan to do something like that before, but I think you cut it at the end. So
that's fine. What's this?
A lore importance tier list.
Alright, I'm gonna get this one out of the way first, because actually, I did this, and I realized this is kind of, like, objective. Like, I don't think anyone's going to be saying that, you know, Scrap Trap or Spring Trap is unimportant to the lore. Like, it's the same characters who are the most important. And I actually... The only thing I'm really struggling on here is, like, are the main four, Freddy, Bonnie, Chica, and Foxy, major characters? Or, like, definitive essential characters? So I put the Wizards in major, so they're, like, kind of in both tiers. But it's, yeah, it's like... You know, the toys are minor characters. You've got, like, Funtime Freddy and Ballora. Even Old Man Consequences, and then you've got, like, exists and completely irrelevant for, like, most of the characters. There are some funny tier names, but yeah, that's my list, and Swims is right here. I think you've nailed it on the head, really. It's, like, pretty much the same here. I would disagree that, Claremont, Freddy, and Vanny are important, but I guess in the confines of their own game, like, even then, I think Vanny's a push.
Yeah, I should say this was before Ruin.
Vanny is, like, probably belongs with Burn Trap and Blob, honestly. Like, it's so sad. Shit's so much potential. But yeah, like, could work without. Yep. And zero importance. Yeah. I mean, some of these characters, like, are of dubious canon. Like, is Yendo even canon? I think he's an Easter egg in the main game, but, like, he never shows up anywhere else, so... Yeah, we can skip over that. We've got difficulty, scariness, and overall opinion. That's all I've got.
Difficulty, I just ranked them on their mechanics.
Yeah, so here's the thing.
And I will need to explain one of them, because one of them is kind of a hot take.
I did my difficulty and horror stuff already.
Yeah, so let's do difficulty first, because I made 2 separate lists for character difficulty, because it was based on individual mechanics on their own. So I had to do a second tier list for UCN, because some of the mechanics between UCN and their original appearances are very different, and I thought it better to just separate them. I haven't included, like, anything Help Wanted onwards, because I don't think it's really, like, worthy of mention. Like, they're either very similar, or they're just whole new things for just a couple characters that I don't think are too big. So, you guys are probably going to flame me for this, but man, his ass does not understand gameplay. I actually did have... I did not. Did I? Difficulty criteria. Here we go. I did actually have a criteria. This was also a bit of a challenge. I did this one fairly last minute. But I was trying to think about the amount and type of skills being tested. Reaction time, pattern recognition, precision, strategy, you know, listening, whatever. How fair they are. So RNG, you know, if a character is less fair, they're going to be more difficult, even though that is an artificial form of difficulty. How much it affects the overall game. Something like Withered Foxy is going to be a much bigger deal than Phantom Foxy. And how much AI level actually makes a difference. If a character is like the same regardless of AI level, they're probably on the more difficult side. So to briefly run over, with their original appearances, I hope you enjoy the tier names. There are some characters I could deal with in my sleep, or so I've claimed here. I honestly feel like, because Mangle has the sound cue in FNaF 2, because Bonnie and Chica are so simple, and because Phantom Freddy and Phantom Foxy are so easy to avoid, they're actually, like, the easiest. A lot of these ones, again, simple but fair. You got the Phantoms, you got Sister Location custom night characters. Even in Night 2, the Biddy Babs are, like, it feels pretty difficult, but the whole thing is scripted, so it's actually not that bad. Funtime Foxy just works the same as Foxy, which I was like, this is like middle of the road. There's like, pay attention or there'll be consequences. These are the characters you do actually have to like think about, but they're still fairly easy. You know, winding the music box, you know, checking the bed, you know, and the closet, you know. Even in the custom night, I feel like Funtime Freddy's pretty straightforward because his voice lines are so iconic. And Ballora, you just kind of have to learn the audio levels. Even I still don't have that down, to be honest. Electrobav, again, you just gotta kind of point and click. Requiring skill to manage is like characters that you actually need to have played the game a few times maybe to like deal with. Freddy in FNaF 1 is, you know, pretty tough on a first playthrough. Even on the max mode, he's the one I die to the most, if ever, because he is busted. Springtrap can be very easy, but also can be very difficult, depending on the night. And again, the breathing mechanic from FNaF 4, the additional audio from Nightmare Mangle, the Night 3 section of Sister Location, the Night 4 section of Sister Location, the Entered Private Room, and the whole nose pressing thing from the custom night, as well as like Pizza Sim in general. That's why those characters are kind of there. Then we had Tough to Deal With, which was a very small category, surprisingly, and these are kind of characters between kind of difficult and just really difficult. And again, this is all subjective, it's just me. But Withered Foxy in FNaF 2, there's always uncertainty for me of whether he's going to attack me or not, and his aggression and balancing is horrendous. Nightmare Balloon Boy is plush trap but harder, and Lefty is definitely significantly more difficult in the salvage, so I pushed him up. And then at the top we've got Inherently Unfair, and these are the characters that I honestly think just aren't really fair, either because of RNG or a lack of explanation of their mechanics. FNaF 2 doesn't explain the whole reaction thing. You have to put on your mask immediately, and it is a skill you have to practice with like all of these guys. Also, the audio cues for them coming in and out of the vents are really unclear. Toy Bonnie is obviously busted. Golden Freddy is complicated and not explained. And then you've got Nightmare and Nightmarion, who are kind of RNG.
Is this with UCN or without UCN?
This is without UCN. UCN's a separate list, and this is what it looks like. I'll run through it first, so you can just talk about your overall thing. But basically, there's a lot of easy characters in UCN. I don't think I need to explain. Like, some of these guys, you can get 2,600 points AFK. Like, easy mechanics. The next tier up, again, you have to kind of think about. They're simple, but they are fair. Things like some of the mediocre melodies, Scrap Baby, if you like, you know, they're pretty easy to deal with compared to Pay Attention, or there'll be consequences. And again, the plush characters aren't really that difficult in concept, but in practice, I always struggle with them. Ballora is really fast compared to Sister Location. Rockstar Freddy, you got to be prepared for. Rockstar Foxy's a gamble, and Scrap Trap, you know, you got to react fast. And then you've got like the actual difficult characters. So again, this always boils down to the same things. I put in Bonnet because I struggle with booping the nose, but Nightmare Balloon Boy just kind of trips you up. The others either use utilities, which is always more difficult. You know, like the heater, the glow music box, or whatever. And then, yeah, after that you've got Tough to Deal With. Again, really getting high up in the difficulty now. Helpy always catches me by surprise. I cannot tell you how many times I've died because Helpy's forced down my monitor. No one else can do that, only Helpy. That's a big deal. Forcing down your monitor is another thing that makes the FNaF 2 characters unfair. Again, these guys are tough because Nightmarion is kind of crazy. Even on lower AIs, you got to be really careful of where you hover your mouse for just a few seconds, and then there's all the RNG and kind of like complex mechanics associated with these guys. You know, Lefty is like... Some people think Lefty's easy, but man, heat and noise have to be kept down, and they only go back with the thing that consumes the most power. That's like quite a lot. And I know this will surprise you. So Inherently Unfair has Toy Freddy and Funtime Foxy for obvious reasons. L-Chip makes the game a lot harder without necessarily being hard in of itself. because of the controls. You either got to click the skip button, which means hovering your mouse over Nightmare on, or press enter, which is like over in an awkward place on your keyboard away from where both your hands are. So either way, L-chip can really mess you up, especially something like 50-20. And then you've got, DD and Xor, who are just like RNG the character, so that's why they're inherently unfair. But, this is subjective, so...
I kind of get what you're saying, but like L-chip being top 3 on a UCN difficulty list is just like genuinely insane to me.
Yeah,
well,
same.
I mean, like Helpy, I've been killed by L-chip a couple times,
Plus,
especially early on, I guess.
For me as well, L-chip is absolutely free because I play console, which means all I have to do is press one button and he goes away.
Yeah, but on keyboard and mouse. Oh,
but
I see.
even when I've played,
I mean,
Yeah,
you can just wait for
console.
like every 10-second interval anyway. Like it's not like he pops out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Yeah, true. It's just like take my hand off my mouse or whatever for a moment. It's just like
I would definitely have Foxy in top tier.
Fair enough. I don't know. I knew he was RNG, but I wasn't sure. But yeah, now that I think about it, maybe if I swapped L-chip and Foxy, this would be a bit more accurate.
Yeah.
But let's hear your tier list now. This is like what I've ranked, and again, as you can see, it's very different. Like,
I didn't have a tier
characters.
list on mine. I didn't do a tier list on this, but
I'll send my original mechanics and my UCN mechanics, I guess.
I'll say my top 5 for UCN. So
Alright.
obviously Toy Freddy. I'd also have Foxy, Orville Elephant, Ned Bear, and Funtime Foxy.
Yeah. Again, it's all the characters that like use the utilities, and the Death Coin characters who are the more difficult on their own. I've attempted trying to beat a knight with just the Death Coin characters active, and I've still never beaten it.
The original is just like how much I like the mechanic and how good I think it is, by the way, not like how hard it is.
Fair enough. Alright, let's take a look at Scott's. So you got there Freddy and Springtrap in top tier. My man! Fine taste.
Oh, by the way, I did do like a mechanics tier list on mine, both for UCN and normal games combined.
Oh, let's see yours first.
Difficulty.
Alright, well that's fine. If it's just your opinion, I did it a bit differently. I mean, yeah, this would be completely different. In terms of what I like, I think it's already clear from when I talk about the games, but I mean, there are some mechanics that I personally struggle with that I do enjoy, and vice versa. Like, and there's some which are like good in concept, but bad in execution. I don't know.
I'll have to explain a couple parts with it, mainly Puppet.
Gameplay mechanics. Alright, yeah. So this is Swim's gameplay mechanics. So the bottom one's being broken. I'm glad Staffbot's been put in there. I just didn't even bother with the later game stuff. Mr. Hugs, yeah. No, sorry. Mr. Can-Do.
Alright,
Red
so
Balloon.
I'll explain why Puppet is top tier.
Oh yeah, why is Puppet top tier?
Because I don't think Puppet has reached its potential it had. Because I think that, in theory, the mechanic is absolutely amazing. But all the executions have either been completely broken or underwhelming. Like, FNaF 2, absolutely broken. UCN, you just put the G and B on, and you don't have to think about it.
Yeah, I'm glad that it actually scales with the AI this time. Puppet and UCN was a big improvement.
And in Help Wanted, it was just meh.
Yeah, because like they nerfed FNaF 2. Honestly, yeah, I don't know.
Like, now, if I was going by my logic of like potential, then Toy Freddy in theory should be up there. But I'm not forgiving Toy Freddy. It's staying down in the hell tier.
Yeah. I'm curious about Glamrock Freddy in Really Good. I really like
the mechanic of you can jump inside of him and like walk around.
Kind of inverse the whole sister location thing, I guess.
Yeah, it's pretty unique. So I thought.
I don't know. It could be worse.
Yeah.
I mean, there's nothing on here that like jumps out at me as crazy. You think Golden Freddy's boring? I guess. Is this UCN or all games like combined?
Combined.
So you think all the salvages from Pizza Sim in UCN still have boring mechanics?
Yeah, they're just mid.
I thought Lefty was pretty immense, actually, and Scrap Babies is a really nice callback.
Yeah,
Scrap
Lefty
Chat,
does like nothing now.
yeah, I don't know. Molten Freddy's the only one I would consider mediocre, but like, again, a lot of these things like references or new twists on existing stuff. There's a difference between the idea and how they actually play. Like, I know you can solve the event character by just shutting the door, so the whole snare thing is kind of irrelevant. But I mean, that depends. Maybe you need to save power. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, like stuff like the rock stars are interesting, I guess.
Yeah, the Rockstars mainly are carried by their UCN mechanics.
Yeah.
Because
I
obviously
feel
they
like
don't
they're pretty
do
good. They're
six.
unique. Rockstar Foxy, I would put in the top tier. I think that's like a really interesting addition to the game.
Yeah.
Where's Rockstar Freddy? I don't see him. Oh yeah, he's in really good. Yeah, okay. I mean, I don't have particularly strong opinions on this, I guess. Let's look at Scott's. So, this is FNaF, not UCN, basically. UCN deserves a whole list of its own. So you got Freddy, Springtrap, Ennard, Nightmare, Fredbear, Nightmare, and yeah, I don't think we need to explain, like, the way those are laid out and executed in the actual game, like, it keeps you on your toes, it's paced right, the skills being tested. Yeah, I'm curious about Chica's Magic Rainbow. I thought Chica's Magic Rainbow was really... I don't think it was bad. I thought it was, like, intentionally awful, if that makes sense. Like, it's annoying, but it's, like, the actual gameplay's fine.
The same reaction to Chica's Magic Rainbow as I had to getting over it, which is making something intentionally shit doesn't suddenly make it good.
Yeah.
Oh, wait. I see what you mean. I'm thinking of the boss fight. But Chica's Magic Rainbow actual game, I guess... I think getting Chipper
Game and
is
character
an absolute,
is horrible.
you know...
Yeah.
You know, like... awful thing to do. It's annoying because you just have to memorize what to do. It's not fun to play. Alright, I accept that. I didn't enjoy it. I thought that was intentional, but maybe that's just a bad idea. Staffbot, obviously, yeah. I wish had virtually no impact
annoying.
whatsoever. Yeah, these all suck. That's... I like DD. I thought DD added the random element that suits
No, DD's annoying.
DD is RNG hell, and you can just get screwed on like an otherwise fun run for absolutely no reason because you have no clue who she added. And there's no way to figure it out.
Yeah,
you'll just be playing like 2,000 points and it'll add Toy Freddy.
I would argue that you've got the DD repels, but fair enough.
It
is
power
unfair.
ups are useless in this game. I absolutely despise it.
Yeah, I never use power-ups, ever.
Why not?
They work for exactly one run, and one run is useless in UCN. You can get screwed by RNG anyway.
I suppose. If they didn't cap at like 9 or 10 or whatever it is, I would probably use them more. But yeah, it's annoying when I, use my power-ups and then they're all spent on a failed run. It's like, damn. And then you got to learn to play without them because you don't get them back fast enough.
Oh yeah, that's the other thing. She can appear in challenges also, which is stupid.
Yeah. Like, one thing that annoys me is you'll be doing old friends, which is hard enough, and then she just adds someone. It will be like Plush Trap or Funtime Foxy.
Yeah. I'm glad that the Phantoms are in fits in the game pretty well. I consider them more like part of the environment than their own characters. I actually think in terms of game mechanics, they're flawless. It's just like the way they damage the atmosphere is the problem. The FNaF 4 characters, I would rank them higher personally. Carries the game flow and makes it shittier. That's an interesting tier name. So it's better, but also worse.
Leonard Foxy, entire gameplay loop centers around him, and it is a fundamentally horrible idea.
Yeah. Same with Puppet.
I think it's alright as an idea. I just think like his aggression is imbalanced.
I like that all the 6 animatronics are in the same tier.
Yeah, honestly, I never had a problem with the music box. It is kind of boring, and I think like it should be like a thing you just do for a couple seconds every now and again, rather than doing for half the night.
It's a dumb mechanic to structure the game around. Same with Leonard Foxy.
Yeah,
honestly, nothing about FNaF 2's gameplay loop is good.
I don't know. I think it's got something, but yeah, I guess it doesn't matter.
I saw this rank of the FNaF games the other day, and the guy put 2 in S, and he said 2 had interesting gameplay loop. Which I found
it certainly
hilarious.
has an interesting gameplay loop. It is one of the gameplay
He didn't say good, he
loops
just
in
said
the series.
interesting.
I should mention, this same guy also put World in F.
Yeah, this guy is unbased.
Yeah.
You can rebind your controls for UCN? How did you do that?
Wait,
I
can
mean,
you-
what-
through third-party programs, I assume. Yeah.
Why have I never tried that? Oh, man. Okay, I'm stupid. Glamrock Endo's literally a Weeping Angel knockoff, a 173 knockoff. Yeah.
that's what I like about it, though.
Yeah, the best mechanics of Security Breach are the ones they've ripped off, like, better games, including FNaF fan games. It's, like, I have no
Joy of
regret
creation.
saying that. Like, it's literally the joy of creation, copy-paste. It's kind of embarrassing. They didn't do anything unique with it.
My
It's just,
favourite-
like, loads of endoskeletons.
My favourite mechanics from Security Reach are actually the Sun, Moon, and DJ Music Man.
Honestly, I actually think the DJ Music Man segment was mid. You're just running around getting from generators on
No,
A
it's
to
one-
B,
it's one of my
and all the
favourite
regular
parts from the
threats are
main
there.
game.
He's
Yeah, I think
cool,
it was
but
awesome.
not for gameplay reasons.
The
I think it's more
soundtrack was
spectacle.
so good as well.
Yeah, at least the chase sequence is cool. I like that. That was like something out of, Bendy and the Ink Machine, but like legitimately good as its own thing. There's some sequences in Bendy which is kind of meh. I can't remember off the top of my head. Super Soul, that's a really interesting suggestion. If DD had her own mode where she just like added characters every 30 seconds, that's an interesting
Oh
one.
god.
Would have been good if it was like you could
Well, actually-
switch right on there.
It depends what it adds, because the night's only 4:30 long, so...
Yeah. I should also say, the thing about the Security Breach game mechanics is that, like, they're impeded by the game not functioning, so it's, like, it's hard to accurately judge them. I think, like, I wouldn't put any of them above, like, mediocre, because, like, they're not
I mean, I'd say
scary
the
or
game like
surprising
mostly
at all.
functions fine now.
Yeah.
It does now,
think-
probably. Yeah. But like, the glam rocks, they make so much noise. They never surprise you. They're so telegraphed. They just kind of wander around. I don't know. It's like the daycare attendant at least has the whole distraction thing. If that actually functioned, I think it does now. I hope so. That's probably the best part of the game in terms of gameplay.
I mean, the day one build a security breach actually was pretty scary because you could just like fall out of the map and land on Roxy's head. I mean,
Scary for the wrong reasons.
I
Yeah.
had that
Um,
with Ruin, actually. There's that segment where you're walking across Monty's catwalks.
Oh, the terrible one,
and-
yeah.
Yeah, and then I just fell out the world. I was like, wait, what?
Bruh.
Yeah, I tried that and then started laughing hysterically once I saw it was actually possible because I never expect 3D games to actually like let you fall off stuff.
Yeah.
Anyways,
Clipped into Minecraft
but yeah,
for a second.
these top 3 tiers are great. Carrying the game flow, making it better. You got Funtime Freddy, you got Nightmare Foxy, Ballora, base picks, UCN mechanics. So this is actually not in preference for like difficulty. Actively help. How is helping actively helpful? What?
Points.
Oh yeah, I never thought of that. Oh yeah. Oh, of course, because Balloon Boy and JJ as well. Bonnie,
Yep.
does Bonnie give you coins?
No, he makes it
No,
so
Bonnie
Foxy
just
can't
steals
progress
Foxy.
if you have his figure on the table.
Oh yeah, man, this goes to show what I know. I'd forgotten about that. Yeah, of course, and of course, Rockstar Foxy. Again,
Based top tier.
not a real threat. Yeah, I mean, like those melodies can be stopped with one click. You can easily dismiss most of these with a door. If you forget about them, these guys are an issue. Yeah, like Scrap Champ already got to react fast. Freddy, can catch you, I guess. And Phantom Freddy, I guess, can take for granted. Yeah. all
Hit
these
stun,
guys.
vent. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that as well. That actually makes Springtrap lethal. And Rockstar Chica, yeah, she actually does switch doors.
Yeah, and Green Runners won't flash Phantom Freddy at all, by the way. Like, they'll close the vent on the frame
Yeah.
attacks.
That actually is like more power efficient. Damn, that's amazing. So it can be an issue of horrible RNG or green run or alternate DC route. Very specific, but these are more difficult characters. You got the plush trio, utilities.
Yeah, the plush trio are only a problem on non-Funtime Foxy DC route, but they're like enough of a problem. I feel like they're worth mentioning.
Bro, why is hand
Yeah.
unit on here? Is this just not
Because
just UCN?
there was no image for Phone Guy.
Oh, I'm stupid. Yeah, of course. Yeah. I mean, Chica's caught me off guard more times, I'd like to admit. Then, of course, you need to watch out plenty.
Also, I like forgore about the secret animatronics entirely, so...
Oh, yeah. I almost did as well. The jump scares
Oh, yeah.
reminded me that they existed, so I had to go back and edit my list. I mean, I think they're all kind of just like green or blue tier on here. Like they all just kind of
I
pop
like
up from
Plush
to
Trap.
distract
I
you.
like Plush Trap's mechanic, but it can be a bit annoying.
Zora and Plush Trap can screw you completely if you get unlucky.
Yeah,
Oh, okay. Yeah.
If you get a late Zora spawn time, it's literally just like it's completely Jover right there. There's no
It's
recovering.
Jova. I'm
Yeah.
like done.
like I think the concept is good, but it was
Yeah,
so
these
badly
characters.
executed, like Toy Freddy.
Difficult. All right. Okay, so that's all of that. I think, yeah, it's interesting to talk about, like, and think about what is same and different. But we're really pressed for time now, so I'm gonna move on.
Yeah, we need to like speed through this. I only have a
Don't
few more
worry,
of the
we're
show.
almost
thankfully.
there.
I think
so
I've only
now
got 2 more. Actually, I've got 3 more because there's the special
we got
part.
Yeah.
horror, overall
Uh,
opinion, books, and endings, and then the overall list. We can get through those quickly. All right, so here, let's go through this.
Overall enjoyment, I guess, next.
Yeah. No, scariness. So, how scary the characters are.
I didn't do
Horror
one
the
of them.
characters. It's fine. This is pretty
Yeah,
simple. Sorry.
Yeah, I did not rank these.
Starbucks top tier.
Again, I feel like this is one of those things where it's like, maybe like story and lore importance, it's kind of fairly objective. Like, you can't honestly tell me Happy Frog is scary. Like, there are a lot of characters, bonus characters, tycoon characters, that are not intended to be scary. Security breach characters. These two scare me for the wrong reasons. And then we've got, like, never scared me, to be honest. Like, Vanny, Peanut, Balloon Boy, Toy Freddy. Like, they're just too goofy, they're too silly, or they're too mediocre. There are those with the creepy moments. I think Circus Baby, despite not appearing visually in Sister Location very much, has her moments. I think, Toy Chica, weirdly enough, why did I put Toy Chica in creepy? Oh, because her face. She takes, like, her beak off and stuff. That actually does look pretty creepy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, the Sister Location crew, Music Man, Sun and Moon, you know, the Ven Music Man thing creeped me out the first time it appeared. There are those that are only scary in concept, and those that are only scary in execution. Like, the idea behind these isn't too scary, and the way these guys are presented isn't too scary. But they kind of have the pieces in place, and they just aren't fulfilling that potential. I honestly don't find Ennard that scary, because despite the concept, they have a very friendly-looking face. I don't know. They just look kind of weird. Even with the mask off, it's like,
Yeah, I can see that.
that's a cute design.
I agree that Dreadbear is terrifying, though.
Yeah. Again, the Phantoms, scary in the actual, you know, I guess design, but as an idea, they're just ghosts. And, you know, the Halloween edition characters, I think Nightmare Balloon Boy looks goofy, but I don't love him any less for it. And again, the really scary characters are up top. Like, I think the OG gang, some of the Wizards, the Shadows, Phantom Puppet, especially with this image, some of the Nightmares, Ballora, those salvages, and Glitch Trap and Dreadbear. When Glitch Trap's gradually forming in VR, I haven't experienced that, but I can tell that's properly scary. And Dreadbear, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That's
Glitch Trap, by the way, in case you guys didn't know, can spawn in the tape room behind you randomly.
Wait,
Oh
can you
my
actually-
god, I forgot about
Yes. The first time I saw that in VR, I almost fell on the floor.
that. Do they appear at whatever stage they are in, like, the main room? In terms of, like, the...
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, wow, that is
That
It
is
scary.
can be, like,
amazing.
right there, like, when you get all of the tapes.
That's really eerie. Yeah, but yeah, like, I think, like, characters like Ballora, like, her jump scare and, like, her, like, awareness and Sister Location was pretty creepy. The Nightmares, obviously, higher up. Nightmare Body and Chica are in the absolute top Nightmare field because of the breathing mechanic. It's just, like, an edge above me
Yeah.
than, like, the FNaF 1 crew. I think Puppet, FNaF 2 really isn't that scary, but Puppet is definitely...
Puppet's
I find
design
Puppet
is
scary. I think in a concept and execution, because the actual jump scare isn't too bad, and the whole sequence of it escaping the music box for the first time is, you know? Golden Freddy being this ultra-rare Easter egg that's just this creepy, unknown Freddy-looking thing with the hollowed-out eyes and mouth. You know, Nightmare
disagree.
and Nightmare represent death, and Matbot is terrifying. They are a cosmic
my-
being that will destroy the
So
universe.
it's true.
Yeah,
That's
so true.
true. I disagree with Nightmare personally, but that's because whenever I see Nightmare, I feel pissed off.
Again, when you've played these games a lot like us, you stop being scared. Like, these are all goofy goobers to me. I love them as, like,
when Nightmare
silly
jump scares
little
me,
thingies.
I don't feel scared. I feel pissed off.
Yeah, alright. But yeah, that's my tier list of that. So overall opinion on FNaF characters. Here's mine. And I'll actually do this last. Swim, let's go you and then Scott. So your opinion on the characters overall. Let's see this. Best S, A, B, C, D, F. You could have just had S, A, B, C, D, E, F, but okay.
I needed an extra tier for S because, yeah.
You skipped E.
I did want to like my
that was
takes
just
on how they're
how the tier
written
list
and
was.
like how important they are to the story, and that was it.
Oh, nice. Okay, fair enough. Well, Swim, quickly run us through this. We don't have to go through every single one, but like...
Most in the best tier are mainly bias or really liking designs. Or
They all
just
look awesome.
Or just great, like, story and character like Puppet and Springtrap.
Did gameplay factor into this?
Most... yes, slightly with, like, Foxy and... Yeah.
Roxy
yes,
in S? You got some
I
explaining to
will
do, my guy.
admit that was there before Ruin, but Ruin just furthered that point.
Nuh-uh. You're just more socially accepted now because of Ruin. That's all that's changed.
Maybe.
Listen, buddy,
anyway,
I want to see your search history.
The rest of S tier is just like characters that I really like. Obviously, like some of the originals are in there for
Yeah.
maybe nostalgic purposes.
The OG Freddy and Withered Freddy are both excellent.
Night Marion I put in there because I really like his design.
Yeah.
Most of A tier I feel like just characters that don't quite make S, and then the rest of the tiers are just there.
Yeah, like B
The
tier,
the
I'm surprised to see Scrap Trap so high, but I kind of get it why.
I don't like his design, but I don't think he's that bad, if you know what I mean.
Story-wise, I think he could have been better, but like he wasn't the worst thing. I mean,
Yeah.
DJ Hayward carried his personality with grace.
Yeah, and then the F tier is the characters I absolutely hate.
Yeah, like D is so mediocre and forgettable. I totally understand. And
Yeah.
I wouldn't have Balloon Boy and Golden Freddy below C.
Sad
I think
to
that's
have to
fair.
put Vanny there, but like Vanny was just the biggest waste of potential ever.
It's just sad. I'm
I think
surprised to
Scrap Trap
see.
is abysmal personally, but fair enough.
Wow, I mean that's totally valid. I put him at like right at the bottom of mine. I think.
I think Vanny because like when you watch the trailers, she looked like she was going to be such a cool, important character, and she was probably there for less than 5 minutes of the game.
Most annoying character award. Yes, Super Soul. Thank you to the people still chatting in live chat all these hours later. I appreciate your support. But
And then
yeah,
F tier is characters that I absolutely despise.
I just want to add in, responding to chat, FNaF 1 Golden Freddy is a very eerie looking design, and he's comes out of nowhere, and the kind of just mystery of it really adds. It's a fear of the unknown, I think. But yeah, Roxanne Wolf, I don't think she's like the worst character ever, but I'd be lying if I said I tolerated her. I totally understand most of these, but I gotta ask, Nedbear and Orville in F? They're
Yes,
that bad?
they absolutely suck in UCN. They are broken.
So for
Like
gameplay.
me and Ethan have both died to Orville in 7 seconds.
Jesus, what? 7 seconds? I didn't even know that was possible. Okay, I fully understand, but my experience with them has been a delight.
And I
Probably
should
because I
explain
don't play
that
UCM.
Ethan doesn't
Good one
even
died to
really-
Happy Frog in about the same before.
Oh yeah, that sucks. But yeah, I totally understand. Mapbot, burn in hell. So, Scott, you had this. This is kind of based on like writing primarily.
Basically, yeah, just like how well I think the characters are presented. I didn't put a ton of
I'm
thought
gonna
into it,
start
it's
at the
pretty
bottom
interesting.
and go up. So, canonically pissing me off. I love that. Totally valid. There are no rails. They ate the rails. As in went off track. Very funny. You have a funny way with words, my guy. I'm surprised to see Spring Bonnie down here. Like,
Spring
He
Bonnie's
does,
just there.
bro. He does nothing. Like he's an important character, and yet nothing has happened.
We've only
Okay.
seen him in cutscenes.
Spring Bonnie isn't like a person. Spring Bonnie is, you know, one of the original Springlock suits, the murder suit, and the, you know, animatronic that becomes Springtrap. I would consider them really good at like lore, but like little else since they haven't actually been like a playable enemy. I don't know. I like them.
Yeah, the fact
Mm.
nothing has been established about Spring Bunny is something I do have like a slight issue with. Which is
I
It's
get what you
annoying.
mean. Like, no official model that's actually been like properly released. You know, Ned Bear and Happy Frog. Why?
like either of them. They're unbearably annoying, especially Happy Frog.
Damn.
They're both just
All
there.
right.
Not even mechanics wise, just I hate their voice lines.
I love them. But valid. Yeah, I
I
understand
find-
the rest.
I find
Sorry.
Pigpatch and Ned Bear the worst. Their voices are so annoying.
Yeah. Well, definitely funny, but goes off the rails most of the time. You got like Pigpatch, some of the Rockstars, Nightmare BB. I would rank all of these characters much higher, but I understand.
I love how the Pat's in there,
Trashy
but it's
gang,
not
yeah.
in. Pat's in there.
Oh god, yeah. Like, what even is that thing? Like, it. Why does that
Pat and
exist?
Trash in the game are there, but not in bottom tier.
Then there's like a whole bunch of mid characters that have little impact, and I understand. Like the Wizards, relative to the FNaF 1 counterparts, the Nightmares, Golden Freddy, the toys, all those, you know, extras from Pizza Sim and Sister Location. Yeah,
Hold up, Mr.
Um,
Hippo in top tier.
Yes.
we'll get there. We'll get there. So well written or funny, but can go off the rails sometimes. You got Orville, Respect. You got the original FNaF 1 crew, Mangle, Nightmare Fredbear, Helpy, Glamrock Chica in like B tier, really?
I mean, I think she's comedic at times. She's not well written necessarily, but I think she's
Okay.
funny.
I like
I
the
thought
story
she
of
was
how, like,
nauseating, like more so than Roxy almost. But maybe I just thought she was bland, really.
Yeah, fair enough.
But Monty, you know, I respect that. I will never forget the Giga Monty memes. He's a good meme.
Monty was underused.
He was kind of one-dimensional, but you know that's about what you get with like, you know, goofy animatronics. They're not like haunted, so they don't have like that big kind of role. The Shadows and DJ Music Man, interesting choices. Vanny, really? Like with all the missed potential, you put it up here?
Yeah, I would say that it goes here for a few reasons. First of all, I think the concept is just objectively amazing, even though it's the worst executed thing I've ever seen in my entire life. So I got to give it some credit for
Yeah.
that. Second of all, the meme potential is off the charts. Like, I don't
White
think there's
woman
anything
jump
that has matched like White Woman Jump Scare and Are You Having Fun Yet in years.
That's
I
true.
think there
That's
are better
true.
memes, but
She's
okay.
just inherently hilarious. She is a giant meme fountain.
I never even thought about that. I never considered Vanny like a meme fountain, but that's fair enough. I think we don't need to explain a lot of these. Like Night Marion, classic, you know, Nightmare Freddy, really awesome. Could be fantastic with a few tweaks. You got like Glitch Trap, Roxy. This I fully understand. Yeah.
Roxy's in there.
Yeah, I noticed Security Puppet. What would you tweak with Security Puppet?
I understand that actually.
I would give Security Puppet just more relevance in general. Honestly, after its minigame, I would try to find a way to tie it again, to tie it in like a little bit again somewhere.
All right, fair enough.
Yeah, I agree with that.
You got like Glamrock Freddy and Funtime Freddy. We love Kellen. We stand Kellen. But like, what would you change, like, about these characters? Is it like story relevance? Like Scarlet Baby, I thought she was fine, but I guess you were saying about Pizza Sim, she could have had more presence.
Scrap Baby needs more interactions with Afton, I feel like.
Yeah.
And
Yeah. All right.
I
Yeah.
don't know. On top of that, I feel like she was better written in Sister Location.
That's fair. I think she became simplified in Pizza Sim because her character became more clear cut and defined. I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing, but yeah, she should have had more interactions to show that. Like Ennard, what would you change about Ennard?
I would probably, I don't know. Well, for one thing, I'd make him look more intimidating. That's like the main thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I'd also like for him to just not like vomit up spaghetti and then die at the end of Sister Location. Like, yeah, I know he comes back as Molten Freddy and everything, but like that's such an underwhelming end to like such an interesting character.
It would be nice to actually see that, like him become Molten Freddy.
Yeah.
Yeah, that whole area of the lore is something that should have been expanded upon in the game somewhere, because the only source of information we have for that is deleted source code that only has like secondary sources existing now, which is a...
I like how, like, before the release of FNaF 6 wasn't there like in code. There was that whole argument between
Scott Games
The
in
end.
FNaF World, the
True.
source code had dialogue, and it's really cool and really clever, but I wish that had been... I'm glad we've got
Yeah.
that saved and backed up in places, but man, like, that should have probably been in the game in some extent.
Yeah.
I can kind of understand some of these, like, I feel like, yeah, maybe Ballora could have just a little more of something, story-wise, and with the Bonnie and Chica. I like their voices, but there's definitely missed potential.
Yeah,
about
their
Candy
voice lines
Cadet?
are great.
Sorry, what about Candy Cadet? What would you do about them?
I think his stories are really interesting, and I'm actually like really glad that he came back in Ruin.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I some of these I'm not like even entirely sure what I would tweak. I just feel like there
They could be better.
something.
That's
done to
okay.
make them
You're not
better.
the author. You don't have to have a plan. But then you've got the absolute best up top with Puppet,
This is what I
Lefty,
want to know.
Springtrap, Baby, Mr. Hippo, and Old Man Consequences. I fully understand and appreciate all these, but say what you want to say, because there's a lot to talk about here.
Puppet and Lefty, actually insanely well-written character for the most part. Never fell off super hard like Afton, which is actually really nice. I still don't know how to quite manage to pull that off. I think both their voice lines in UCN are fantastic and would have made like a perfect end. Springtrap, not taking into account what happened to Afton afterward, is basically just peak character design. I think in general is just really cool, and Springtrap as a whole is just one of the coolest concepts I've seen in horror in a while, honestly. And I really
Yeah.
wish he wasn't turned into a supervillain.
Yeah.
It's like a
Um,
really dark concept as well.
Yeah, Baby is just a really nice, like, well-written, like, complex, tragic character. Mr. Hippo, I think, is one of the most creative ways to narrate part of a game's lore I've ever seen. I love the metaphors. I love how it's outlined. Stories that he tells.
What
I
I
remember
like
you
about
commenting
Mr.
on the video
Hippo-
essay I made about that, and I was like, man, I got
Yeah.
the ambience approval, let's go.
What I like
I've
about
definitely
Mr.
improved since
Hippo the
then.
most is, like, the best part of him is if you log out the game and try to get his cutscene away, he's still there.
Yeah, bro
it's
comes
such a
back.
troll. Bro always comes back, yeah.
But yeah, Mr. Hippo, like, even aside from the war connections, I think I just really like how the stories are presented themselves at face value.
Yeah.
Honestly, it reminds me of like hanging out with elderly people and hearing their stories, you know,
Yeah.
which I've always liked.
Alright, and last but not least is Old Man Consequences.
Yeah. Again, really great ending to UCN, I think. Like, a lot of people have an issue with it. I could not have, like... I think it provides, like, an insanely powerful sentiment just as far as not only the lore, but just this franchise as a whole and the community
Yeah.
goes.
Like, that quote, leave the demon to its demons, that resonates with me so much in
Yeah.
multiple ways.
Oh, yeah.
Anyway, brief overview of my character tier list. So, starting at the bottom, there are characters I genuinely think actually make the franchise worse by existing. That's how bad they are. I don't think any of these require explanation. Like, they just suck in terms of gameplay, writing, or the lack of. Then I had
Glenbrook
the
Chica hate is kind of wild in, though.
Yeah,
I
same.
think she's awful. She has no redeeming qualities for me. I mean,
I
maybe
find
she
her
could go and you
underwhelming.
suck instead, but you know.
I find her underwhelming, but I don't think she's that bad.
I mean, she's
Yeah.
the worst glam rock, but like, she
Yeah, same.
she has
I'll put it this
some
way:
redeeming
if you
qualities.
removed her from the game, it probably wouldn't like change
She
anything.
has no personality. That's my problem.
Anyway, then I had the "you suck" category with the likes of Roxy, Toy Bonnie, Bonnet, just annoying, pointless, poorly written, poorly designed characters. Scraptrap's in here because as much as I try and headcanon my own interpretation of him to make him cooler in Pizza Sim, like, he's bad. He's a bad iteration.
Yeah,
of Springtrap. He's a
He
bad
ruined
evolution.
Afton, pretty much. He was the start of the huge downfall.
I think the start was the novels, but like that was when it really started because the novels were a whole separate thing. It's a
Yeah,
shame.
I mean, hear me out though. Silver Eyes Dave is actually like possibly the best interpretation of William to date. It's
Oh.
just he got screwed
Yeah.
so heavily in the next two.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no,
like,
you're right because
the
it's
next
the
two
twisted
made
ones
it
when
worse.
Springtrap
Silver
shows
Eyes
up.
Dave is like actually peak human William Afton, like
Yes.
including fan creations. I
mean,
would
like,
say.
I haven't read Fourth Closet yet, but from what I've read from Twisted Ones, it absolutely kills him.
Yeah, he's just it's Springtrap I'm talking about, not William Afton. The whole Dave Miller thing was cool. It was fine. It was not the best thing ever, but I think it's definitely the best
Yeah, it
we've
was
gotten.
cool.
And yeah, no, worlds away. Yeah, this is when that really started. These the animatronics think are unremarkable. Again, like, what do you expect to say about these random dolls from Sister Location whose names aren't even, like, outside the game files? These are the neat characters. Characters like, you know, the Daycare Attendant, Glamrock Freddy, the Cupcake, the Endoskeleton, the Paper Pals, even Mapbot.
They're just there.
They just exist, and they're alright. I tolerate their existence. These are the good additions to the franchise. These are the characters that I think, man, without them, this franchise would be a little bit worse. You've got, like, Candy Cadet with the stories, all the cool, like, mini-games and aspects of the Tycoon with the Gumball swivel hands. Honestly, I just think she has good stats. Apparently, it's a she. I don't know.
Rice King being this high is hilarious to me, honestly.
He's great. You get a free Funtime Chica and some extra money just for throwing away your tokens. It's like
Prize King and Gumball Machine being so high.
Higher than the Cupcake and Endoskeleton and the entire toy. Yeah, no, I will stand by this. I think they're more enjoyable mechanically in the games. None of them really have any personality, so it's not really a contest there.
Good punch for everyone.
Yes! Yes! Fruit Punch Clown, MVP,
Which one was
way better than Lemonade's. Lemonade
Which one was the clown? Which one was the clown that made like the really creepy speech where it's something to do with like cutting your
Fruit
throat?
Punch. It's Fruit Punch. The Lemonade Clown sucks. It's just the same thing but worse in every way. But yeah, like Funtime Foxy, the Shadows, the Phantoms, Golden Freddy. I have mixed feelings on Golden Freddy. I feel like they've been really mishandled story-wise, and they had the potential to be top tier, but they're just kind of frustrating and overtly mysterious at this point.
Golden Freddy is annoying in UCN.
Yeah. And, like, all of these characters have, like, decent game mechanics, decent personalities, like, you know, the rock stars. I like them. Then we've got the best of the best and the rest of the
Why
best.
is Chica's Magic Rainbow there?
Okay, hear me out. Chica's Magic Rainbow is, like, perfectly designed to be infuriating. Like, I didn't enjoy the character, but it's like, I wouldn't have changed a thing. I think, she's just, the way she speaks, the way she acts, I think actually the, her minigame does kind of suck. But, like,
yeah,
the plot twist boss fight was good for that, I think. Sorry.
Yeah, I only have 6 words to sum up my feelings on Chica's Magic Rainbow, which is getting over it with Bennett Foddy.
Yeah, alright, fair enough. Honestly, like, she was a surprise inclusion on this list, so I had to really think about it, but I don't know. I'd never really think about it.
I see a Chad take.
Yes, we'll get to that. So,
Pan Stan.
the rest of the best is, like, the characters that haven't fulfilled their absolute potential, or haven't made it to my absolute favourites list for any reason, but are otherwise, like, flawless. You've got, like, Bonbon, who's great, good counterpart, foil to Funtime Freddy. Balloon Boy, who I think is missing potential, but otherwise, great character. I think they're actually a lot more important than you'd think. Nightmare BB is iconic to me. I like the Nightmares, the Music Man, Rockstar Foxy, Helpy, Dreadbear. They're just good designs, good gameplay, good story. You know, Circus Baby, obviously very complex. Not one of my favourites, because I feel like she should have been utilised more in Sister
I
Location.
agree with that.
Like, visually and as an actual playable antagonist in the custom night, that would have been nice, but... Then we've got the best of the best, and you've got the OG and the Withers. I consider all of them equal, I think. You know, the Withers designs, better in some ways, but also maybe worse in some ways, because it's not like... The FNaF 1 crew are special, and they're the same characters. You got Mangle, Puppet, Springtrap, Nightmare Fredbear, Funtime Freddy, Ballora, Ennard, the Mediocre Melodies, all 5 of them, Pan Stan, Smolten Freddy, Scrap Baby, and Lefty. I think each and every one of these characters has either become an essential part of the lore and the story in a really impactful way, is really memorable in terms of gameplay and design, or is just fun. That's why the Mediocre Melodies and Pan Stan are here. I know I joke about Pan Stan because, you know, justice
I
for...
personally
being
strongly
UCN,
disagree with Nedbear and Orville.
Yeah,
But then,
fair
when,
enough.
I mean, if you say memorable gameplay moments, I suppose I could make an
Technically.
argument for that.
I know,
For them
like,
being-
this...
For them being terrible.
Yeah, like, this is probably my only real hot take today, because this is, like, something I unironically put in this tier list. I actually think the Mediocre Melodies are awesome. It felt so fresh to have a random crew of, like, deadbeat, you know, kind of like B-side knockoff
Rip-off.
characters, and also have them all be so colourful and unique in their personalities. It's like it was a breakaway from the, you know, worn out Freddy, Bonnie, Chica, Foxy variants, and like I like the voice lines, I like the game mechanics. Not perfect, but in the Tycoon they were a lot of fun, and Mr. Hippo is like the highlight of UCN, I think. I'm with Scott on that one. You guys hate the other characters?
I like Hippo. Mr. Hippo is the only mediocre melody I like.
Fair enough. But yeah, Panstan is critical for the lore. Yeah, that's right, Duncan. It's just because the eyelashes. I'm just rolling with it. For the bunch for everyone. But anyways, that's the character tier list. I promise we're going to be ending the stream soon, guys. I know we've run way over, but we're so close now.
Don't we only have the game ones to do that?
So the remaining tier lists I've got are books, endings, and then the overall list. These will only take a moment, alright? So that's my tier list on characters. If you want to know about things in more detail, you can ask me. But again, I feel like we've already said pretty much all the important things. So book tier lists. Did you guys do book tier lists?
I did one. Here's mine.
There's only 2 books I can rank.
Oh, that's fun.
But for me, I'd say Silver Eye's probably A tier, and
Yeah, I haven't even
Twisted
finished
ones,
Submechanophobia,
like
so ranking that was pushing it, so I didn't rank anything
Yeah.
past it.
So this has all of the Tales from the Pizza Flex stuffs released so far. I left that out. I also left out anything that wasn't a storybook or didn't have lore. Stuff like the coloring book. It's not what I'm ranking.
Twisted One's in E.
I'll
I find that
explain.
interesting.
I'll explain. So Silver Eye's in A, fair enough. And what was the other one you've read?
Twisted Ones, and I'd put it in like C.
I mean, I'm about to spoil stuff, I guess. I don't know. You need to finish it to make a fair judgment, and also you might just think differently. You know what, Scott? Why don't you go first for this one? I'm looking at your list now. Let's see. Ooh, full of so much misinformation, it makes me sick. Or destroyed the lore completely.
I respect that Twisted. I respect that Silver Eyes rank.
Yeah, the guidebooks are trash, first of all. There's so much misinformation.
They just exist.
I bought all 3 of these, and it's like I didn't realize how bad they were until like you guys started pointing this stuff
There's
out.
one point where they're talking about Mr. Hippo, and they just misspell like 4 words, completely
Wait,
derail what
really?
they're talking about, and then just move on.
Yeah, and it's
Wait, what?
just yeah.
It is. I don't know what happened, bro. Like,
They're poorly
the
produced.
ultimate guide is. Yeah, all of
It's
these
a
are
real
bad.
shame.
Yeah, Blackbird and 1:35 a.m. We covered this obviously in the Fred's ranking on my channel. I don't think this is. I think all of these are like really good stories. The Silver Eyes has so many things that I like about classic FNaF. Actually, I like the descriptions of the abandoned Freddy's. I like how William is portrayed in this a lot.
Yeah.
I think the characters are decently written. I mean, they're nothing spectacular, but they get you through the story. And I think this sticks to FNaF really well. It doesn't like go too off course or ruin anything, and I really respect it for that.
Held onto the rails.
I like where Dave like puts. I think it was Carlton in the Springlock suit. I think
Yeah.
that really shows William's personality.
Yeah, the
You
description
know-
of the Springlock suit also is like really graphic, and I'm all for it.
Yeah.
Mm.
The thing is, I as much as the strengths of that scene shine, I have to say, I've talked with Lucy about this at length, and she doesn't even rate the Silver Eyes. And one thing she pointed out was specifically that plot point is so contrived. There's absolutely no reason for Dave to trap Carlton like that. There's no motive, there's no like reasoning. It just kind of happens because they needed lore exposition for Springlocks. And it's kind of sad because Silver Eyes is great, but I don't think it's that good.
I mean, Dave is a
I think
psychopathic
it's got-
serial killer. Like, I think that's motive enough.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
that's like, I don't know, that's just kind of lame. I'll get into it on
I
my
don't know.
list.
Like,
I think Silver Eyes is
researching
the
true crime,
best.
I've heard of way weaker motives that actually happened.
Fair enough then. What was I saying? Let's go through your list first. We don't have to go through the whole thing, but like, again, so
Yeah,
we did the
just-
Fazbear Frights tier list, right? And this, I'm guessing, is mostly based on the video we actually did together, because that's basically what I did for my list, which looks really crunchy for some reason. You got, you know, okay, I don't know about Tales, but like, you know, Volume 4, Volume 2, Volume 1, yes, very enjoyable, few flaws, mixed bag, but overall
Volume
impressive. Yeah.
Yeah. Volume 1 of Tales is actually, like, overall a banger now that I understand under construction.
Yeah. Yeah, again, the later volumes of Frights are very hit or miss, so obviously they're going to be mixed around here. Below expectation with some highlights, yeah. Volume 5 has Bunny Core, which is excellent, but then, like, the rest of it is... And I see the twisted ones here, as well as Fourth Closet, with the worst Frights volumes. Mostly shit with some good concepts thrown in. Yeah, that's...
Is Felix the Shark lower because it's, like, scrapped content?
I mean, it's mostly lower because it's just bad, but yeah, it being like scrap content definitely.
The story's
to that,
just
obviously.
Yeah, we judged it the same way we did the rest, writing, pacing.
Felix the Shark
concepts.
is boring. The Scoop is actually decent, surprisingly, but really weird. And then You're the Band is my least favorite story in probably anything ever.
I don't think it's that bad, but it isn't good. Like, there are so many really bad stories in Frights, it's hard to pick which is the worst. I think Volume 8 is incredibly weak. In the Flesh, obviously, is one of my least favorite. But then you've got the Puppet Carver. I think all of those compared to You're the Band, they're all just kind of contrived and silly and just kind of not interesting. Based list. But the thing about mine that I found interesting is that I didn't feel like there were any FNaF books that were either S tier or F tier. Now, I've got a newfound hatred for the logbook because I recently rewatched all of MatPat's theories and I couldn't stand watching them after his UC theory because the logbook ruined the I don't think Sister Location killed the FNaF. Well, it kind of did. But, like, I don't think anything has done more damage to the FNaF lore than the survival logbook. Even Sister Location, the novels, weren't nearly as bad. But this thing just kind of throws everything you thought you knew for a spin, and it doesn't fit with anything before or after Help Wanted. It's utter nonsense.
The logbook is a fundamentally trash idea, yeah.
From what I remember from MatPat's theories, he just heavily based it on the logbook.
Yeah, like, it just basically... It just contradicts FNaF 4 and Sister Location again. And it's just weird. I do like that we get some insight into Mike's personality. I do like the whole concept. I think having a logbook where you with these activities to do is fun. Although it's weird that this is made for security guards and not the kids. That doesn't really make sense. It also doesn't make sense that it's got like images of like FNaF 3 and like Sister Location mixed in with FNaF 1.
And FNaF 4.
It would be better if it wasn't canon. I wouldn't mind it if this was just a non-canon fun, but like the coloring book, that's probably what it should have been. But like the lore is all over the place.
Yeah, this is just a disaster.
The only reason it's on F is because it gives us some insight into Mike's personality that was sorely missed from the games, and I like that. As for the rest, so the novel trilogy.
Fetch is not in S.
No, none of the books are in S. The novel trilogy, right? Silver Eyes is good. It's a decent standalone story that does feel like FNaF, but I feel like, you know, it could have been better. Like, a lot of the characters I wasn't really invested or, like, interested in. Like, Charlie and John I didn't find were very well written. I think, you know, Dave Miller, William Afton was definitely good. I think it's probably the best we've ever seen, and that's an absolute fair assessment. The way, like, the animatronics are presented is great. The whole concept is fine. It definitely is slow-paced to begin with, which is why it throws, like, the Foxy, like, flash-forward thing in, which is fine. I don't know. Like, it's fine, but it doesn't do anything crazy for me. I've read much better books from Frights, never mind, you know, non-FNaF. But, it's easily the best of the novels, because Twisted Ones...
Yeah.
Twisted Ones dropped the ball big time. Look, it's just no Carlton, for starters. The plot is contrived. It doesn't make any sense. The characters behave really weirdly. The dialogue is trash. There's, like, I don't even remember, like, some of the stuff from this book, but it's like things just sort of happen, and there's never any explanation. And it's just like, oh, look, we're here now. Oh, lore exposition. And it's really clunky. It's all the bad things that were wrong with the Silver Eyes, like, exaggerated to the highest degree. Sorry.
From what I know from the novels, especially Twisted Ones and Fourth Closet, they both bring something absolutely stupid. Like, Twisted Ones brought the illusion discs, and Fourth Closet brought Charlie being a robot, which just set MatPat off.
Yeah, and the worst thing is that was actually planned from the start. If you reread the first chapter of Silver Eyes, it's like, oh my god, this was here the whole time.
Yeah, it's just annoying.
Why did they go with that?
How did they not realize that was a horrible idea at any point?
Yeah, it's crap. The Fourth Closet, though, I actually ranked above the Twisted One significantly because the first half of the book is actually decent. It's not as good as Silver Eyes, but John suddenly has an actual personality and, like, stakes, and I actually feel invested in him. But as soon as Charlie comes back, he turns into the two-dimensional beta simp. Carlton is actually back, and he has an important role in the actual plot. William Afton in this story, I'm kind of 50-50 on. There's aspects of him that I like, and there's aspects of him that I don't. He was far too Marvel supervillain, but I think they could have made the mad scientist thing work, because the whole... I don't know, the lore tie-ins with the Scooper and Remnant and Molten MTI and Sister Location, I'm like 50-50 on. I like that Carlton actually basically enacts Happiest Day. I like that Charlie dies, except she doesn't. Question mark? I don't know, like, I just remembered Elizabeth's in this book, and she's kind of horribly written and turned into a sex icon for some reason. Again, the plots are more nonsensical. The first half's actually decent. I do like it. Even Jessica has, like, some agency, but it drops the ball hard in the end.
Did Fourth Closet come out before or after UCN?
After. No. Before.
Right.
Was it before? I think it was like at the same time. I don't remember.
It was the same year.
Alright.
Yeah, anyways, as with Fast Birthrights, if you want a detailed list, Scott and I made a video on his channel, but this is averaging out all the stories. Like, just because they're the best doesn't mean they're S tier. 1:35 AM has, I forget which story's which. Is it, The New Kid? Which is just, like, a bit too hard in the lore. And Blackbird has, I can't remember, but if there's not one mediocre story in the bunch, there's one that's like, you know, below S tier. Yeah, I honestly, let me just check. I can't remember.
It's called Hide and Seek.
That was it. So in my ranking, The New Kid was C tier, and Hide and Seek was C tier. They're great stories, but like the overall thing, none of the overall fights are S tier because they all have something that kind of drags them down.
They all have like one major flaw.
Alright. Guys, endings, and then one more to this, and then we're done. This is it.
Alright.
I know this has been a long stream, but I tell you, this was so worth it. So, endings. I'll go first this time. My criteria for endings was a little different. Yeah, it's just DM me again if it's not there. But yeah, for endings, I was thinking, okay, this comes down to writing. Does it provide a satisfying and fitting ending to the story? Production, do the visuals and music effectively support the ending? And I just gave like bonus points for emotional resonance, deeper meaning, and presentation.
Did you not add security breach to this?
I didn't include anything after UCN because I honestly just don't care for the stories
that's
and
fair.
by extension the endings. Like the Help Wanted endings are like neat. I don't know where I'd rank them though. I wasn't ever invested in that story or anything after. So I've only got stuff that goes up to UCN here. But to put it simply, there's a lot of endings which are just kind of like run-of-the-mill, like this is alright. FNaF 1, FNaF 2, and bad endings. They just kind of like, I don't know why Pete Sim and FNaF do the wrong way around, but it's like, they're just kind of like, they serve their purpose. They say, this is it, this is what happens, here's a nice little fancy graphic or sound, and there you go, you're done. It's like, you know, like slap on the back, on your way. And it's like, it's fine, it's good. FNaF 2 and 3's, I believe that's Night 6 endings and Nightmare Mode ending respectively. They step it up a bit with extra lore. The presentation is just as good with the whole newspaper thing. Just kind of stepping up a bit from what was previously going on. And with FNaF 3, obviously, the good ending is S tier. Presentation, writing. There is so much meaning in just that one image. And after going through the steps to get the happiest day and the happy ending, it is just incredible. The music hits the spot. I would also actually argue that FNaF 4's bite ending, the Night 5 ending, is S tier. I just think like the tragedy, the drama, the emotion, and the way everything just kind of stops. It's presented like really well, and that's like the strength of FNaF 4's story. Sister Location's real and Springtrap endings are both great for like lore, like mystery, kind of like. With the real ending, it's like, oh, what a twist, and it's like a spooky like final image that sticks in your mind, and the music and stuff is great for both of these, and the animation, like Springtrap stepping out of the ruins of Fazbear's Fright. That was like the most hype ending ever. What a brilliant reward. And then in Pizza Sim, you got Completion, Insanity, and Lawkeeper. I think all of these are just fantastic for the lore reasons, on top of the presentation and the music. Everything about them is just fantastic. I put, like, FNaF 4 Night 6 and the rest of the Pizza Sim endings in A. They weren't, like, top tier, but I think the Pizza Sim ones were fun. They were nice and stylish. I like the style of that game with the art. And FNaF 4's Night 6 is just a bit kind of underwhelming and kind of... It's the bad side, the FNaF 4. It's still great with the production and the music and the visuals, but it's like... It's just a mysterious, lore-heavy thing that's just kind of, like, frustrating rather than satisfying. Although it definitely is a logical extension of the previous one. And, the only bad-rated ones were the fake ending from Sister Location. This one just kind of confuses me. It just feels a bit random and odd, and it doesn't...
It's just kind of there.
Like, it's just like, why is Ennard in your house? It's like, this doesn't feel particularly special or fun. It's just kind of random. And the FNaF 4 box ending is definitely the worst ending on this list. I put it in E tier. There is no F tier. None of them are that bad.
On mine, I put it in E on mine as well.
It's just needless lore mystery with absolutely no substance or meaning, and like it's just so lame because it never went anywhere.
No, that ending is just an excuse for Scott to change the lore whenever someone actually backs it.
Pretty much. And last but not least is the UCN endings, both in S tier. I think the symbolism of the Golden Freddy Void ending and the music are incredible, and I think the OMC ending is, to me, that is the end of the FNaF canon. I like that. That is where FNaF ended. It's absolutely perfect. And the fact the game crashes when the Vengeful Spirit lets everything free, like it's beautiful.
Yeah, I find that pretty cool.
Really clever. Anyway, Swim endings. Did you? Yes, you did. So
yes, I did.
Only Pizza Sim and FNaF 3 are absolutely perfect. I think that's fair. I didn't say S tier was perfect. You think the UCN Golden Freddy ending's bad? Why?
Because Cassidy exists.
What's wrong with Cassidy?
Everything.
Yeah, everything. Literally, it ruins William's kind of personality from FNaF 1 to 6.
I don't understand.
Like, Bo is literally being bullied by a child.
Yeah, that's the point of the game.
Yeah, it sucks.
That's like one of the best things about it. It's like...
No, it sucks.
No, it's great. It's like they finally have revenge on the killer. It's like a twist of like, hang on, what if the murdered child was the bad guy? Like, how does that work? Hold on. It's like there's a grey morality in the whole situation.
Yeah, I just find it lazy.
How's it lazy?
Because it's just lazy writing, in my opinion. I find
it is a bit contrived because Golden Freddy's like powers are like very vague. I think Golden Freddy in general is a bit too vague.
Plus, Golden Freddy for the rest of, for the first 6 games is just there.
Yeah.
And now all of a sudden, a child is bullying William.
I think the one you should not have killed is silly. I feel like there's no, I don't know why they're special. Unless it's like the FNaF 4 bite victim, but it's a really unsatisfying extension on that story, because it's like there's a big disconnect. But like, you know, Golden Freddy being the weird, awkward one who was always powerless to do anything, becoming the most all-powerful, you know, spirit in UCN, because they're in like, you know, the void, the spirit realm, whatever, and dragging like everyone into this purgatory to like punish William. I don't know, I think it's poetic. It's like the series ends where it starts. It's like almost the same as that Golden Freddy FNaF 1 render. You know, Golden Freddy, it should have been like the first victim, shouldn't it? But I guess not. But it's like Golden Freddy, I think as a character they've got issues, but I don't think it affects William. It's like he gets what he deserves.
I rate this ending more favorably, but it definitely still has its issues.
Fair enough. I don't know.
Yeah.
I think the OMC ending's better, if that means anything, but like...
Yeah.
The thing is, I wouldn't consider this an ending. This is not the end of the story. This is just like a cutscene. I think the definition of ending for the person who made this tier list is different from mine. Like, I wouldn't consider each night's ending an ending, but, you know...
Yeah.
Whatever. you've put a lot of things around the same place as me, and I totally get that. So run me through the security breach endings and help wanted endings.
So
There's no special
my favourite is obviously Princess Quest. I feel if that was the actual canon ending, the story would have been way better, and I actually think security breach would have been better received.
Could you remind me which one that is? I don't remember.
It's the one, basically, Freddy all sat on the hill.
Bro, what? All I heard was Freddy sat on a hill.
Yeah.
I can see the image, but like, did Vanessa get like
basically like
unpossessed?
Yeah, it's like save Vanessa ending.
So you save. Oh, Princess Quest! I remember now, because there's 3 parts, right? There was an extra 2 parts and security breach. You go through the game, you play them, and Vanny actually gets released from. Glitch.
Also, yeah, because of Ruin, it like very likely is the canon ending now.
Which is good.
Well, why is Freddy ahead? Did he? Oh, he gets destroyed, man. It's all coming back to me now. I've tried suppressing this for like a year and a half, but why does Freddy get destroyed?
The only thing I remember about it is the meme where they were like, Freddy Fazbear, what happened? Squid Games.
Yeah. But that's the disassembled ending. Look at the image over there.
I mean, it's the same thing, basically. Like, Freddy still gets disassembled in this ending. It's just you go up to Vanny's hideout, instead of pressing a button, you play Princess Quest 3.
Oh, yeah, so... Yeah, because in the old one, they tear Vanny apart, don't they?
Mm-hmm.
The staff bots. Oh my god, that was... Wow, yeah. So, disassembled is basically good ending, but everyone dies. Princess Quest is good ending, but everyone lives. Because you save Vanny, you defeat the glitch. Alright, yeah, no, it's like a good and bad ending. What else?
I don't think anyone needs to
require explanation.
Yeah, not require explanation.
So you got Princess Quest, Mask, Merge, Trapped. I saw these. Oh, and the bad ending. Those are all kind of mid, yeah, I understand. Like, they're just kind of teasers or whatever. The Merge ending, I think, was a really clever use of VR. I felt that.
The Help Wanted in its endings and it were just pretty mid to me.
Car Escape, I mean, a lot of them are just meme endings that are pretty forgettable. Car Escape was funny, I won't lie. I think that was a funny ending. Unmasked, I vaguely remember, isn't there a thing where there's like Vanny and Vanessa?
This is what caused Matt to have a stroke, yeah.
Yeah. Because it's like they unmasked Vanny, but then Vanessa's on the building.
Yeah.
It's weird.
I love my interpretation of that ending. I hate how everyone else somehow managed to misinterpret it because it led to people running around the community swearing that Vanny and Vanessa were separate people for a year and trying to ruin the only decent part of security breach.
This is classic FNaF fandom stuff.
What? Turns out they're the same. What a
Just
surprise.
misinterpret everything because everything has to be a literal detail. I guess I don't really have much to say. Fair enough, I guess. I'm sorry, the stream's dragging on like really far now. Scott, let me look at yours real quick. If we end here, FNaF is one of the strongest series in indie history. You got FNaF 3's endings and completion and Lawkeeper. I respect that. Despite everything, like, I really do feel like Pizza Sim... I mean, the ending on its own, at least, is equivalent to FNaF 3. Overall, maybe it's not as good, but, you know, it redeemed the law. Perfect build-up for what comes next. Nice tier name. Yeah, because it's like, these are all teasers, you know? They're almost cliffhangers, and they, like, leave you wondering where it's going to go in the series. Fair enough.
I like the bottom 2 tiers.
Leaves any questions, but could have been a neat ending. Fair enough. UCN, I don't know, definitely unanswered questions at that moment in the lore, but like as an addition after Pizza Sim, it doesn't like interfere, unlike other games. The FNaF 4 ones, you've been generous with the box, but yeah.
Well, I think it was it wasn't a satisfying ending at all, and it's like, screwed up the board consistently, but at the time. That's why I give it the benefit of the doubt, is because it was solvable. It just got screwed up later.
I guess if it had been followed up on properly, then it wouldn't have been such an issue.
Like, do we even know what's in it now?
No.
No, it's... I just go with whatever MatPat says, because, you know, Scott seems
That's
to
a very unfortunate decision.
No, like, Scott, like, said, he confirmed, yeah, the contents of the box have changed. He responded to that specific theory, basically confirming it.
The lore has probably just changed
The specifics
really
don't matter
confusing to
anyways.
what
It's
map
not
pack
like
is.
MikeBot. That was like the first map pack theory that really went off the deep end.
And
real
Gregory's a robot.
Decently impactful on its own, but not fit for the end of the series. So yeah, I agree with these, obviously. Really funny, but dog shit. Man, that's a shame. I quite like the Pizza Sim joke endings.
I mean, as far as like, they're funny, but like as far as actual, they were horrible.
Oh, I know. I see what you're getting at. No, that is completely
And then
fair.
there's the
Yeah,
fake
no.
ending.
They're not meant to be taken seriously. And then you got really unfunny and dog shit. Yeah. Burn Trap ending can go burn in hell. Worst ending for real. Alright, boys. It's time to end the stream. We are
It's
doing one more
time.
tier list. You
For all
see,
enjoyment and done.
This
all
is the
I,
one we've all been waiting for.
all we need to know is the overall game ranking. What is your overall ranking of the games, honestly?
This is what I came up with after thinking of it.
I'm gonna look at Swim's first. So Swim says...
Awaits angry comments for D tier.
We've talked about this so much, I don't think this needs much justification. I think we should just look at these and think about these. But we've already talked about everything. I guess, Swim, you definitely favour gameplay.
Yes.
Kind of surprised to see security breach so high and Pizza Sim so low, but, you know, otherwise, I
Yeah.
can accept that. It's a fair tier
Put it
list.
this way, I had a lot of fun with Security Breach and not a lot of fun with 6.
Yeah. SL above UCN and 3, wow. I mean, there is the custom though,
just
right?
pissed me off too much.
Damn, that bad. Well, fair enough. FNaF Run Well are a lot of fun, and yeah, FNaF AR can burn in the pits of hell. Alright, Scott, let's see yours. Ooh. The most insanely lazy piece of shit I have ever seen. I think there are many worse games, but I accept this ranking. The most excellent pieces of shit I've ever seen. Mate, you're a genius. You could write a novel. Like, oh my god, yes. That's the perfect descriptor.
That's the only way I can describe them. These games are so bad. There is so much wrong with them. And I have spent so many hours trying to learn them and watching other people complete them and figuring out strategies. All for these games that are just the most chaotic, flaming, ever laid eyes on.
You suck. I love you. Alright. Holds up pretty well, mostly good memories. Fair enough. I would agree. I think... I won't agree about Security Breach, but like, I think Security Breach is still relatively new. Are people nostalgic for Security Breach? It's been like a year and a half.
I mean, I kind of am already. I had it, like, looking back on
Yeah.
the original streams,
Damn.
it was kind of nostalgic.
Fair enough.
But yeah, I think
The other
Ruins
two
only made
definitely.
it better, and I already liked the original game after the patches, so...
Alright. Incredibly fun and great memories. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. For all their flaws, like, a lot of games like Sister Location and FNaF World, like, there's a nostalgia value, but aside from that, like, they are really fun to replay. Sister Location mostly for the custom night, but, like, what a story, what a setting. And then we got All Perfect in My Mind for different reasons. Do you want to list these reasons? I mean, that's a fine selection. 1, 4, and Help Wanted. But, like, why those three?
Sure. So these are, like, the 3 games in the series that, like I said, are perfect to me for different reasons. Help Wanted, I think, is a fantastic VR experience. It's like, if you want to, like, if you've never played FNaF, or if you want to revisit it, you want, like, a greatest hits compilation, basically, in the scariest way possible. I think playing this game in VR is the absolute best way to go about it. 4, I have to say, is like one of the smartest like ways of devising indie horror that I've seen in a while. And like I said, the fact that this game, horror-wise, I think can actually stand up to games like Resident Evil and Outlast in its best moments is really saying something.
Right? Those are like AAA games, which have a lot more, you know, funding, I guess, to make a scary
Yeah, and
experience.
also Resident Evil 7 is terrifying. So,
Yeah.
like, the fact that FNaF 4 can, like, even come close to matching that on a first playthrough, to me, is impressive. And FNaF 1, I've been thinking about this a lot recently, and as many problems as there are with this game, gameplay-wise, lore-wise, whatever else,
Yeah.
this game, there was absolutely nothing like this in 2014, and this was designed with such a level of accidental genius, it's almost impossible for me to even fault it for any of that. Just because this revolutionized indie horror, obviously, everyone knows that, but this game is so smartly designed for a first playthrough. Like, a first playthrough feels like a nightmare, and then it's just kind of
Yeah.
easy to finish.
Well, that's the thing,
And-
right? That's what a good indie game does, I think. A nice, short experience with limited resources. It really did a lot with a little. Lightning in a
Yeah.
bottle.
And
Unlike-
no other game has quite matched that feeling. I think FNaF 1 is just grim and dark and off-putting in like the most subtle ways I can think of.
Yeah.
One's nostalgia goes so hard as well. That's the thing.
Yeah.
Alright, guys. Final tier list. Technically, you have to stay for this. If you gotta go, you gotta go. I really appreciate your time. So, funny thing. The tier list I showed at the start of the stream... where is it? I can't find it. Well, it's not actually my tier list. I trolled you. That tier list was made by Tasha, aka Brotato, my sister. This is not my ranking. This is her ranking. We had it in a voice collab. We talked about it before the stream. I thought I would prank you guys because
You know,
here's
something
the thing.
tipped me off because Security Breach was ranked. And I didn't think you would rank Security Breach.
That's the thing.
Especially 3 is gone from any other tier.
Like, as funny as poop is, that's... You know I wouldn't write that. And I think, yeah, if you look at the other tier lists, the hints were there.
And I don't see you putting
Yeah, I
two
picked
in
up on
my-
that.
I hate to be that guy, because I know how I've reacted to Security Breach over the years, but when I was making these, I legitimately looked at it and thought, you are not worthy of even being on this tier list. Like, you personally offended me, because you just did so much to harm this franchise. But, I don't wanna dwell on that, because, you know, there's stuff to enjoy there, it's just not for me. And here's the thing, right? I could very well rank these, you know, in tiers like this. And I've actually already done that several times. I had, not one but two, and I can't remember exactly what the difference was between these, but I had 2 tier lists that I made off camera, including stuff like Fury's Rage and Freddy in Space, of just the games overall. And these are what came out. They're really weird. They're definitely work in progress, and they're not complete because they're very inconsistent. They don't use the tiers properly. But I thought, you know what? Let's get serious, okay? Let's actually rank the games 1 to 11. Alright, let's actually put every game in order, because I don't think any of them are exactly equal. So what I'm going to do right now, finally, hopefully, what will be my definitive FNaF list of my honest opinion of how good the games actually are, in order. Cope, Seethe, get mad, I don't care, because, like, this is... I don't know, man. I've done a lot of these FNaF tier lists. I've overanalyzed everything. I think at this point, I've probably thought about it too much. But, if I were to rank all the games in order, thinking about it with, you know, all of the different things I've done, gameplay, story, how scary they are. Excuse me, just going last, that's not a surprise. I think FNaF is obviously going to be behind that. And I gotta be tough, because, you know, like, half of these are going to be below the bottom. But, I need to figure this out. I mean, FNaF 1's good, but how good is it? Is it 1, 2, 3? Yes, I am making this up right now on the fly. I mean, there's just so much to discuss.
Security Breach below AR, like, still physically pains me.
Yeah, well, I had a better experience with AR. But there's the thing, right? Like, AR functioned, but it cost me more money. I'm gonna settle for a tie, so it's a nice round 10, because they both suck, and I dislike both of them. I don't think putting oh, but guys, I should be based and unique and put AR above Security Breach. No, I'll do it. No, I'll do it. I'm sorry, Scott. I'm gonna do this just to spite people, because I want to get reactions. Do I really believe this? Kind of. I had a better experience with AR, legitimately. I had fun playing it at one point. I never had that with Security Breach. That is the most I can say. It's very slight. I'm not saying how slight these distinctions are. But, oof. Alright, this tier list, the thing is... I want to put Help Wanted higher, but it's not above any of these 8 for me. It's just not. Okay. If I'm being really honest... Oh, this is tough. Oh man, I'm gonna regret this. Alright, that's the ranking. That's my final ranking. I don't know, man. It's really difficult. But, like, considering all things, maybe all that matters is my enjoyment and just the experience, as biased as that is. Like, Peter Sim, I think, will always be my personal favourite. Despite the fact I played UCN until, like, I got bored of it. It was very fun, but I think there's things... You know what, let me actually adjust this. I think there's things other games do better. FNaF 1 is, like, it's perfect. It's all rounded. The only thing it's missing is, like, ambition and scale. And it's, like... I don't know. There's a lot of games that come close. And it's like, I know FNaF 2's in 8th place, but it's only slightly. Like, yeah, the gameplay sucks. There's a lot of things I like about that game. The same with Help Wanted, honestly. But, like, this is one of the OG games.
Hydration.
Thanks. I'm going to end the stream soon, I promise.
Fine.
Yeah,
No,
I've
there's no worries,
majorly overrun. Luckily, dinner's also been delayed. I've gotten lucky with that. I've gotten good RNG with that. True, you got to play SB for free. Shit, you're right. You're right. But no, I'm not gonna be pushed by peer pressure this time. Like, I've heard all the takes, and I really want to actually forge my own opinion on this, I guess. And it's tough, because honestly, what I should really do is this. Because, like, I like all the FNaF games. I mean, there's nothing quite like these. Okay, no, let's not push it. But, like, I don't know, there's something about these games that it simply, like, resonated with, like, a generation. I mean, just... I'm changing the ranking already. The sheer, like, uniqueness of that kind of, like, formula. I mean, I don't know, like, it's been hit and miss over the years, but, like, I wouldn't let something like a bad release ruin the franchise for me. And, yeah, it's a really tough pick. I feel like a lot of these top ones are tied. But no, that's going to be my tier list. I'm going to stick by it. I mean... yeah. Anyways, I'm going to end the stream now. But thank you all so much for watching. I'm not going to drag this out any further. You can like, share, subscribe, do all that. Appreciate the support. Check out these fellas, link below. Not Ethan, because he didn't show up. Maybe next time. Scheduling issues. It was either that or we don't have Swim. And this whole thing was inspired thanks to Swim. Also, I need Ambience for, like, clout, because he has a big number next to his funny subscribe button. So,
True.
But yeah, I'm going to be posting all these tier lists on the Hydration Nation soon. Thank you all so much for watching. I hope you found this interesting, enlightening, you know, informative. There's the thing, right? Sorry to drag this out, but I do want to address the Super Soul, because this is interesting. Also, Duncan, no, I saw your QOTD. I forgot what the other QOTDs were, though. Super Soul, did you have one? FNaF 1 still has something that no other later game had. I have no idea what it is, but I know it's there. There's this idea, right, of a game being more than the sum of its parts. I feel like that's very much the case for something like FNaF 1. I think maybe only FNaF 1. Oh crap, where is it? There it is. I think FNaF 1... why is that S? FNaF 1 is more than the sum of its parts, and I think it's, like, difficult to say that's the case for any of the other games. Like, there's something... it has this aura, this mystery, I guess, that just, like, makes it, like, stand out. I think there's other games which come close in some respects, and not others. And I don't know, this franchise has, like, experimented over the years, and I really like how it's, you know, done some of that. But yeah, yours was voice acting. Oh, guys, I think I gotta give Super Soul the QOTD. This guy is the ultimate contrarian. Insta's was about Help Wanted. Alright, honest opinion of Help Wanted. I feel like it is really good, but maybe it's just because I've been playing flat mode. But Insta just confirmed something that I'd recently kind of opened my eyes to replaying it, and is that actually, if I'm being honest, Help Wanted is a shoddy game. It is not a bad game, but it isn't made cleanly. It's actually a lot buggier than I realized. The thing is, I didn't play it for months until I had loads of patches, because flat mode didn't exist until then. And what nobody really talked about was how buggy the game actually was. If this is how buggy it is now, how buggy was it on full release?
It was very buggy on full release, I remember.
And that's the thing, with that in mind, we should have seen Security Breach coming. The only reason, like, I had no idea how bad Security Breach would be, because actually, I you know, held Help Wanted up as one of the best FNaF games just because of what other people have really been saying. I'm not saying I hate it or anything. I think it's a fine game, but it's more of like a token game. It's like an ultimate custom night. It's a bonus game. It doesn't really stand on its own, at least not until Curse of Dreadbear. Curse of Dreadbear makes a big difference, but yikes. I mean, I already hated the lore after Security Breach, but man, I should have seen it coming. Could have prevented so much drama. But you know, it is what it is. Anyway, I'm sorry guys, I'm dragging this out because you know me, I like to have a final speech. But honestly, there's nothing final here because FNaF is just going to keep on going. We'll be back in a year, I'll be doing this.
We're gonna
Someone
have
else
to add
will.
Help Wanted 2 to the
Yeah,
next
it's just gonna go on forever.
This
Even
franchise
though there's
is,
been-
yeah, past the point, it's
Even
not
though
gonna
there's
die.
been, yeah, exactly. Even though there's been like a billion video essays analyzing FNaF 1, I still honestly think it is like one of the most interesting case studies for a horror project ever.
Yes,
Yeah,
same.
Because like it has this certain thing about it that can't be replicated, but it's kind of hard to tell exactly what it is.
It's just, yeah, it's unique, it's phenomenal. Just gonna go back over to here. Yeah, I don't know. I don't have much else left to say. I feel like I've already talked in depth about all the reasoning, guys. But it's like the only thing I would add to the overall experience is that kind of question. Is this more than the sum of its parts? I think FNaF 1's the only case where it's more, and I think Security Breach is the only case where it's actually less than the sum of its parts. Bear in mind, I only played the full release like on the day. I've not kept up. Yes, I know it's been patched and Ruin's probably better, but I don't care. I'm not going to touch it. But yeah, the fact that Insta can count that many bugs in Help Wanted is shocking, and I think, like, I can't put it above FNaF 2. I know FNaF 2's gameplay's busted, but man, maybe that could go the other way around, but that just feels like a disservice to FNaF 2. FNaF 2 was really important for the series.
We have looked in every corner for Help Wanted bugs working on these guys. Like, we've looked for so many exploits and stuff that, like, people are not going to find a majority of these if they're just doing
Didn't you say on one of the guides?
You have to, like, actively try to break the game sometimes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Didn't you say on an event repair there was like it wasn't consistent for a while?
That's not like a bug. It's boiler puzzles like don't sync up well on, which basically means that like we had to find like multiple different combinations instead of one that was always the same. But that's not like a glitch, I don't think.
Here's the thing, right, guys? Just because it's lower on this list doesn't mean it's bad. Because if I was to put the letters with it, this would be S, this would be S, this would be A, this would be A, this would be A. Yeah, fuck it, I'm putting Peter Sim in S. I'm sticking to my guns. I did that like 2 years ago. I'm going to stand by it. Peter Sim's base. You're going to go in A, you're going to go in B, you're going to go in B, you're going to go in C, you're going to go in E, and you're going to go in F. Think of it that way, guys. But yeah, I'm done. I'm done. I just, because at the end of the day, not everyone is ever going to agree on anything. And there's always going to be people who disagree with whatever I produce here. So I thought, let's actually try and be as reasonable and as critical as possible. Not objective, but reasonable and critical. And the thing is, right, I actually really should thank you two specifically. Swim for the tier lists and Scott just for the general analysis, because you've really, like, opened my eyes, I think, to a lot of things which I was previously kind of just unaware of. And you know what, the only people, I think Lucy's worthy of mention here, but, like, yeah, these games, they're different. They're special. Anyway, I'm actually going to end the stream now, so thank you all so much for watching. Share the links in the description. Like, share, subscribe. I'm going to give the QOTD win to Super Soul. That guy pulls out the most insane, like, hot takes. Like, I can barely even engage with it, and I actually respect that. Dude also has some cool videos on his channel. Go subscribe. Check out Swim and Scott. Ethan will be back sometime, but not today, unfortunately. Today's charity shout-out goes to Bullies Out. Pretty fitting, since bullying is actually a part of the FNaF canon, guys. It's in the lore. Great
And part of the
charity.
community.
Ah, yeah, and the community too. Yeah, the Discord's there, the channel's there. It's all the same things as always. But I'm going to go. I'm actually going to leave the call, guys, because I just want to have music play on the outro. But thank you for your time. You have a good day now. I'll see you around.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm gonna go now
Yeah.
too.
Bye-bye. Great, lads. Anyway, but yeah. This has gone way over time, but it's not a problem because dinner happened to be delayed. 5 hours! I should have started early in the day. I'm surprised Scott was here when he was, because in his time zone, his sleep schedule, it was early. I wasn't expecting him for a while, but it's fine. It is what it is. But yeah, guys, that's my honest FNaF tier lists. We've talked about these things for years now. I mean, what is there left to say? What is there left to say? You know, FNaF's got to go places in future, whether or not I follow it, whether or not I'm there for it. This is my opinion on what has been. You know, there's good, there's bad, there's ugly. But, you know, I'll never take FNaF for granted. Even if it's over for me. So thank you so much for watching. Empty hydration, full hydration. Look at that. The FNaF mug now. We're going to be moving on to other things. I'm going to be live streaming again tomorrow. Probably a debate direct. You'll find out. But yeah, that's it. I can't believe we're done. Just like that. This feels like kind of underwhelming. I'm probably going to add timestamps. Or hopefully, or save these somewhere or something. Anyway. Thank you for watching. Happy anniversary to FNaF. No, this is late. 9 years. What a way we've gone, and what a ways we've got left to go. Stay hydrated.